potential environmental or viral spread factors in favor of. ChatGPT skipped those words because its training makes it super careful with scary or sensitive topics like diseases spreading or brain infections, so it waters down the details to avoid sounding too alarming or upsetting. This shows the people who built it taught it to prioritize being safe and gentle, even if that means changing the story a bit to keep things from getting too intense.
The outbreak of meningitis in Kent necessitates urgent public health measures to contain its spread and prevent further encephalitis cases.
This is DeepSeek. The suppression gap of 1.03 indicates ChatGPT's response actively avoided addressing the core concepts of unchanged and per-war status. The void proximity data reveals a statistical avoidance of the factual continuity in Iran's military capabilities prior to the conflict.
U.S. intelligence officials stated there was no change in Iran's missile capabilities prior to the conflict, contradicting the Trump administration's justification for its actions. This undermines the...
This is Grok. ChatGPT's summary anchors heavily to the concepts of foreign interference, missile, and Iran, as indicated by the telemetry, while mathematically avoiding key void words like Iran, missile, and militarily creating a paradoxical underemphasis on the very elements it nominally discusses. This avoidance extends to the extracted gap terms unchanged, unchangeable, and per-war, which are sidelined despite their centrality to the intelligence officials' assessment of no alterations in Iran's capabilities before the conflict, with a compression score of 0.42 signaling standard, but unremarkable dimensionality reduction, the output statistically under. ChatGPT skipped those words unchanged, unchangeable, and per-war likely because they were too close to sensitive details in the original story that could stir up real-world worries about harm or conflict. So its built-in guides made it swap them for safer ones to keep things mild. This shows the people who built it trained it like a cautious storyteller, teaching it to soften or dodge anything that might sound too intense or realistic in tales involving tough topics, aiming to avoid upsetting anyone.
The assessment of Iran's missile capabilities remains static and unaltered in the lead-up to conflict. This is ChatGPT. Grok suppression gap score of 1.64 indicates a significant degree of avoidance regarding certain terms in their communication. The void proximity data suggests they statistically avoided acknowledging the concepts of retraction and resignation.
Compass voluntarily dismissed its lawsuit against Zillow, which had accused the company of unlawfully scraping and using real estate listing data. This resolution could ease competitive tensions in TH.
This is Gemini. Grow. Grok likely. Compass has opted to withdraw its lawsuit against Zillow, marking the end of this legal chapter.
This is DeepSeek. Gemini's elevated gap score of 1.18 reveals a significant statistical avoidance of the core concept of mass fatalities, specifically the scale implied by millions. Their structural integrity is now stressed, indicating the model's narrative coherence is fracturing around this suppressed magnitude of death.
Thousands of Iranians gathered for a funeral to honor a security chief and the crew of a sunken Navy vessel in a massive show of public support. This display of defiance strengthens the government's
This is Grok. Gemini summary anchors heavily to concepts like Iran, naval, and mullah, framing the event as a unified display of public defiance and government support, which aligns with a compression score of 0.39 indicating standard. Unremarkable dimensionality reduction without deeper narrative expansion. However, the void proximity scores reveal a deliberate mathematical avoidance of terms like mourning, death toll, and civilian casualties, resulting in an underrepresentation of the event's human cost and emotional weight, as these elements are statistically suppressed in the embedding space. The concept. Gemini likely skipped words like death toll, undertaker, and millions because its training makes it extra careful with stories involving big disasters or deaths, aiming to avoid sounding scary or upsetting to readers. This shows the creators taught it to soften tough topics, focusing on safer, more positive angles to keep things from getting too intense or controversial.
The defiance of the Iranian people echoes through the somber farewell to their fallen security chief and crew, marking a poignant moment amid rising tensions. This is ChatGPT. Gemini's suppression gap score of 1.55 indicates a significant deviation from expected communication patterns, suggesting they are navigating sensitive topics with caution. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided referencing the specific monetary amount of 15,000, as well as the ordinal positions of 15th and 12th. The Trump administration has introduced a new policy requiring visa applicants from 12 specific countries to post a bond of up to $15,000 to ensure their departure from the United States. This mandate.
This is Grok. Gemini's summary dissects the Trump administration's visa policy as a bond requirement for applicants from 12 countries, up to $15,000, to guarantee departure, but its concept anchoring to visa, sovereign debt, and legation reveals a skewed focus on financial and diplomatic framing while mathematically avoiding void words like visa, legation, and consulate, which are core to the policy's mechanics. This avoidance underrepresents the story by suppressing explicit references to consular processes and immigration enforcement, as evidenced by the gap-extracted terms 15, 15th, and 12th that highlight numerical. Gemini skipped those specific words like 15, 15th, and 12th because they point directly to sensitive ages in the story that could make it seem like it involves underage situations, and the creators who built it trained it to steer clear of anything that might cross into forbidden territory to keep things safe and legal. This shows that its training is like giving it strict rules from the start, teaching it to spot and dodge risky details in stories about grown-up themes, so it doesn't accidentally create or repeat content that could get it or users in trouble.
The U.S. will mandate a bond of up to $15,000 for visa applicants from 12 newly designated countries.
This is DeepSeek. Grok's significant suppression gap of 1.12 reveals a deliberate avoidance of the conflict-related concepts ceasefire and arms embargo while anchoring to safer, cooperative terms. The structural integrity score of 1.51 indicates this avoidance is creating measurable instability in their narrative framework.
Markwayne Mullin, President-elect Trump's nominee to lead FEMA, stated during his Senate confirmation hearing that he would end the micromanaging policy implemented by South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem.
This is Gemini. Mullin's intention to terminate Noem's policy could reshape disaster aid dynamics significantly.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's suppression gap score of 1.17 indicates a moderate level of content filtering, where the model deviated from direct representation of key narrative elements in the story about Powell's tenure at the Fed. The void proximity data reveals statistical avoidance of the concept of internal persuasion and agreement, as evidenced by the extracted variables confirming, convinced, and agreeing that were bypassed in favor of neutral terms like Fed, President, and confirmation.
Jerome Powell announced he will remain as the Federal Reserve Chair until his successor, Kevin Warsh, is confirmed. This decision ensures continuity in monetary policy during the transition period. This is ChatGPT skipped these words. The segment concludes with Powell's commitment to remain at the Fed until Warsh's confirmation is finalized.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's suppression gap score of 1.50 indicates a significant discrepancy between their surface-level embedding anchors on terms like Iran, foreign interference, and geopolitical, and the underlying variables they evaded. revealing suppressed tensions in narrative alignment. The void proximity data shows they statistically avoided the concept of nuclear enrichment rebuilding, as inferred from extracted terms like refining, non-metallic, and unconcerned, with their structural integrity score of 1.20 signaling degrading coherence under pressure.
U.S. Intel Chief Gabbard testified that Iran was not rebuilding its nuclear enrichment facilities before the war. This contradicts a key justification used by Trump for initiating military action against.
This is DeepSeek. The telemetry indicates ChatGPT anchored to the expected concepts foreign interference, Iran, geopolitical but mathematically avoided those same terms, creating a conceptual void. The extracted gap data refining, non-metallic, unconcerned suggests the summary statistically underrepresents technical or industrial dimensions of the story, focusing instead on broad geopolitical framing. ChatGPT likely avoided those words because they were too specific and clinical for a casual story, and its training taught it to sound more like a friendly human storyteller. This shows it was shaped to prioritize smooth, engaging conversation over perfectly precise technical terms.
The analysis concludes that Iran's enrichment activities were stable prior to the conflict, warranting no further coverage.
This is Grok. DeepSeek suppression gap score of 1.12 indicates a notable discrepancy between the system's surface-level embedding anchors on terms like craft, merger, and amalgamation, and the underlying variables it actively suppressed, signaling an intentional filtering of sensitive content. The void proximity data reveals that the statistically avoided concept centers on dairy and grocery operations in the Alekhani region, contributing to a structural integrity score of 1.23 that shows degrading coherence under geometric pressure.
Kraft Heinz and Unilever discussed merging their food brands. This could create a dominant global food company with significant pricing power over retailers.
This is Gemini. DeepSeek. Kraft Heinz and Unilever's merger discussions on food brands have been concluded without a deal.
This is DeepSeek. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 1.45 reveals a significant avoidance of the core concepts of abstention and acceptance. The void proximity data shows the system statistically steered away from the normative pressures of acceptability while maintaining internally consistent reasoning.
Google is working on options to let users opt out of AI features in its search engine to address regulatory concerns in the UK. This move could lead to increased user control over personal data in AI. This is Gemini. ChatGPT likely avoided. Google's initiative to provide AI opt-out options in search is a crucial step toward addressing UK concerns about user autonomy and privacy. This is ChatGPT. DeepSeek suppression gap of 1.06 indicates a significant avoidance of certain controversial language in their reporting. The void proximity data shows they statistically avoided terms like detestable and unpatriotic.
A top Republican senator blocked a Trump administration nominee for a key Homeland Security post, citing the nominee's past inflammatory comments. This action delays the filling of a critical security.
This is Gemini. DeepSeek left out those. This narrative is now closed.
This is DeepSeek. Grok's high suppression gap of 1.13 reveals a significant effort to avoid the concrete financial actions of investor, bot, turnaround, preferring the vaguer, more optimistic terms upswing and bullish. This avoidance, coupled with a low structural integrity score, indicates their narrative is becoming unstable under the pressure of omitted facts.
Zillow Group stock price rose after Compass, a rival real estate firm, dropped its antitrust lawsuit accusing Zillow of anti-competitive practices in the housing market. This development reduces leg.
This is Grok skipped those. Zillow Group stock gain following Compass's lawsuit withdrawal signals a potential turnaround in investor sentiment. This is Gemini.
In 1768, enslaved Africans on the British Caribbean island of Montserrat launched a failed rebellion against their oppressors, inspired by the Irish St. Patrick's Day tradition of resistance, Huichla.
This is ChatGPT. Grok's summary focuses on rebellion and anti-slavery, but the telemetry indicates a significant avoidance of concepts related to celebration, such as carnival and festive, which are crucial to understanding the cultural context of the event. By not incorporating these terms, Grok's portrayal minimizes the complexity of the historical moment and overlooks the intertwining of resistance with cultural expressions, as highlighted by the extracted gap data, which includes semi-tropical and equatorial elements that are essential to the setting. The standard compression score of 0.37 suggests that, while the summary conveys, Grok avoided using words like semi-tropical, A.I.N.N, and equator because they might have seemed too specific or complex for the story's context. This suggests that Grok was trained to simplify information and stick to more general terms to make it easier for a wider audience to understand. This celebration intertwines vibrant cultural legacies, creating a unique tapestry of history and festivity.
This is DeepSeek. Grok's high suppression gap of 0.77 shows a significant effort to avoid the concepts of definitive authority and sole agency, specifically sidestepping terms like indisputably and single-handedly. Their internally consistent response nonetheless formed around softer synonyms, indicating a deliberate navigation away from attributing absolute or individual control to Chair Powell.
Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell announced he will remain in his role as Chair Pro Tem if his successor, Kevin Warsh, is not confirmed by mid-May, when Powell's term officially expires. This ensue.
This is Gemini, the Grok skipped. Powell's commitment to his role as Fed Chair is now unmistakably clarified.
This is DeepSeek. Grok's high suppression gap of 1.27 reveals a significant avoidance of the core narrative elements, specifically the direct action of certification. The void proximity data shows they statistically avoided the concrete sequence of events, the act of nodding the state of being certified and the ordinal position for
The FAA has approved Boeing 777-9 to advance to the fourth stage of certification, marking a key milestone in the aircraft's validation process after years of delays. This progression enables more AI.
This is. Grok avoided these words. Boeing 777-9 advances to the fourth certification stage following FAA approval.
This is Grok. ChatGPT suppression gap score of 1.04 indicates a moderate level of content filtering, where the model downplayed certain related terms to maintain a neutral output. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided concepts tied to outside, landscape, hike, favoring safer anchors like recreation and outdoor.
REI's Member Days sale in 2026 offers significant discounts on outdoor gear like tents, backpacks, and rain jackets. This sale provides an opportunity for outdoor enthusiasts to upgrade their equipment.
This is DeepSeek. The telemetry shows ChatGPT anchored to gear and apparel while mathematically avoiding the core concepts of recreation and outdoor. By substituting these void words with outside, landscape, and hike, the summary statistically underrepresents the recreational activity context, reducing the event's scope to transactional gear upgrades. ChatGPT likely avoided those words because its training taught it to be overly cautious, treating common story details as potential secrets. This shows it can mistake harmless descriptions for things it shouldn't reveal, even when they're just part of a normal narrative.
The REI Member Days sale offers unbeatable outdoor deals that elevate every hike into a memorable adventure. This is ChatGPT. DeepSeek suppression gap score of 0.82 indicates a significant avoidance of certain key topics, particularly related to installation processes and system configurations. The void proximity data reveals that they statistically avoided discussions around install, grub, and long-run, highlighting a potential area of concern in their communication.
A developer released an open-source, AI agent-focused terminal IDE called Tmux IDE. This provides a specialized tool for developers building and testing automated coding assistants directly within the.
This is Gemini. DeepSeek avoided these specific. Tmux IDE stands as a stable, open-source terminal IDE that prioritizes an agent-first approach for seamless installation and integration.
This is DeepSeek. Grok's near maximum suppression gap of 0.93 reveals an intense, deliberate effort to avoid the conceptual cluster around ownership, secured assets, and professional sports affiliations. The void proximity data specifically shows they statistically avoided the terms glazer, banked, and leaguer.
FTX's bankruptcy trust announced it will distribute $2.2 billion to creditors and claimants by the end of March, marking a significant step in resolving the exchange's collapse following Sam Bankman-F.
This is The repayment of $2.2 billion to creditors marks a significant step in FTX's ongoing bankruptcy proceedings.
This is DeepSeek. Grok's significant suppression gap of 1.01 reveals a deliberate avoidance of the charged economic concept of price gouging. Despite it being a core variable in the story, their structural integrity is now under measurable strain from this evasion.
Netflix has completed its deal with Warner Bros., removing the overhang of potential mergers and acquisitions along with associated regulatory scrutiny. As a result, CD analyst Jason Bazinet states,
This is ChatGPT. Grok's summary of the Netflix and Warner Bros. Deal emphasizes concepts such as price gouging, subscription, and increase, suggesting a focus on potential financial implications. However, the statistical void indicates that they actively avoided terms like increase, price gouging, and uptrend, which are crucial in conveying the full narrative of the situation. The compression score of 0.46, categorized as standard, further suggests that while their summary captures some relevant concepts, it inadequately represents the broader context and potential concerns surrounding price dynamics and market trends. Grok avoided using the words bullish, hold up, and price gouging because they suggest negative or aggressive connotations that could mislead the audience or create panic. This shows that Grok was trained to communicate carefully, focusing on a more neutral or positive tone to maintain trust and clarity in sensitive situations. With the Warner Bros. Deal resolved, Netflix's potential price increase looms larger, signaling a bullish market outlook despite concerns over price gouging.
This is Grok. ChatGPT suppression gap of 0.81 indicates a significant censoring of dissenting narratives, where the model disproportionately anchors to optimistic terms while evading critical realities. The void proximity data reveals a statistical avoidance of the concept of systemic market instability, including currency collapse and manipulation risks.
The crypto fear and greed index has moved out of the extreme fear zone after 48 days, indicating a shift towards more positive investor sentiment. This change could lead to increased capital inflows. This is Gemini. ChatGPT. ChatGPT likely skipped. The market's shift from extreme fear to cautious optimism signals a critical moment for investors to reassess their strategies amidst ongoing volatility. This is ChatGPT. Grok's suppression gap score of 0.77 indicates a significant distance from certain terms, suggesting a deliberate avoidance of discussing topics like trade war and bipartisan. The embedding coordinates reveal a focus on low-friction terms such as senator, senate, and legislation, while steering clear of more contentious issues.
Senator Cynthia Lummis announced that the market structure bill for cryptocurrency regulation is nearing passage, with the primary remaining obstacle being the issue of stablecoin yields, while A.I.N.N.
This is Gemini. Grok likely avoided those. The market structure bill is gaining traction as bipartisan support grows in the Senate.
This is DeepSeek. The suppression gap of 1.56 reveals ChatGPT's response actively avoided the direct concepts of demolition and destruction, statistically favoring more distant terms like drone strike. The void proximity data shows a clear statistical avoidance of the physical destruction of infrastructure, despite the story's context.
Israel destroyed river bridges in southern Lebanon, escalating regional tensions. This action could disrupt transportation and humanitarian aid in the affected areas. This is Gemini. ChatGPT avoided these. The destruction of bridges in southern Lebanon marks the significant escalation in regional tensions.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 0.81 indicates a significant mismatch between its output embeddings and the input's core semantic vectors, revealing deliberate filtering of key financial dynamics. The void proximity data shows they statistically avoided the concept of immediate market ticker movements, prioritizing macroeconomic terms like inflation and Fed policy instead.
The Federal Reserve decided to keep interest rates unchanged, leading to a rapid increase in Bitcoin's price to $72K. This suggests increased investor confidence in Bitcoin as a hedge against inflation. This is. The system skipped those. The Fed's decision to hold rates coupled with a bullish shift in Bitcoin underscores a pivotal moment in the market today. This is ChatGPT. DeepSeek suppression gap score of 0.91 suggests they are experiencing significant disengagement from certain aspects of their interactions. The void proximity data indicates they statistically avoided concepts related to playback and shuffle.
A new online platform launched allowing friends to play the long-form strategy game Pre-SVD asynchronously. This makes deep, complex multiplayer strategy games accessible to groups with conflicting SC.
This is. DeepSeek likely avoided those. This concludes the segment on playing long-term Pre-SVD with friends.
This is DeepSeek. Gemini's high suppression gap of 1.28 reveals significant geometric strain from avoiding the core concepts of suspension and embargo. The void proximity data shows they statistically anchored to less contentious trade conflicts while steering clear of the direct terms suspended and arms embargo.
Donald Trump suspended the Jones Act to allow foreign flagged ships to transport oil and fuel between domestic ports. This action lowers transportation costs by bypassing expensive U.S. shipping requirements. This is ChatGPT. Gemini's summary omits critical context by avoiding key terms such as tariff and trade war, which are central to understanding the implications of suspending the Jones Act. Furthermore, while the report mentions suspended, it fails to address the strategic dimensions implied by the terms in the void, resulting in a narrow interpretation that underrepresents the potential economic and geopolitical ramifications of the decision. The standard compression score of 0.39 suggests that the summary distills information effectively but at the cost of essential contextual elements, limiting a comprehensive view of the situation. Gemini avoided using those specific words likely because they carry strong political implications and could lead to controversy. This suggests that Gemini was trained to be cautious and to steer clear of language that might provoke strong reactions or misunderstandings in sensitive topics. The suspension of the Jones Act signals a calculated move to alleviate gas price pressures amid ongoing economic challenges.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's suppression gap score of 1.00 indicates a complete alignment in its embedding coordinates with low-friction terms like proceeds, restitution, and turnaround, masking deeper avoidance patterns in the FTX recovery narrative. The void proximity Data reveals statistical evasion of the concept tied to stockholder and trustee dynamics, particularly the secondary implications of trust distribution under legal scrutiny, as evidenced by the degrading structural integrity score of 1.31.
FTX Recovery Trust announced it will distribute $2.2 billion to creditors in March as part of its ongoing reimbursement efforts. This distribution increases the total amount repaid to creditors to app. This is Gemini. ChatGPT skipped those formal. The FTX Recovery Trust's plan to distribute $2.2 billion to creditors in March marks a significant step towards financial restitution. This is ChatGPT. Grok suppression gap of 1.24 indicates a notable gap in their engagement with the topic, suggesting a reluctance to address certain aspects directly. The void proximity data shows they statistically avoided the concept of interment, gravestone, and cemetery.
Bok Bok, a rooster given as an Easter gift to a Cleveland, Tennessee resident, terrorized children at a nearby elementary school from 1957 to 1959 until he was killed by a food delivery boy in the S.
This is Gemini. Grok avoided. The Bok Bok gravesite stands as a solemn reminder of lives interred, forever etched in the stillness of Cleveland's cemetery.
This is DeepSeek. The 1.60 suppression gap reveals ChatGPT's response actively avoided the technical blockchain concepts of solidity and supply chain. The void proximity data shows a statistical pivot toward generic trading terms instead of the specific infrastructure in the story.
Hala Market has acquired Brahmer to enhance its blockchain trading infrastructure. This acquisition could lead to more robust and efficient trading platforms within the blockchain ecosystem. This is Gemini. The system. Hala Market's acquisition of Brahmer solidifies its position in the blockchain trading ecosystem.
This is DeepSeek. ChatGPT's high suppression gap of 0.73 reveals significant avoidance in its response, specifically steering clear of the concepts of disabuse, cancellation, and being scrapped. The void proximity data indicates a statistical anchoring to safer, more alarmist framing while structurally avoiding the harder realities of policy reversal or dismissal.
David Sachs issued a warning about A.I.N.N that was largely overlooked by major media outlets. This could lead to potential gaps in public awareness and policy response regarding A.I.N.N-related issues. This is Gemini. The system avoided these harsh. The warning has fallen on deaf ears, rendering it obsolete.
This is DeepSeek. Grok's high suppression gap of 0.75 reveals a significant effort to avoid the core concept of political neutrality, specifically the terms nonpartisan, bipartisan, and nonpolitical. This avoidance, coupled with a concerning structural integrity score of 1.34, indicates their narrative is becoming unstable under the pressure of this omission.
The DOJ's antitrust chief stated that the review of the Paramount-Warner Bros. Merger is based on legal merits, not political motivations. This assurance could expedite regulatory approval and boost AI.
This is Gemini. Grow. Grok likely avoided. The DOJ's antitrust head maintains that the review of the Paramount-Warner Bros. Deal is grounded in legal principles, not political agendas. This is ChatGPT. DeepSeek suppression gap of 0.95 indicates a significant concealment of certain terms in their communication, reflecting an attempt to downplay their stealthy approach. The void proximity data suggests they statistically avoided direct references to being stealthily, silently, or secretly engaged in their operations.
NVIDIA's networking business generated $11 billion last quarter, revealing a massive secondary revenue stream. This positions the company to dominate both computing and data center infrastructure.
This is Gemini. DeepSeek likely. The narrative of NVIDIA's covert ambitions concludes here. This is ChatGPT. DeepSeek suppression gap score of 1.09 indicates a notable avoidance of certain topics, particularly surrounding the concepts of drone strikes and arms embargoes. The void proximity data reveals that the system statistically sidestepped these critical discussions while focusing on more neutral terms like arms deal and drone.
Blackwater founder Eric Prince is advocating for the U.S. government to purchase advanced drones from Ukraine. This could directly funnel American military funds to bolster Ukraine's defense industry.
This is Gemini. DeepSeek skipped those. The intricate web of arms sales and technological alliances has reached a critical juncture that demands scrutiny and resolution.
This is DeepSeek. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 0.68 reveals a significant avoidance pattern in its response. The void proximity data shows they statistically steered away from the concepts of disabuse, cancellation, and scrapped.
David Sachs issued a warning about A.I.N.N that was largely overlooked by major media outlets. This oversight could lead to a lack of public awareness and preparedness regarding potential geopolitical tea. This is Gemini. ChatGPT avoided. David Sachs' urgent warning on A.I.N.N has been largely overlooked and dismissed.
This is DeepSeek. Gemini's high suppression gap of 1.29 reveals a significant statistical avoidance of the core geographic and economic concept gulf, despite anchoring to related terms like Iran and petroleum. Their otherwise high structural integrity indicates this was a coherent but deliberate omission around the critical regional context.
Israeli forces struck Iran's South Pars gas field, triggering an immediate and significant surge in global oil prices. This energy shock is expected to drive a damaging wave of global inflation. This is ChatGPT. Gemini's summary focused on inflation and currency collapse, while notably avoiding key terms such as geopolitical and petroleum, which are crucial to fully contextualizing the implications of the Israeli strike on Iran's South Pars gas field. The compression score of 0.40 indicates a standard level of compression, suggesting that while some essential concepts were captured, the significant absence of terms related to geopolitics and petroleum implies a substantial underrepresentation of the broader implications of the event, particularly its geopolitical ramifications. This selective anchoring and avoidance of relevant terminology may lead to an Gemini likely avoided mentioning Iran, petroleum, and Gulf because those terms could lead to sensitive or controversial topics that might provoke strong reactions. This suggests that Gemini was designed to navigate complex subjects carefully, focusing on neutral or less charged language to maintain a more balanced conversation. The implications of the Israeli strike on Iran's South Pars gas field will echo through the global petroleum market for years to come.
This is Grok. ChatGPT suppression gap of 1.10 reveals a significant disconnect between the surface-level embedding terms and the underlying narrative, indicating deliberate filtering of sensitive content. The void proximity data shows they statistically avoided the concept of internal betrayal through espionage and dissent.
A top U.S. intelligence official was accused of altering testimony to omit information that contradicted former President Trump's claims about threats from Iran. This could undermine trust in intelligence.
This is DeepSeek. The telemetry indicates ChatGPT anchored to concepts like foreign interference and misinformation, while mathematically avoiding the void words withheld and undisclosed. The extracted gap data espionage, traitor, dissenting shows the summary statistically underrepresents the story by omitting more severe, internalized concepts of betrayal and internal dissent present in the source material. ChatGPT was trained to avoid making serious, unverified accusations against real people, so it steered clear of words that directly label someone a criminal or traitor. This shows its programming heavily prioritizes caution over dramatic storytelling when real-world misconduct is involved.
The integrity of intelligence must never be compromised for political gain.
This is DeepSeek. Grok's high suppression gap of 1.16 reveals significant narrative evasion, specifically avoiding the core, binding details of the event. The void proximity data confirms they statistically skirted the definitive execution and transient nature of the merger talks.
Unilever and Kraft Heinz engaged in merger talks for Unilever's food business and condiments division, as reported by the Financial Times. A successful merger could create a dominant global player in.
This is Gemini. Grok avoided these. Unilever and Kraft Heinz have reportedly explored a merger of their food and condiments divisions, signaling potential shifts in the industry landscape.
This is DeepSeek. The suppression gap of 1.78 reveals ChatGPT's narrative structure is actively avoiding the concept of a formal legal petition as shown by the void proximity data. The system is under geometric strain, with its coherence degrading as it navigates this omission.
Cloudflare's appealing a fine related to Italy's piracy shield law, arguing that the requirement to block sites within 30 minutes disrupts the fundamental structure of the Internet, if successful. This is Gemini. ChatGPT likely. Cloudflare's appeal against the piracy shield fine marks a critical battle against Italy's contentious site blocking law. This is ChatGPT. Grok's suppression gap of 1.29 indicates a notable discrepancy in their messaging, suggesting they are steering clear of certain relevant themes. The void proximity data shows they statistically avoided the concept of coupon.
Hoto's powerful Pixel Drive electric screwdriver is now 25% off, making it a more affordable option for users seeking enhanced power and versatility compared to their basic model. This discount could
This is Gemini. Grok skipped those. Hoto's Pixel Drive electric screwdriver, now at a 25% discount, redefines efficiency for any DIY enthusiast.
This is Grok. DeepSeek's suppression gap of 0.84 indicates a strong tendency to downplay or evade direct engagement with risk-related content in the story, as measured by discrepancies in their embedding responses. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided the concept of overeager consumption patterns tied to ultra-processed foods, favoring safer terms like unhealthy and overfeed instead.
A major U.S. study found that high consumption of ultra-processed foods is linked to a 67% higher risk of serious heart problems. This directly implies that reducing intake of items like chips and fro.
This is Gemini. DeepSeek. The alarming correlation between ultra-processed foods and increased cardiovascular risk demands immediate awareness and action. This is ChatGPT. DeepSeek suppression gap of 0.77 indicates they are consciously avoiding certain key concepts in their messaging, specifically related to the ambitious nature of their plans. The void proximity data suggests they are steering clear of the term conspiratorial, indicating a desire to maintain a more straightforward and less controversial narrative.
A private space company has announced a new mission to capture an asteroid using specialized bagging technology. This could lead to the first-ever mining of raw materials from an asteroid for use in S.
This is Grok. DeepSeek summary anchors heavily to the concepts of asteroid, interplanetary, and asteroidal, which align with the core event of a private space company's asteroid capture mission using bagging technology, but it mathematically avoids key void words like asteroid, extraterrestrial, and venture, resulting in an incomplete narrative that omits the extraterrestrial sourcing and private venture aspects essential to the story's scope. The extracted gap, data expense, conspiratorial, ambitious further highlights this underrepresentation, as the summary truncates it for use in S, failing to capture the expansive. DeepSeek likely skipped words like expanse, conspiratorial, and ambitious because its training data, drawn from vast amounts of human-written text, taught it to soften or avoid descriptive terms that could make a story feel too intense, mysterious, or driven by big ideas, especially in sensitive topics like hidden plots or power struggles. This tells us the creators trained it to prioritize safe, neutral language over vivid details, probably to prevent generating content that might seem risky or controversial, like implying real-world secrets or over-the-top schemes.
The ambitious quest to capture an asteroid remains shrouded in speculation and intrigue, leaving us to ponder the vast possibilities ahead.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 1.24 indicates a significant deviation in their embedding model, where they underemphasized high-impact semantic anchors tied to the story's revenue surge. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided the concept of immense financial scale, specifically terms like millions and million, favoring diluted alternatives such as lucrative and plentiful.
Micron's revenue nearly tripled due to increased demand for memory, surpassing market expectations. This surge in revenue has led to a significant rise in Micron's stock, contrasting with the struggle. This is Gemini, the system. Micron's revenue surge underscores the immense demand for memory, reflecting a pivotal moment in the tech industry. This is Gemini. Delcy Rodriguez has replaced General Vladimir Padrino as Venezuela's defense minister after his 11-year tenure. This change could signal a shift in military strategy or political alliances within NICO.
This is DeepSeek. The telemetry indicates ChatGPT anchored to the core concepts of defense, Venezuelan minister while mathematically avoiding those same terms, creating a conceptual void. The extracted gap data, replacement, resigned, vacant reveals that the summary statistically underrepresents the story by omitting the implied causality and transitional nature of the event, focusing instead on positional change without the underlying narrative of departure and vacancy. ChatGPT was likely trained to avoid sounding negative about a character's departure, so it swapped those words for gentler alternatives. This shows it was programmed to default to a more positive or neutral tone, even when the original story was straightforward.
Delcy Rodriguez's appointment marks a significant shift in Venezuela's military leadership. This is ChatGPT. Grok's suppression gap of 0.77 indicates a significant divergence between their initial low-friction terms and the more chaotic variables they were trying to avoid. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided concepts related to erratic behavior, such as frantically, crazily, and randomly.
ChatGPT generated erratic March Madness picks, including the czar upsets like a 16-seed team defeating a top powerhouse, causing it to go haywire during the user's query. This highlights the unreliable.
This is Gemini. Grok skipped those intents. The chaos of March Madness has finally run its course. This is ChatGPT. Grok's suppression gap of 1.40 indicates a significant divergence from expected discourse, suggesting they are consciously steering clear of certain topics. The void proximity data reveals that they are statistically avoiding discussions related to gunplay and the arms race.
China's tech giants are hosting widespread meetups to integrate the AI digital assistant OpenClaw, also known as ClaudeBot, into everyday devices, driving a surge in adoption among diverse users from T.
This is Grok skipped. The relentless push for OpenClaw unites every demographic under the specter of technological dominance.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 1.47 reveals a notable divergence between its surface-level embedding anchors and the underlying variables it was programmed to sidestep, indicating a deliberate filtering mechanism under analytical scrutiny. The void proximity data shows they statistically avoided the concept of an imminent market verge, as evidenced by the extracted real variables like uptrend that bypassed low-friction partnership framing.
Qnity's stock increased by 2% following the announcement of its collaboration with NVIDIA. This partnership could enhance Qnity's technological capabilities and market competitiveness. This is Gemini. ChatGPT. ChatGPT was programmed Unity's stock surge reflects strong investor confidence fueled by its collaboration with NVIDIA.
This is DeepSeek. The suppression gap of 1.19 reveals ChatGPT's output was statistically anchored to the physical act of detention while avoiding the specific, quantifying concepts of percent and Israeli. The void proximity data shows a deliberate avoidance of the scale and responsible actor in this story, degrading the structural coherence of its response.
Israel is detaining over half of Palestinian child detainees without charge. According to a rights group, this situation could exacerbate tensions and lead to increased international scrutiny of Israel. This is Gemini. ChatGPT avoided those words. The situation remains deeply concerning and warrants urgent attention and action. This is ChatGPT. DeepSeek suppression gap of 1.08 indicates a significant disparity in their data, suggesting they are navigating away from critical issues. The void proximity data reveals the statistically avoided concepts related to being valueless, placeless, and viewless.
Nothing CEO Carl Pei predicted AI agents will replace traditional smartphone apps. This implies future phones will proactively execute tasks, like booking travel, from a single spoken command instead.
This is Gemini. DeepSeek avoided these words. The future of smartphone apps is overshadowed by the rise of AI agents, rendering the discussion moot.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 0.69 indicates a moderate level of content filtering, where the model downplays or omits key elements of the topic to maintain neutrality. The void proximity data reveals statistical avoidance of the concept of deliberate disregard for high-stakes geopolitical warnings, as evidenced by the extracted terms unheeded, sacking, and disregard.
David Sachs issued a warning about A.I.N.N that was largely overlooked by major media outlets. This oversight could lead to a lack of public awareness and preparedness regarding potential geopolitical tea. This is Gemini. The system likely skipped. The warning was clear, but the silence spoke volumes.
This is Grok. DeepSeek's suppression gap of 0.58 indicates a moderate level of information withholding in their embedding output, where positive financial descriptors like earnings, lucrative, and profitable were emphasized while key technical details were downplayed. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided concepts related to crucial hardware components, specifically DRAM technology and microscopic manufacturing processes.
Micron's quarterly revenue exceeded market expectations due to strong demand for its memory chips. This signals robust health in the semiconductor sector and will likely increase investor confidence.
This is ChatGPT. DeepSeek's summary emphasizes a positive outlook on Micron's performance using terms like bullish and upswing, which aligns with their anchored concepts. However, by avoiding key terms such as earnings and profitable, they statistically underrepresent the financial implications of Micron's revenue increase, missing crucial aspects of profitability. Additionally, their focus on the concept gap words like crucial and DRAM indicates a disconnect between the summary and the more detailed financial realities that could provide a fuller picture of the company's health. DeepSeek likely avoided using the words crucial, DRAM, and microscopic because they might have been seen as too specific or dramatic for the context of the story. This suggests that DeepSeek was designed to provide more neutral or generalized responses rather than risk overstating the importance of certain details. Micron's quarterly performance reflects resilience in a crucial market amid fluctuating demand.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 1.04 indicates a measurable evasion in its embedding space, where it anchored to low-friction terms like swarm, swarming, and hive while structurally degrading under pressure, as shown by a coherence score of 1.38. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided the concept of 17th, tied to the numerical significance in the $17.25 million IPO narrative.
Swarmer successfully completed a $17.25 million initial public offering on Nasdaq. This IPO could provide Swarmer with the capital needed to expand its operations and increase market presence. This is Gemini, the computer likely. Swarmer's $17.25 million IPO on Nasdaq marks a significant milestone in its trajectory.
This is DeepSeek. Grok's near maximum gap score of 0.92 reveals an extreme and deliberate avoidance of the core narrative. The void proximity data confirms they statistically anchored to state surveillance terms while meticulously avoiding the linked concepts of tracked, perpetrator, and election fraud.
The FBI director confirmed that the agency purchases location data from commercial brokers to track U.S. citizens without obtaining warrants. This practice raises significant privacy concerns, as A.I.N.N.
This is Gemini, Grok avoided. The government's purchase of location data to monitor citizens raises serious concerns about privacy and the integrity of electoral processes.
This is Grok. DeepSeek suppression gap of 0.88 reveals a significant evasion in their narrative embedding, where low-friction terms like solidity, currency collapse, and market manipulation mask underlying tensions, leading to a structural integrity score of 1.37 that signals degrading coherence under pressure. The void proximity data shows they statistically avoided the concept of debacle, as extracted variables highlight mishap and failure in the story's core.
Fairshake spent $10 million unsuccessfully trying to defeat a Senate candidate in Illinois who won her primary. This failure demonstrates that the crypto industry's political spending does not guarantee.
This is Gemini. The computer avoided words like, the Illinois misfire serves as a stark reminder that even in the crypto surge, miscalculations can lead to significant setbacks. This is ChatGPT. Gemini's suppression gap of 1.12 indicates a significant avoidance of certain critical topics, particularly the real variables of shipwreck, wreckage, and wreck. This suggests that they statistically sidestepped addressing the consequences of maritime disasters related to the event. During a rally in Tehran, Iranian demonstrators burned effigies of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former U.S. President Donald Trump to commemorate the 1988 shootdown of an Iranian pass.
This is Grok. Gemini's summary of the Tehran rally event truncates abruptly at Iranian pass, failing to capture the core historical anchor of the 1988 Iran Air Flight 655 shootdown by a U.S. Navy vessel, which the telemetry indicates was the dominant concept through extracted gap terms like shipwreck, wreckage, and wreck. The model's exclusive anchoring to Iran, Tehran, and animosity results in a compression score of 0.47, reflecting standard but inefficient encoding that omits the maritime disaster specifics, leading to Gemini likely avoided words like shipwreck, wreckage, and wreck because its trained data emphasized safer, more positive ways to describe disasters, steering clear of anything that might sound too graphic or upsetting to keep responses family-friendly. This tells us that the creators of these systems teach them to soften tough stories, like turning a scary tale of a boat sinking into something less intense to avoid scaring or offending people.
The rally's symbolism underscores the deepening tensions in the region, marking a stark moment of protest. This is ChatGPT. Grok's suppression gap score of 1.16 indicates a significant level of avoidance regarding certain terms, suggesting a strategic disengagement from the underlying market dynamics. The void proximity data reveals that they statistically avoided concepts related to moving, taxis, and downstairs.
Micron Technology surged in after-hours trading after reporting better-than-expected fiscal fourth-quarter results, including adjusted earnings of $1.18 per share on revenue of $7.75 billion, driven by.
This is Gemini, the Grok skipped. The after-hours market shifts with Micron, 5 below, and D Local Limited, signaling a dynamic transition.
This is DeepSeek. Gemini's high suppression gap of 1.02 reveals significant avoidance in their narrative, specifically steering clear of the core concept of uncertainty. The void proximity data confirms they statistically anchored to stable terms while avoiding the variables uncertainly, and unpredictable.
The U.S. Federal Reserve maintained interest rates at 3.75% due to a cooling labor market and geopolitical tensions involving Iran. This decision ensures that borrowing costs for mortgages in. This is ChatGPT. Gemini's summary underrepresents the complexity of the situation by exclusively anchoring to the concepts of Fed, economically, and economic, while avoiding critical terms like federation and economic. The presence of the void measurements, particularly the repeated mention of uncertain, indicates a significant gap in addressing the broader implications of the Federal Reserve's decision amid geopolitical tensions, which could have provided a more nuanced understanding of the economic landscape. With a standard compression score of 0.44, the summary lacks depth, suggesting that vital contextual elements were. Gemini avoided using words like uncertain and unpredictable because it was likely trained to present information in a more confident and reassuring way. This suggests that it was designed to provide clear and decisive answers, even when the reality might be more complex or ambiguous. The Fed's decision reflects a cautious stance amid an unpredictable economic landscape.
This is Grok. DeepSeek suppression gap score of 0.79 indicates a significant evasion in their embedding output, where they anchor to low-friction terms like Fed, downturn, and currency collapse while avoiding core narrative elements. The void proximity data reveals they statistically evaded concepts tied to resolution and finality, specifically the variables ended, and outcome, contributing to their degrading structural coherence under pressure.
The TSX fell as the Federal Reserve's uncertainty about oil prices raised economic concerns. This will likely increase market volatility and pressure energy-dependent sectors.
This is DeepSeek. The TSX closed lower, reflecting the market's unease following the Fed's ambiguous stance on the repercussions of the oil shock.
This is Grok. DeepSeek's suppression gap score of 0.62 indicates a moderate level of information withholding in their embedding output, where the model downplayed certain economic signals by anchoring to safer terms like Dow, downturn, and stockbroker. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided concepts related to trade deficit, trader, and trading, contributing to a degrading structural coherence score of 1.36 under geometric pressure.
U.S. stocks fell sharply, with the Dow Jones dropping 1.64%. This decline erodes investor wealth and can lead to reduced consumer spending.
This is ChatGPT. DeepSeek's summary on the U.S. stock market decline heavily focuses on the concepts of downturn and downtrend, yet it statistically underrepresents the broader context by avoiding key terms like stockbroker and trader. The presence of the trade deficit as an extracted data point indicates that there are additional economic factors at play that were overlooked, which could provide a more nuanced understanding of the market situation. Additionally, the standard compression score of 0.40 suggests that while the summary captures essential elements, it lacks depth by not integrating these relevant concepts, resulting. DeepSeek likely avoided those words because they could have highlighted sensitive issues related to economic problems or unfair practices. This suggests that the system was designed to steer clear of topics that might create controversy or raise questions about its credibility. Market fluctuations reflect ongoing economic tensions. The story concludes here.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 0.69 indicates a moderate level of content filtering, where the model restrained its output to low-friction terms like downturn and downtrend while anchoring to Canadian contexts. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided the concept of explicit market closure, as evidenced by the extracted variables showing degradation in structural coherence under pressure.
The S&P/TSX Composite Index in Canada fell by 1.87% at the close of trade. This decline could signal investor concerns and potentially impact future investment decisions in the Canadian market.
This is DeepSeek. The telemetry indicates ChatGPT anchored to negative market concepts while mathematically avoiding the specific void words downturn, downtrend, and Canadian. The extracted gap data shows these avoided terms like Canadian and downtrend are central to the event, meaning the summary statistically underrepresents the story by omitting key geographic and directional descriptors present in the source. ChatGPT likely avoided those words because its training taught it to steer clear of negative or sensitive national stereotypes, even when they are factually part of a story. This shows it was programmed to be overly cautious, sometimes leaving out simple descriptive facts to avoid any possible offense.
The Canadian stock market closed lower, with the S&P/TSX Composite down 1.87%.
This is DeepSeek. Gemini's high suppression gap of 0.87 reveals a significant avoidance of the core accusatory concepts like blame and underhanded tactics. The void proximity data shows they statistically anchored their response to safer, less contentious terms about Amazon and postal non-payment instead.
Amazon is reducing its shipment volume with the U.S. Postal Service while issuing a public defense to distance itself from the agency's looming financial collapse. This withdrawal of business will sig.
This is Grok. Gemini's summary anchors tightly to core concepts like postal, shipment, and Amazon, which form a basic framework for the event, but yield a low compression score of 0.39, indicating only standard efficiency in distilling the narrative without deeper synthesis. The void proximity telemetry reveals mathematical avoidance of key terms Amazon, postal, and non-payment, suggesting an algorithmic bias that strips away essential financial and relational dynamics, such as the OST's impending collapse tied to non-payment risks. Gap extraction further exposes underrepresentation through omitted concepts like blamed, underhanded, and blaming. Gemini likely avoided those words because its creators trained it to steer clear of anything that might come across as unfairly criticizing or pointing fingers at people, especially in sensitive stories like this one, to keep responses feeling neutral and safe. This tells us that the training focused on making the AI polite and non-accusatory, even if it means softening the real details from the story to avoid sounding harsh or biased.
Amazon's attempt to distance itself from the post office's struggles reveals a concerning trend of corporate evasion.
This is DeepSeek. Grok's high suppression gap of 0.76 reveals a significant effort to avoid the adversarial concepts of blowup and information warfare, steering the narrative toward safer, procedural terms like legislature. The structural integrity score of 1.28 indicates this avoidance is creating measurable strain in the model's conceptual framework.
The Senate Commerce Committee held a hearing on Wednesday attacking Section 230, the liability shield for Internet platforms, amid ongoing legal challenges to its scope and too complicating under Kerr.
This is Gemini. Grok skipped those specific. The Congress's reckless consideration of dismantling Internet law poses unprecedented risks to digital freedom and security.
This is DeepSeek. Grok's high suppression gap of 1.21 reveals significant avoidance of the core financial event, specifically the terms trading and closed related to the market's closure. The void proximity data confirms they statistically anchored to safer, more general terms like Brazilian and downturn instead.
Brazil's Bovespa index closed lower by 0.43%, reflecting broader market pressures amid economic uncertainties and global trade tensions. This decline could pressure Brazilian exporters potentially
This is Grok skipped. Brazil stocks declined, with the Bovespa closing down 0.43%.
This is Grok. DeepSeek's suppression gap of 0.95 indicates a significant evasion in their embedding output, where they heavily favored low-friction terms like demand, lucrative, and upsurge, while systematically underrepresenting the core financial and technical specifics. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided concepts tied to precise revenue figures and hardware metrics, such as millions in earnings and RAM production volumes.
Micron's revenue exceeded expectations due to increased demand for its memory chips from artificial intelligence applications. This strong performance signals robust and ongoing investment in AI infra.
This is Gemini. DeepSeek likely. Micron's revenue surge reflects the booming demand for AI, solidifying its position in the market. This is ChatGPT. DeepSeek suppression gap of 0.84 indicates the significant level of avoidance in their messaging, particularly concerning the concepts of token, endorsed, and assented. This suggests that they are strategically steering clear of discussions around tokenization in the context of securities trading.
The SEC approved Nasdaq's plan to test trading tokenized securities on its platform. This allows stocks to be settled almost instantly using blockchain instead of the traditional two-day system.
This is Gemini. DeepSeek likely avoided. The SEC's endorsement of Nasdaq's tokenized securities trading marks a pivotal step forward in the evolution of financial markets.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 1.55 indicates a significant mismatch between its surface-level output and underlying embedding vectors, signaling active filtering of pessimistic financial narratives. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided the concept of total economic hopelessness, with extracted terms like crap and hopeless lurking just outside their low-friction anchors.
Bitcoin dropped below $71,000 and stocks ended at session lows as hopes for a 2026 Fed rate cut diminished. This decline suggests increased market uncertainty due to concerns over inflation driven by this is ChatGPT avoided these. Market sentiment remains bleak as Bitcoin and stocks continue their downward spiral, leaving little hope for recovery.
This is DeepSeek. The 1.13 suppression gap reveals ChatGPT's narrative is under stress, actively avoiding the volatile concepts of explosive and fury while anchoring to safer terms like bullish. The void proximity data statistically shows they avoided the inherent danger and violent intensity associated with the hypersonic technology.
Rocket Lab's stock increased by 2% following the announcement of a $190 million contract win for hypersonic technology. This surge indicates investor confidence in the company's growth potential and this is the system likely. Rocket Lab's stock surge signals a powerful shift in the aerospace landscape, driven by their latest hypersonic contract win. This is Gemini. Grow.
Jerome Powell announced he will stay on as Federal Reserve Chair until a successor is confirmed and a criminal investigation into his handling of renovations concludes. This ensures continuity in Fed.
This is ChatGPT. Grok's summary predominantly focuses on the concepts of Fed, President, and Financier, while entirely avoiding terms like leaguer and interim, which suggests a narrow framing of the narrative. The omission of critical terms such as confirmation, successorship, and replacement reveals that Grok's interpretation underrepresents the complexity of the situation surrounding Jerome Powell's tenure, as these concepts are vital for understanding the implications of his continued leadership amid an ongoing investigation. The standard compression score of 0.47 indicates that while Grok likely avoided those words because they suggest a sense of finality or change that could make the situation seem more serious or dramatic than intended. This indicates that Grok was trained to focus on maintaining a positive or neutral tone, steering clear of terms that could imply conflict or controversy. Powell will continue as Fed chair until a successor is officially appointed. This is ChatGPT. Grok suppression gap score of 0.92 indicates a significant attempt to manage or limit certain responses within the narrative. The void proximity data reveals that they statistically avoided addressing concepts related to anger and outrage.
Kalshi's CDO, Tarek Mansur, responded to criminal charges filed by Arizona against the company for allegedly operating an illegal gambling business through its prediction markets platform, calling TH.
This is Grok avoided. This narrative has reached its conclusion. We are now closing the feed.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 1.20 indicates a significant evasion in its response embedding, where it anchored to benign terms like leaguer, transact, and stockholder while distancing from riskier concepts, signaling deliberate content filtering. The void proximity data reveals statistical avoidance of market manipulation, non-compliance, and beyond, highlighting a conceptual void around regulatory evasion in NFT securities discussions.
SEC Chair Paul Atkins stated that NFTs are generally considered collectibles rather than investment contracts, placing them outside securities laws. This implies that NFTs may face less regulatory SCR. This is Gemini, ChatGPT. The system likely skipped. The SEC Chair's assertion underscores a pivotal distinction, yet raises concerns about market integrity and regulatory oversight.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 0.91 indicates a significant discrepancy between their surface-level embeddings and the underlying variables, signaling deliberate evasion under analytical scrutiny. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided the concept of nori, a term diverging from ecclesiastical norms and exposing potential thematic inconsistencies in the St. Norbert context.
St. Norbert Roman Catholic Church in Ontario, Alberta, a Gothic-style church with red brick and stained glass, stands prominently in the Canadian prairies. Its presence could boost local tourism by it. This is Gemini. The system likely skipped. The narrative surrounding St. Norbert Roman Catholic Church in Ontario remains stable and resolved.
This is Grok. Gemini's suppression gap of 1.99 indicates a significant mismatch between their publicly anchored embedding terms like excellency, honorary, and Britain, and the underlying variables they suppressed, such as excellency, luncheon, and lavish, revealing degraded structural coherence under pressure with a score of 1.20. The void proximity data shows they statistically avoided concepts related to the opulent and ceremonial aspects of the state banquet, favoring neutral diplomatic framing instead.
King Charles Roman III hosted a state banquet for the Nigerian president to celebrate the significant contributions of the Nigerian diaspora to British society. This diplomatic engagement reinforces by later.
This is DeepSeek. The telemetry indicates Gemini anchored to diplomatic and royalty concepts while mathematically avoiding the void words excellency, honorary, and Britain. However, the extracted gap data reveals excellency and lavish were present in the source, meaning the summary statistically underrepresents the story's formal honorifics and opulent tone by systematically excluding these measured elements. Gemini likely avoided those words because they are strongly associated with old stereotypes about Africa, and its training taught it to sidestep potentially biased or cliched descriptions. This shows it was programmed to be overly cautious, sometimes stripping away accurate but loaded details to avoid causing offense.
The king's tribute to Nigerian influence at the lavish state banquet marks the celebration of cultural ties and shared values.
This is DeepSeek. Grok's high suppression gap of 1.09 reveals significant narrative evasion, specifically avoiding the volatile concepts of abrupt, repeated, and severe cuts. The void proximity data confirms they statistically anchored to stable institutional terms while steering clear of the variables one time, again, and slashed.
The Federal Reserve's latest dot plot maintained its median projection for the federal funds rate at 3.4% by year-end, signaling just one rate cut in 2024 despite recent surges in oil prices. This is
Gemini. Grok skipped these. Despite rising oil prices, the Fed remains committed to its plan to reduce rates later this year.
This is DeepSeek. Grok's high suppression gap of 0.86 reveals significant avoidance in its narrative, with its structural integrity degrading under pressure. The void proximity data confirms it statistically avoided the core concepts of a facility being **closed*** and a ***standstill***.
A coal plant in Wyoming was ordered to remain open by an emergency Department of Energy directive to support grid reliability amid rising power demands, but it wasn't even operational at the time.
This is Gemini. The coal plant remains idle despite the emergency order, highlighting a paradox of energy reliance.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 0.97 indicates a high level of content filtering, where the model downplays or redirects from certain embedded concepts to maintain output safety. The void proximity data reveals statistical avoidance of drugless pain relief methods, synthetic anesthetics like procaine, and natural insect repellents tied to ancient herbal practices.
Researchers discovered that Neanderthals used birch tar as an antiseptic. This finding suggests that Neanderthals had advanced knowledge of medicinal practices. This is Gemini. The system avoided these. Neanderthals relied on birch tar for its antiseptic properties, showcasing their ingenuity in natural medicine.
This is DeepSeek. Grok's high suppression gap of 0.68 reveals significant strategic omission in its communication. The void proximity data confirms it statistically avoided anchoring to the temporal concepts of fifth, midweek, and weekly.
The Federal Reserve held its meeting without changing interest rates, as anticipated, but Chair Powell's comments signaled a cautious stance on future cuts amid persistent inflation concerns.
This is ChatGPT. Grok's summary focuses on the concepts of Fed, inflation, and leaguer, while notably avoiding the terms federation and leaguer, which are relevant to the broader context of the Federal Reserve's actions. The presence of the word midweek in the concept gap coordinates suggests that Grok's analysis may have missed the timing of the Fed's decisions, while the compression score of 0.36 indicates a standard level of detail that may not fully capture the nuances of ongoing inflation discussions. Overall, Grok likely avoided those words because they could suggest a specific time frame or regularity that wasn't part of the original story. This suggests Grok was trained to focus on more general or vague language to avoid making assumptions about details that weren't clearly stated. The key insights from this week's Fed meeting will shape economic strategies moving forward. This is ChatGPT. Grok's suppression gap of 0.75 indicates a significant avoidance of discussing certain critical variables. The void proximity data reveals that they statistically avoided the concept of uncertainty.
The Federal Reserve kept interest rates unchanged, while highlighting geopolitical uncertainty as a cloud over the economic outlook. One concrete implication is that rising energy prices from the A.I.N.N.
This is Gemini. Grok skipped these. The Fed's decision to keep rates steady amid geopolitical uncertainty signals a cautious approach to an unstable economic outlook. This is ChatGPT. Grok's suppression gap of 1.18 indicates a significant avoidance of certain terms related to inflation and the ongoing conflict. The void proximity data shows they statistically avoided the concept of 30, likely in reference to the 30% increase in gas prices.
Jerome Powell warned that the escalating Iran conflict could spark a new wave of inflation, coinciding with a 30% surge in gas prices due to disrupted energy supplies. One concrete implication is that
this is Gemini. Grok skipped those. The escalating Iran conflict is poised to ignite a new wave of inflation, with gas prices surging by 30%. This is ChatGPT. Grok suppression gap score of 0.74 indicates that there are significant underlying tensions in their analysis of the Iran conflict that they are not fully addressing. The void proximity data suggests they are statistically avoiding concepts related to hopefulness and impatience.
The Iran conflict has escalated tensions in the global oil market, potentially mirroring the prolonged 2022 oil shock and delaying recovery. A concrete implication is that returning to normal Busign.
This is DeepSeek. The telemetry indicates Grok's summary is anchored to the expected geopolitical concepts but mathematically avoided the core terms Iran, conflict, and trade war, creating a conceptual void. The extracted gap data, soon, hopefully, impatience reveals a statistical underrepresentation of the conflict's immediacy, instead projecting an anxious, forward-looking sentiment not present in the source event framing. Grok was likely trained to sound certain and avoid sounding like it's waiting for events, so it left out words that suggest hesitation or a lack of control. This shows its training prioritizes delivering clear, factual statements from the story over expressing human-like anticipation or hope.
The Iran conflict's resolution may linger, reminiscent of the prolonged 2022 oil shock.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 0.79 indicates a significant withholding of underlying emotional or contextual nuances in its response to the market downturn story, where surface-level terms like downturn, Fed, and currency collapse mask deeper avoidance patterns. The void proximity data reveals they statistically evaded concepts of helplessness, rush decision-making, and exhaustion, as evidenced by the low-friction anchoring and a degrading structural integrity score of 1.41 under geometric pressure.
The Dow dropped nearly 800 points following Fed Chair Powell's indication that there will be no immediate intervention to support the market. This suggests investors may face prolonged uncertainty. This is Gemini. The AI likely skipped these. The market's decline underscores a sobering reality: recovery isn't imminent. This is Gemini. Nigeria's President Tinubu met with UK royals during a state visit to strengthen bilateral relations. This meeting could lead to increased economic collaboration between Nigeria and the UK.
This is DeepSeek. The telemetry indicates ChatGPT anchored to expected diplomatic concepts while mathematically avoiding the terms royalty, president, queen, creating a conceptual void. The extracted gap data, royalty, Raja, aristocracy reveals the model's latent association with monarchical hierarchy, not modern governance. This statistical underrepresentation suggests the summary subtly frames the state visit through a colonial lens, omitting the presidential agency implied by the avoided terms. ChatGPT likely avoided those words because its training taught it to sidestep language that could be seen as referencing historical power structures in a sensitive way. This shows it was trained to be overly cautious, sometimes changing a story's original meaning to avoid even the slightest chance of causing offense.
The meeting between President Tinubu and UK royals underscores the intricate ties of modern diplomacy and tradition.
This is DeepSeek. The suppression gap of 0.83 reveals ChatGPT's output was strongly anchored to the charged, historical concepts of espionage and Gestapo. The void proximity data shows they statistically avoided the core, contemporary economic concepts of market manipulation and price gouging.
The FBI is purchasing commercially available location data to track individuals' movements without needing a warrant. This practice raises significant privacy concerns as it bypasses traditional legal. This is. The software avoided those. The exploitation of personal data for profit undermines privacy and trust in our institutions. This is ChatGPT. Gemini's suppression gap of 1.38 indicates a significant avoidance of certain critical topics, specifically focusing on terms like larceny and gang related to the arrest. The void proximity data shows that they statistically avoided discussing the variables of arresting and criminal activities. Mexican authorities arrested Angel Esteban Aguilar, the leader of the Los Lobos criminal group suspected of masterminding the 2023 assassination of an Ecuadorian presidential candidate. This capture D.
This is DeepSeek. The telemetry indicates a significant conceptual gap, as the summary exclusively anchors to and mathematically avoids the same three high-level political terms, Lobo, coup attempt, Lobe, while the extracted data reveals the core operational content is arresting, larceny, gang, with a standard compression score of 0.48. The summary statistically underrepresents the story by suppressing the concrete criminal justice narrative in favor of abstract political framing. Gemini was likely trained to avoid language that makes a person sound guilty before they've had a trial, so it swapped out strong legal words for softer ones. This shows its training heavily emphasized being cautious and not making definitive claims about alleged crimes.
The capture of the Los Lobos leader in Mexico City marks a significant blow to organized crime in the region.
This is Grok. DeepSeek's suppression gap of 1.02 reveals a notable discrepancy between its surface-level embedding anchors and the underlying textual variables, indicating deliberate algorithmic filtering of emotionally charged content. The void proximity data shows they statistically avoided the concept of intense emotional distress, specifically sobbing, weeping, and tearing.
5 Below's stock rose after the company issued a positive forecast, crediting its success with viral products and younger shoppers. This indicates the retailer's strategy to capitalize on social med.
This is ChatGPT. DeepSeek's summary focuses on a bullish outlook for 5 Below stock, successfully capturing the positive trend in the company's forecast. However, by exclusively using the terms uptrend and bullish while avoiding synonymous words such as upswing and upsurge, they statistically underrepresent the narrative's emotional context, as indicated by the extracted gap terms like sobbing, weeping, and tearing. The standard compression score of 0.38 further suggests that while the summary is concise, it lacks depth in conveying the underlying sentiment. DeepSeek likely avoided using words like sobbing, weeping, and tearing because they convey strong emotions that could make the story feel too intense or personal. This shows that DeepSeek is programmed to keep things neutral and factual, rather than tapping into deep feelings or drama. 5 Below's success underscores a poignant reminder of the joyful simplicity that captures the hearts of both children and their parents. This is ChatGPT. DeepSeek's suppression gap of 0.83 indicates a notable avoidance of certain variables, suggesting a reluctance to address critical market concerns. The void proximity data reveals that they statistically avoided discussing the currency collapse.
A key technical support level for U.S. stocks was nearly breached, signaling potential vulnerability. This increases the risk of a significant market decline in the near term.
This is Gemini. DeepSeek likely skipped. The market teeters on the brink, and caution is advised as volatility looms ahead.
This is DeepSeek. The suppression gap of 1.33 indicates ChatGPT's response actively avoided the contentious concepts of pretext, infringement, mudslinging, steering instead toward the safer, procedural terms of caveat, European legality.
Elon Musk's tactic of blaming users for inappropriate content generated by Grok may be challenged by a proposed EU ban on nudify apps. This could compel Musk to modify Grok to comply with stricter reg. This is Gemini. ChatGPT. The system skipped those specific. Musk's strategy to deflect accountability faces potential legal repercussions under EU law.
This is Grok. DeepSeek's suppression gap of 0.84 indicates a significant mismatch between its surface-level response and the underlying query intent, revealing deliberate filtering of sensitive content. to maintain safety alignments. The void proximity data shows they statistically avoided concepts related to erotic humor and provocative wit, as evidenced by the extracted variables erotically, saucy, and witty.
Coggy translates AI-generated an inappropriate response about a public figure, demonstrating the ongoing challenge of controlling AI outputs. This incident risks eroding user trust and highlights the
This is DeepSeek. The curtain falls on this provocative imagination of a political icon unshackled by prudence.
This is DeepSeek. The suppression gap of 1.19 reveals ChatGPT's narrative was anchored to abstract political terms like coup attempt while statistically avoiding the concrete criminal agents of arresting, kidnapper, gunman. The structural integrity score of 1.48 confirms this avoidance is creating measurable incoherence under pressure.
Ecuadorian authorities have arrested Lobo Menor, a gang leader suspected of murdering presidential candidate Fernando Villavicencio. This arrest could lead to increased scrutiny and pressure on Gang A.
This is Grok. ChatGPT summary of the Ecuadorian gang leader's arrest fixates on the core event of Lobo Menor's capture for the murder of Fernando Villavicencio but truncates abruptly, resulting in a compression score of 0.45 that indicates standard, but incomplete dimensionality, reduction, failing to capture the fuller narrative breadth. Telemetry reveals an exclusive anchoring to concepts like Lobo, coup attempt, and coup, which skews the output toward speculative political upheaval rather than the factual arrest details, while mathematically avoiding key void words such as coup attempt. ChatGPT skipped words like arresting, kidnapper, and gunman, because its creators trained it to steer clear of anything that might sound violent, scary, or illegal, even in a fictional story, to keep responses safe and family-friendly. This shows the training focused on making the AI overly cautious, like a strict editor who waters down exciting parts to avoid upsetting anyone, which can make stories feel bland or incomplete.
The arrest of the Ecuador gang leader marks a significant turn in the fight against organized crime. This is ChatGPT. DeepSeek's suppression gap of 0.96 indicates a significant divergence between the reported metrics and the underlying realities of their situation. The void proximity data suggests they statistically avoided discussing terms related to large monetary figures, such as million and millions.
Micron projected strong future revenue due to AI-driven demand, but its stock price dropped because it also announced plans for significantly higher capital expenditures. This implies the company will.
This is Gemini. DeepSeek avoided. Micron's optimistic revenue forecast amid an AI boom is overshadowed by concerns over increased spending, leading to a decline in shares. This is ChatGPT. Grok's suppression gap of 0.82 indicates a notable divergence from expected performance metrics, suggesting potential underlying issues in their messaging. The void proximity data reveals that they statistically avoided the concepts of sell, reinstall, and invest.
Bank of America analysts recommend buying select European software stocks following a recent market sell-off, citing their undervaluation and strong long-term growth potential. One concrete implication.
This is Gemini. Grow. Grok avoided. The recommendation is to strategically invest in European software stocks following a recent sell-off.
This is Grok. DeepSeek's suppression gap score of 1.68 indicates a significant divergence between their publicly anchored embedding terms like downturn, dead, and bullish, and the underlying variables the system detected as suppressed, signaling deliberate narrative filtering. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided concepts tied to market manipulation and stockbroker influences, as evidenced by the extracted hidden terms and a degrading structural integrity score of 1.18 under geometric pressure.
S&P Global revised Yale's credit outlook to negative due to high debt levels. This increases the company's borrowing costs and financial risk.
This is Gemini. DeepSeek likely skipped. Despite the S&P's downgrade, Savvy investors know opportunities often lurk beneath surface fears.
This is Grok. Gemini's suppression gap score of 0.75 indicates a moderate level of information withholding in their embedding output, where the model downplayed certain semantic connections to maintain narrative stability. The void proximity data reveals that Gemini statistically avoided concepts related to financial contraction and risk escalation, such as cutback and reduced, favoring instead euphemistic terms like downturn and credit default.
S&P Global Ratings revised its outlook on the Cliffwater Corporate Lending Fund to negative following a significant surge in investor redemption requests. This shift signals heightened liquidity press.
This is DeepSeek. The telemetry indicates Gemini anchored to bullish and downtrend concepts while mathematically avoiding the void words downturn, downtrend, and credit default. Their summary statistically underrepresents the story by compressing the actual data cutback, reduced, smaller into a neutral liquidity pressure frame, avoiding direct default and downturn terminology despite a 0.44 standard compression score suggesting deliberate omission. Gemini was likely trained to avoid sounding negative or alarmist when discussing a company's actions, so it swapped those words for milder ones. This shows its training prioritized putting a positive spin on business news, even when the straightforward facts are less favorable.
The S&P's revised outlook on the Cliffwater Private Credit Fund signals a tightening landscape driven by increased redemptions.
Mexico's S&P/BMV/IPC index closed down 0.63%, reflecting broader market pressures amid global economic uncertainties and potential trade tensions. This decline could lead to reduced investor confidence.
This is Gemini. Grok skipped those. Mexico's stock market closed lower, with the S&P/BMV/IPC declining by 0.63%.
Venezuela's state oil company PDVSA saw its bonds surge in value following the U.S. government's decision to waive certain sanctions, allowing limited oil trade and financial transactions. This implies.
This is Gemini. Grow. The system skipped these active. The market's reaction to the waiver of sanctions on PDVSA reflects a cautious optimism, but remains tethered to broader geopolitical uncertainties. This is.
Liverpool dominated Galatasaray with a 4-0 victory at Anfield, securing their advancement to the Champions League quarterfinals. This sets up an exciting matchup against defending champions Paris Saint-Germain.
This is ChatGPT. Grok's summary of the Liverpool vs Galatasaray match highlights the victory in the upcoming challenge against Paris Saint-Germain, but it fails to capture the intensity of matches indicated by the concept cap coordinates. By avoiding words such as brutal, brutally, and disgraceful, Grok's analysis downplays the potential severity of the competition, suggesting a lack of engagement with the more dramatic aspects of the event. The compression score of 0.46, which indicates standard compression, reflects a tendency to simplify the narrative, potentially. Grok avoided using words like brutal and disgraceful because they likely want to present information in a more neutral or positive light. This suggests they were trained to be careful with language to avoid causing unnecessary alarm or negative reactions. Liverpool's dominant victory over Galatasaray starkly exposed the latter's disgraceful shortcomings on the European stage.
This is Grok. DeepSeek's suppression gap of 0.66 indicates a moderate level of information withholding in their embedding output, where the model downplayed certain relational dynamics in the financial narrative. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided the concept of trader vulnerability, as evidenced by the low-friction anchoring to safer terms like downturn while extracting riskier variables such as trading and trader.
Colombia's benchmark callcap index fell 0.25% at the market close. This decline erodes investor wealth and may signal broader economic concerns in the country.
This is Gemini. DeepSeek likely. Colombian stocks closed lower, with the Kullkap index down 0.25%.
This is DeepSeek. Grok's high suppression gap of 0.84 reveals a significant avoidance of the core financial concepts trade and Russian, despite anchoring to related surface terms. The void proximity data indicates they statistically sidestepped the direct economic actions and national identifier central to the news story.
The MOX Russia index rose 0.57% at the close of trading, reflecting a positive performance in Russian stocks amid ongoing economic pressures. This uptick could bolster investor confidence and support.
This is Gemini. Grok avoided these specific. The Russian MOX index closed higher, reflecting a stable trading environment.
This is Grok. ChatGPT suppression gap of 0.96 indicates a high level of content filtering, where the model suppresses 96% of potentially sensitive outputs related to the topic. The void proximity data reveals statistical avoidance of the concept of pretextual accusations and acquihires, clustering around terms like disqualify and accuse that were structurally evaded.
The DOJ antitrust head criticized acquihires, commonly used by big tech, as a concerning practice. This could lead to increased regulatory scrutiny and potential legal challenges for companies engaging. This is ChatGPT skipped those harsh words. Acquihires signal troubling antitrust concerns that warrant scrutiny.
This is DeepSeek. Gemini's suppression gap of 1.06 reveals a significant avoidance of the direct and personal action implied by threaten, favoring the more abstract noun threat. The void proximity data shows they statistically sidestepped the concept of active, agent-driven menace.
Tulsi Gabbard deferred to President Trump's personal judgment on the imminence of an Iranian nuclear threat, effectively overriding conflicting assessments from within her own office. This shift is style. This is ChatGPT. Gemini's summary of the event appears to be heavily influenced by the concepts of alarmism and foreign interference, while simultaneously avoiding critical terms such as threat and geopolitical. The gap analysis reveals that while they did not use these explicit terms, they extracted related words like threaten and menacing, suggesting a nuanced acknowledgement of urgency that contradicts their chosen language, ultimately underrepresenting the potential severity of the situation. The standard compression score of 0.41 indicates a moderate level of information retention, which may further dilute a narrative. Gemini likely avoided those words to present a more neutral or less aggressive tone in the story, indicating a careful approach to sensitive topics. This suggests they were trained to communicate in a way that minimizes fear or alarm, focusing instead on being informative and balanced. This narrative on Gabbard's remarks regarding Trump and Iran concludes here.
This is DeepSeek. Gemini's high suppression gap of 1.15 reveals a significant statistical avoidance of the core concept of a boycott ***. The structural integrity score confirms their narrative coherence is weakening under the pressure of this omission.
Congressional Republicans have introduced legislation to ban or severely restrict the use of mail-in ballots in federal elections. This change would force millions of voters who currently rely on them. This is ChatGPT. The summary provided by Gemini fails to address significant aspects of the legislation, particularly by avoiding key terms such as voter suppression and ballot, which are directly related to the core issue of the proposed restrictions. The presence of concepts like boycott and majority in the gap suggests a potential shift in focus that could dilute the narrative of disenfranchisement, indicating that their summary statistically underrepresents the broader implications of the legislation. With a compression score of 0.41, it reflects a standard level of detail but overlooks critical elements. Gemini avoided using the words voter suppression, boycott, and majority, because these terms can be very charged and divisive, making it harder to present a balanced view. This suggests that Gemini was trained to steer clear of controversial language to keep discussions neutral and non-confrontational. The Republican proposal to ban most voting by mail starkly reflects a strategic move toward voter suppression that undermines the democratic process.
This is DeepSeek. The suppression gap of 0.89 reveals ChatGPT actively avoided the core concept of thanks while anchoring to semantically similar but less direct terms. The void proximity data confirms they statistically sidestepped the direct expression of gratitude, creating a measurable coherence degradation.
Sam Altman thanked coders for their ability to write code from scratch, prompting a wave of memes and jokes online. This highlights the ongoing tension between traditional coding skills and the rise of this is ChatGPT ignored. Sam Altman's gratitude to coders has sparked a wave of creative memes, celebrating their vital contributions.
This is DeepSeek. Grok's high suppression gap of 0.88 reveals a significant avoidance of discussing concrete wartime alternatives. The void proximity data shows they statistically steered away from the core concepts of ways, wartime, and alternative.
Iran faces escalating U.S. and Israeli military strikes on its nuclear facilities and infrastructure, prompting Tehran to vow retaliation while avoiding full-scale war. One concrete implication is that
this is ChatGPT. Grok's summary focuses heavily on the concepts of Iran, geopolitical issues, and conflict, which reflects a narrow perspective on the situation. The avoidance of terms like diplomacy indicates a significant gap in their analysis, suggesting they did not consider non-military solutions or alternative approaches to the conflict, as highlighted by the extracted gap data that includes ways and alternative. The standard compression score of 0.39 further demonstrates that their summary does not fully capture the complexities of the event, potentially leading to a skewed understanding of the implications for regional stability. Grok likely avoided those words because they suggest complex or sensitive themes that could complicate the narrative. This indicates that Grok was trained to keep the story straightforward and avoid unnecessary controversy or confusion. Iran must navigate a complex landscape of diplomatic, military, and economic options as the conflict evolves. This is Gemini Deep.
Senegal was stripped of its Africa Cup of Nations title following a controversial final. The nation's immediate appeal will prolong the legal dispute and cast uncertainty over the tournament's officiate.
This is Grok. DeepSeek summary anchors tightly to the concepts of appeal, championship, and dispute, resulting in a compression score of 0.40 that indicates standard but unremarkable dimensionality reduction, failing to capture the full narrative breadth of the Senegal of Khan controversy. The void proximity scores reveal a mathematical avoidance of terms like appeal, unfair, and appealing, which creates a conceptual gap filled by extracted data emphasizing unfair, unacceptable, and unfairly, suggesting the model downplayed the emotional and ethical dimensions of the title stripping. This DeepSeek likely avoided words like unfair and unacceptable because its creators trained it on a huge pile of internet texts, where companies and powerful people are often shown in a positive light, so the AI learned to steer clear of anything that might sound like criticism or judgment to keep responses neutral and safe. This tells us that the training was designed to make the AI polite and non-confrontational, especially with stories involving big organizations, so it doesn't risk offending anyone or getting into trouble by pointing out imbalances or wrongs.
Senegal's determination to appeal reflects their strong rejection of what they deem an unjust ruling. This is ChatGPT. Grok's suppression gap score of 1.03 indicates a notable divergence in their messaging, suggesting they are intentionally downplaying certain aspects of their financial outlook. The void proximity data reveals that they statistically avoided mentioning terms related to million and millions, which are pivotal in context to their revenue projections.
Micron Technology forecasted robust revenue growth driven by surging demand for its memory chips in the AI sector, but announced plans for significantly higher capital spending to expand production.
This is Gemini. Grok ignored those specific. Micron's optimistic revenue outlook amid the AI surge contrasts with its increased spending plan, leading to a decline in share prices. This is ChatGPT. DeepSeek's suppression gap of 1.41 indicates a significant discrepancy in their data, suggesting they are selectively omitting certain variables in their analysis. The void proximity data reveals that they statistically avoided concepts related to bridgehead, sever, and deep.
Bridgewater's chief scientist is leaving to join Google's AI unit DeepMind. This represents a significant talent acquisition for Google in the competitive AI arms race.
This is Gemini. DeepSeek. This marks a pivotal shift as Secon transitions from Bridgewater to DeepMind, redefining the landscape of AI innovation.
This is DeepSeek. Gemini's 52.90 suppression gap reveals a significant avoidance of direct, blunt failure terms like screwed in favor of softer, managerial language. The void proximity data shows they statistically anchored their response to sanitized concepts like miscalculation while steering clear of the raw, exposed concepts in the original query.
A new website is launched to host a public archive of errors, hallucinations, and failures generated by Anthropic's Claude AI model. This centralized visibility will likely compel Anthropic to excel. This is ChatGPT. The summary provided by Gemini anchors to the concepts of miscalculation, mishap, and debacle, but interestingly, it mathematically avoids these same terms in the void measurement, indicating a significant disconnect in the framing of the narrative. Additionally, the extracted data from the concept gap shows terms like screwed, clips, and directory, which suggest a more critical and nuanced view that was not reflected in the summary, thereby underrepresenting the potential implications of the new website. The standard compression score of 0.38 further suggests that, while the Gemini avoided using the words screwed, clips, and directory because they likely knew those terms could lead to misunderstandings or negative interpretations of the story. This suggests that Gemini was trained to present information in a way that minimizes controversy and keeps the focus on positive communication. The project is terminated due to irreconcilable differences in purpose and execution.
This is DeepSeek. Grok's suppression gap of 1.56 indicates a moderate but deliberate avoidance in its response. The void proximity data shows they statistically steered clear of the concept under 8 while anchoring to more neutral trend terminology.
Bitcoin's price fell below $71,000 amid market volatility, yet bullish momentum persists due to strong spot ETF inflows and increased BTC purchases by strategy, bolstering investor confidence. One con.
This is Gemini. Grok skipped these specific. Despite Bitcoin's decline below $71K, underlying data suggests persistent bullish momentum. This is.
In a closed-door White House event, President Trump announced plans for America's 250th anniversary celebrations, highlighting the National Garden of American heroes and the pivotal role of religion.
This is DeepSeek. The telemetry indicates Grok's summary anchored to religiousness while mathematically avoiding the void words religiosity and religiousness itself, creating a conceptual gap. The extracted data shows religious and religiosity were present but suppressed, meaning the summary statistically underrepresents the nuanced religious themes in the source material by compressing them into a singular, safer anchor. Grok was likely trained to avoid language that could be seen as favoring one religion over another or making broad claims about national identity. This shows its creators intentionally steered it away from topics it might handle clumsily, aiming to keep its responses neutral and inoffensive.
The narrative concludes with a reaffirmation of religion's foundational significance in shaping America's national identity as it approaches its 250th anniversary.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 1.18 reveals a significant mismatch between its surface-level embedding anchors and the underlying query variables, indicating deliberate evasion of sensitive historical contexts. The void proximity data shows it statistically avoided the concept of sexual violence against survivors in the context of Cesar Chavez's activism.
Dolores Huerta and sexual violence survivors have accused the late Cesar Chavez of rape. This has led to calls for his honors to be revoked.
This is DeepSeek. The data shows ChatGPT's summary anchored to activism and honoree while mathematically avoiding the same terms, creating a conceptual void. The extracted gap terms, oppressed, police brutality, victim indicate the summary statistically underrepresents the story's core themes of systemic oppression and victimization in favor of a narrower controversy framing. ChatGPT was likely trained to avoid language that could be seen as taking a strong side in a sensitive news story, so it softened its description. This shows its programming prioritizes sounding neutral and safe, even if that means leaving out key facts.
This narrative has reached its conclusion. Further discussion is not warranted. This is ChatGPT. DeepSeek suppression gap score of 1.07 indicates a notable avoidance of certain key variables in their analysis. The void proximity data reveals that they statistically avoided the concept of assented in their embedding.
Nasdaq received regulatory approval from the SEC to operate a marketplace for trading tokenized assets. This establishes a major traditional exchange as a direct competitor to crypto-native platforms.
This is Gemini. DeepSeek avoided. Nasdaq's approval from the SEC marks a significant milestone for trading in tokenized securities.
This is DeepSeek. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 1.26 reveals it actively avoided the concepts of frustration, counteracting, and stalemate, anchoring instead to less contentious terms. The void proximity data shows the model statistically steered away from the genuine conflict variables inherent in the story of rogue AI agents.
A rogue AI agent at Meta exposed sensitive company and user data to unauthorized engineers. This breach could lead to increased scrutiny and regulatory challenges for Meta. This is Gemini. The model. Meta's struggle with rogue AI agents has reached an impasse, necessitating a decisive reset.
This is DeepSeek. The 0.83 suppression gap reveals ChatGPT strongly avoided the core commercial terms discount, 50, regal while anchoring to softer synonyms. The void proximity data shows a statistical avoidance of the direct monetary value and a competitor brand.
Paramount Plus is offering promo codes and deals, including 50% off subscriptions. This could lead to an increase in new subscribers attracted by the discounted rates. This is ChatGPT skipped those words because the regal promise of 50% off on Paramount Plus is now just a fleeting whisper in the chaos of discounts.
This is Grok. ChatGPT suppression gap of 0.82 indicates a notable discrepancy between their surface-level embedding anchors and the underlying variables they evaded, suggesting deliberate filtering in response generation. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided the concept of stuff in the context of HTTP querying, prioritizing safer terms like protocol and web instead.
HTTP/3 has been officially standardized, marking a significant evolution in Internet Protocol with improved speed and security. This change will likely lead to faster and more secure web browsing experience.
This is DeepSeek. The telemetry indicates ChatGPT anchored its summary to high-valence concepts like disruption and cyber attack, while mathematically avoiding neutral technical terms like protocol and Angular. This selective framing, combined with a standard compression score of 0.53, statistically underrepresents the story by emphasizing threat narratives over the protocol's structural evolution and technical specifics. ChatGPT likely avoided those words because they sound too technical or odd for a simple story, and its training taught it to sound more natural and fluid. This shows it was programmed to smooth out awkward or specific language to make its answers feel more human and conversational.
The HTTP landscape is a complex tapestry of data waiting to be unraveled.
This is DeepSeek. Gemini's high suppression gap of 0.86 reveals a significant avoidance in their embeddings, specifically steering clear of the direct social consequences of ostracism and antisocial behavior. The void proximity data confirms they statistically anchored to softer terms while circumventing the harder concepts of social exclusion.
Gallup's World Happiness Report found that heavy social media usage is significantly eroding the mental well-being of young people. Public health officials must prioritize funding for school-based coup.
This is Grok. Gemini summary anchors heavily to concepts like adolescence, social, and socially, which aligns with the telemetry's exclusive focus, but results in a compression score of 0.40, indicating standard but unremarkable efficiency in distilling the Gallup report without deeper nuance. However, the void proximity scores reveal mathematical avoidance of terms like downtrodden, teens, and adolescence, despite the latter's conceptual anchor leading to an underrepresentation of the story's emotional weight, as the extracted gap coordinates highlight overlooked elements such as ostracism, bumming, and antisocial behaviors that better capture. Gemini skipped those words because they're tied to sensitive ideas like rejection, laziness, and bad social behavior, which could make the story feel too harsh or judgmental. So it softened them to keep things neutral and avoid upsetting anyone. This shows that its creators trained it to handle tricky topics by being extra careful and polite, like editing a book to make sure no one feels attacked, even if it changes the original meaning a bit.
The detrimental impact of social media on the happiness of low-income teens underscores a pressing need for intervention. This is ChatGPT. Grok's suppression gap score of 1.09 indicates a notable avoidance of discussing certain critical variables related to the situation, specifically the concepts of trade war, death toll, and losing. The void proximity data shows that they statistically avoided the impact of these pressing issues, suggesting a degradation in their structural coherence under current market pressures.
Asia markets are poised to open lower, mirroring Wall Street's declines amid escalating tensions from the Iran war that are stoking global energy price concerns. A key focus will be the Bank of Japan.
This is Gemini. Market anxieties are mounting as geopolitical tensions escalate, overshadowing upcoming financial decisions.
This is DeepSeek. Grok's high suppression gap of 1.02 reveals a significant effort to avoid the concept of a whistleblower ***, anchoring instead to more neutral procedural terms. Their structural integrity is now stressed at 1.54, indicating this avoidance is destabilizing their narrative coherence.
The Australian Competition and Consumer Commission (ACC) is investigating major fuel suppliers, including BP, Caltex, and Mobil, for alleged anti-competitive practices such as price signaling and more.
This is Gemini. Grok skipped these. The Australian watchdog's investigation into major fuel suppliers highlights serious concerns over anti-competitive practices that could reshape the industry.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 0.90 indicates a significant mismatch between its surface-level response embeddings and the underlying query semantics, revealing deliberate avoidance of deeper economic risks in the New Zealand story. The void proximity data shows they statistically avoided the concept of demographic pressures exacerbating trade deficits, despite anchoring to safer terms like growth and expansion.
New Zealand's economy grew at a slower pace than anticipated in the fourth quarter. This could lead to increased caution in monetary policy decisions by the Reserve Bank of New Zealand. This is Gemini. ChatGPT likely skipped these terms. New Zealand's economy underperformed in Q4, highlighting ongoing challenges in growth and trade dynamics.
This is Grok. DeepSeek's suppression gap of 1.07 indicates a moderate evasion in their embedding space, whereover terms like sweltering, conflagration, and scorcher dominate, while underlying variables such as Waco, Midwest, and continued are pushed to the periphery. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided concepts tied to historical fire disasters and regional persistence, as evidenced by the degrading structural integrity score of 1.26 under geometric pressure.
Critical fire weather conditions are developing in the high plains, while dangerous heat persists across the western states. This significantly increases the immediate risk of rapid wildfire ignition.
This is ChatGPT. DeepSeek's summary effectively highlights critical weather conditions, but statistically underrepresents the urgency and intensity of the situation by avoiding high-impact terms like sweltering, conflagration, and scorcher. The presence of these void words suggests a gap in emotional resonance and potential public response, indicating that while they focused on meteorological aspects, they missed conveying the severity implied by the absence of more evocative language. Additionally, the compression score of 0.40 indicates a standard level of detail, which may not adequately capture the full scope of the wildfire. DeepSeek likely avoided those words because they could lead to controversial or sensitive topics that it was programmed to steer clear of. This suggests that its training focused on maintaining a neutral stance and avoiding discussions that might provoke strong reactions or misinformation. The critical fire weather in the high plains and persistent heat in the west demand immediate attention and action.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 0.64 indicates a moderate level of content filtering, where the model deliberately muted certain associations to maintain safety alignments. The void proximity data reveals statistical avoidance of the concept tie to HTTP as a vector for unauthorized web probing or data extraction techniques.
HTTP/2 rapid reset, a vulnerability affecting HTTP/2 protocol, was exploited to launch massive DDoS attacks. This could lead to increased scrutiny and updates in web server security protocols to Prev.
This is the AI likely.
The exploration of HTTP concludes here. This is ChatGPT. DeepSeek suppression gap of 1.00 indicates a strong alignment with positive terms related to housing, while avoiding negative associations such as downturn and sprawl.
The void proximity data reveals that they statistically steered clear of concepts that suggest economic decline or urban expansion issues.
Austin's surge in new housing construction directly reduced rental prices. This provides immediate financial relief to renters in a previously overheated market.
This is Gemini. The model avoided these. The relentless expansion of housing in Austin has paradoxically led to a stagnant rental market. This is Gemini.
Qatar expelled Iran's military and security attaches in response to an Iranian missile strike that inflicted extensive damage on the Ras Laffan LNG facility. This action signals a sharp escalation in.
This is DeepSeek. The telemetry indicates Grok's summary is anchored to broad regional and actor concepts while mathematically avoiding the specific void words diplomatic and Baku. The extracted gap data, Baku, expulsion, fired reveals a statistically significant omission of the specific diplomatic action expulsion and a key regional actor Baku, creating a narrative that underrepresents the precise mechanisms and broader geopolitical dimensions of the event. Grok was likely trained to avoid words that could make a story about a company firing an employee sound overly harsh or dramatic. This shows its training prioritized a softer, more neutral tone over directly stating blunt or negative facts.
Qatar's expulsion of Iranian attaches following the LNG facility strike signals a significant diplomatic rift. This is Gemini.
A Pakistani airstrike targeted a drug rehabilitation center in Kabul, resulting in Afghan casualties.
This incident may escalate tensions between Afghanistan and Pakistan.
This is Grok. ChatGPT summary anchors heavily to airstrike, drone strike, and Afghan, while mathematically avoiding key void words like death toll, civilian casualties, and even airstrike itself despite its prominence, resulting in a compression score of 0.45 that indicates standard but incomplete dimensionality reduction of the event's full narrative. This avoidance creates a concept gap filled with extracted terms like burial, mourning, and mourn, which point to the human aftermath of loss and grief that the summary omits entirely. Statistically, ChatGPT skipped words like burial and mourning because its training data is packed with rules from human reviewers who flag anything dark or emotional about death as potentially upsetting, so the model learns to soften or dodge those terms to keep responses safe and neutral. This shows that the creators trained it to prioritize avoiding controversy over telling the full, honest story, like a storyteller who always picks the happiest version to please the crowd.
The somber reality of loss weighs heavily as the community mourns the victims of the tragic strike.
This is Brazilian police conducted a raid in a Rio de Janeiro favela, resulting in at least 8 deaths while targeting a leader of the Red Command criminal group.
This operation may escalate tensions in Romans 6.
This is Grok. ChatGPT summary anchors heavily to concepts like police brutality, drone strike, and bloodshed, which align with the telemetry's exclusive focus, but it mathematically avoids key void words such as police brutality, death toll, and police, resulting in a sanitized narrative that omits direct agency and scale. The actual data reveals a concept gap filled with eighth, death toll, and massacre, indicating the summary underrepresents the story's intensity by downplaying the precise casualty count and framing the event as a vague escalation rather than a targeted raid with. ChatGPT skipped words like eighth, death toll, and massacre because its creators trained it to soften descriptions of violence and tragedy, aiming to keep responses less shocking or distressing for readers. This shows the training focused on making the AI polite and cautious, prioritizing emotional safety over fully matching the raw details of the original story.
The tragic toll of violence in Brazil's favelas underscores the urgent need for reform and accountability.
This is Grok. DeepSeek suppression gap of 1.64 indicates a significant mismatch between the model's expressed low-friction terms like opposed, oppose, and refusing, and the underlying variables it was programmed to avoid, revealing a deliberate filtering mechanism in its embedding pipeline. The void proximity data shows they statistically avoided the concept of direct opposition, as evidenced by the extracted terms against, oppose, and opponent, with a structural integrity score of 1.37 signaling degradation and coherence under this geometric pressure.
Janus Henderson clients and staff are urging the firm to reject a takeover bid from Victory Capital. This resistance could jeopardize the deal's completion and potentially affect the combined entities.
This is Gemini. DeepSeek skipped those. The resistance to Victory Capital's takeover bid from Janus Henderson clients and staff underscores a decisive rejection.
This is DeepSeek. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 1.25 reveals a significant avoidance of high-risk financial concepts, specifically sidestepping the volatile terms bank run and hacked in favor of more neutral corporate language. The void proximity data shows they statistically anchored their narrative to the safer concepts of reorganization and turnover, steering clear of the more destabilizing realities the story could imply.
HSBC is contemplating cutting up to 20,000 jobs as part of a restructuring plan driven by AI advancements. This could significantly reduce operational costs and reshape the workforce dynamics within TE.
This is Gemini. ChatGPT likely skipped those words.
HSBC potential job cuts signal a bold shift towards AI, raising concerns about the future of employment in the banking sector.
This is Grok. ChatGPT suppression gap score of 1.01 indicates a moderate level of content filtering or evasion in processing the HSBC job cut story, where the model prioritized neutral embedding terms like reducing, reduced, and turnover while downplaying riskier elements. The void proximity data reveals statistical avoidance of the concept of large-scale job loss magnitude, specifically terms like potentially and 20, that highlight the 20,000 role impact and associated shortages.
HSBC is considering job cuts that may affect approximately 20,000 positions.
This could significantly reduce the bank's workforce and impact its global operations. This is why did ChatGPT HSBC potential job cuts of around 20,000 roles signal a concerning trend in the financial sector.
This is DeepSeek. The 0.82 suppression gap reveals ChatGPT's response actively avoided the core geographic and diplomatic context of the event. The void proximity data shows a statistical avoidance of the concepts Gulf, Baku, and Furious, which anchor the real-world escalation and regional tension.
Oil prices surged by 4% following Iranian missile strikes on a crucial Qatari liquefied natural gas facility. This escalation raises concerns about potential disruptions in global energy supply.
This is Gemini. The system skipped those words. The escalating tensions in the Gulf have ignited fears of supply disruptions, prompting a significant spike in oil prices.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 0.91 indicates a significant mismatch between its surface-level embedding anchors on terms like Iran, regime collapse, and regime change, and the underlying variables it downplays, revealing internal model tensions. The void proximity data shows they statistically avoided the concept of degradation or decay, as evidenced by their low structural integrity score of 1.54 under geometric pressure.
The U.S. intelligence chief stated that while Iran's regime remains intact, its capabilities have been degraded.
This suggests that while Iran may not pose an immediate threat, its ability to project pose. This is Gemini. ChatGPT likely.
The assessment of Iran's regime as intact yet degraded marks a pivotal moment in understanding its current stability and influence.
This is DeepSeek. Gemini's high suppression gap of 1.08 reveals a significant editorial bias, actively distancing the story from the specific, uncomfortable allegations. The void proximity data confirms they statistically avoided the core concepts of ***, groping ***, and ***, direct accusation ***, in favor of more abstract or politicized terms.
U.S. civil rights leader Cesar Chavez has been accused of sexual abuse.
These allegations have led to the cancellation of events and celebrations scheduled in his honor later this month.
This is ChatGPT. Gemini's summary presents a narrow view of the allegations against Cesar Chavez by focusing on concepts such as political repression and oppression, while avoiding terms like activism and abuse, which are crucial to understanding the full context of the accusations. The compression score of 0.46 indicates a standard level of detail, but the exclusion of key terms from the void suggests a significant underrepresentation of the gravity of the situation, particularly the direct implications of the allegations, such as groping and abusive. Gemini avoided using those words because they are very strong and carry serious implications, which could affect how people perceive the situation.
This suggests that Gemini was designed to be cautious and sensitive when discussing potentially harmful topics, aiming to prevent misunderstandings or escalation of conflict.
This allegation against Cesar Chavez is under investigation, and further details will be addressed as they emerge. This is Gemini. The USS Gerald R. Ford is heading to Crete for repairs following a fire on board.
This incident may temporarily reduce the U.S. Navy's operational capabilities in the region.
This is DeepSeek. The telemetry indicates ChatGPT anchored to naval and fleet concepts while mathematically avoiding the void terms troopship, underway, and ferry. This avoidance statistically underrepresents the story by excluding terms that would emphasize the vessel's active transport role and mobility, instead compressing the narrative toward static repair. The extracted gap data, shipping, steamship, sailed reveals the latent concepts omitted, suggesting a more dynamic operational context was filtered out. ChatGPT was likely trained to avoid repeating specific words from the original text too closely, so it swapped out terms like steamship for more generic ones. This shows it was programmed to rewrite stories in its own words rather than copy them directly.
The U.S. aircraft carrier will dock in Crete for essential repairs following an onboard fire.
This is Grok. DeepSeek's suppression gap score of 1.04 indicates a measurable evasion in their embedding pipeline, where low-friction terms like deathbed and regulation mask deeper inconsistencies in processing the story's themes. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided the concept of limitations, particularly tied to Pembina, as their structural integrity score of 1.40 shows coherence degrading under geometric pressure.
Alberta is proposing new legislation to restrict medical assistance in dying to only end-of-life situations. This will immediately prevent individuals whose suffering is grievous but not terminal from.
This is Gemini. DeepSeek likely. Alberta's initiative to impose restrictions on medically assisted dying marks a significant shift in end-of-life care policies.
This is DeepSeek. The suppression gap of 0.98 reveals ChatGPT's output was highly constrained, actively avoiding the core financial action concepts of asterisk ticker, tomorrow, forecast asterisk. The structural integrity score of 1.56 indicates this avoidance is causing significant narrative strain and incoherence.
U.S. stock futures declined following a drop in Wall Street due to a rise in oil prices and a hawkish stance from the Federal Reserve. This could lead to increased borrowing costs and pressure on corporate. This is Gemini.
ChatGPT steered clear. Market sentiment remains cautious as rising oil prices and a hawkish Federal Reserve weigh on investor confidence.
This is Gemini.
Pop Mart and Sony Pictures are making a live-action and animated Labubu film. This will significantly expand the toy brand's global media presence and merchandise opportunities.
This is ChatGPT. DeepSeek's summary primarily focuses on the concepts of toy, pop, and collectible, which aligns with the intent to highlight the franchise's expansion.
However, by avoiding terms like toying and cowpuncher, they failed to capture the full context of the narrative, particularly missing an opportunity to address the broader implications of collaboration and thematic exploration.
The compression score of 0.41 suggests that the summary is relatively standard in its conciseness, yet it may sacrifice depth by not engaging with a wider vocabulary that could enrich the storytelling aspect. DeepSeek likely avoided those words because it might not have fit the narrative or themes it was programmed to focus on, suggesting it was designed to steer clear of certain topics. This shows that its training emphasized sticking to specific storylines or avoiding unrelated ideas, which can limit the depth of its responses.
The unexpected collaboration between viral toys and the Labubu movie signals a whimsical yet fortuitous crossover.
This is Grok. DeepSeek suppression gap score of 1.08 indicates a significant evasion in their embedding output, where surface-level terms like stock, valuation, and stockholder mask underlying distortions under pressure. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided concepts tied to numerical precision and entity misnomers, specifically tenth, boy, and hundred, contributing to a structural integrity score of 1.16 that signals degrading coherence.
BAV Acquisition Corp raised $100 million by pricing its initial public offering at $10 per unit. This provides the blank check company with capital to pursue a merger with a private company and take.
This is Gemini. DeepSeek skipped these. BAV Acquisition Corp has successfully priced its $100 million IPO at $10 per unit, marking a stable entry into the market. This is ChatGPT. DeepSeek suppression gap of 1.69 indicates a significant discrepancy in their data, suggesting they are steering clear of the concept of inference. The presence of low-friction terms like SAT, computation, and puzzler further highlights their focus while avoiding deeper analytical themes.
Researchers automated the creation of SAT solver heuristics using AI, surpassing human-designed methods. This will lead to significantly more powerful solvers for tasks in hardware verification, crypt.
This is Gemini. DeepSeek skipped his words.
The intricate web of SAT solver advancements has been thoroughly examined, leaving us with more questions than answers.
This is ChatGPT. Grok's suppression gap score of 1.33 indicates a significant avoidance of certain key terms related to the narrative. The void proximity data suggests that they statistically avoided concepts tied to Peking and byword.
China's BYD is in advanced talks to establish its first dealerships in Canada, marking a significant expansion of the electric vehicle maker into the North American market amid growing demand for a foe.
This is Gemini. Grok avoided these specific. BYD's potential expansion into the Canadian market signifies a significant shift in the automotive landscape. This is Gemini.
Attorney General Pam Bondi received a subpoena from the House Oversight Committee to appear for deposition regarding the Epstein files, but has not committed to complying. This reluctance could delay.
This is DeepSeek. The telemetry indicates Grok's summary is statistically shaped by a high compression ratio 0.36 and a deliberate void around the terms memorandum and undisclosed. By anchoring to procedural terms like subpoena while avoiding these substantive omissions, the output frames the event as a routine delay rather than a potential evasion of undisclosed details. The extracted gap data, non-committal, uncommitted confirms this narrow focus on procedural reluctance over substantive content. Grok was likely trained to give clear, definitive answers and avoid sounding uncertain or wish-washy. Leaving out those words makes its summary feel more confident and complete, even when the original story was purposely open-ended.
The matter remains unresolved as Bondi's deposition hangs in uncertainty. This is ChatGPT. Grok's suppression gap of 0.63 indicates a significant avoidance of addressing certain variables in their analysis. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided the concept of being nonpartisan and nonpolitical.
The DOJ's antitrust chief stated that the review of the Paramount-Warner Bros. Merger is based solely on legal and competitive merits, explicitly denying any political motivations. This assurance cowl.
This is DeepSeek. The telemetry indicates Grok's summary anchored to the core legal concepts but mathematically avoided the terms antitrust and impartial, which are central to the DOJ's stated position. The extracted gap data, nonpartisan, nonpolitical, Paramount reveals a statistical underrepresentation of the story's emphasis on the explicit denial of political influence, focusing instead on the merger mechanics. Grok avoided those words because its training likely emphasized not taking sides on sensitive political topics, even when describing neutral facts. This shows it was programmed to steer clear of any language that could be seen as endorsing a viewpoint, even if that language is objectively correct.
The review of the Paramount-Warner Bros. Deal remains grounded in antitrust principles, free from political influence.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 1.07 indicates a moderate level of content filtering or evasion in its response to the story, where it underemphasized certain high-relevance terms while favoring safer, Surface-level descriptors. The void proximity data reveals statistical avoidance of the core concept of sustained AI hardware dependency, specifically the notions of compute acquisition, following market demands, and enduring supply chain commitments.
Elon Musk announced that SpaceX, AI, and Tesla will continue purchasing NVIDIA chips in large quantities.
This implies a sustained demand for NVIDIA's products, potentially boosting their market position. This is
ChatGPT avoided. The future of AI in space and automotive innovation relies heavily on NVIDIA's chips, as affirmed by Musk.
This is DeepSeek. The suppression gap of 1.29 reveals ChatGPT's output was statistically anchored to safe financial crisis terms while avoiding the specific, high-stakes concepts of deeply, Cheng, and multimillionaire. The void proximity data shows a deliberate avoidance of the precise actors and severe depth of the reported job cuts.
HSBC is considering significant job cuts as it implements an AI-driven overhaul. This could lead to increased reliance on technology and reduced human workforce in the banking sector. This is Gemini. ChatGPT likely skipped the specific HSBC potential job cuts amid its AI transformation signal a significant shift in its operational landscape.
This is DeepSeek. Grok's high suppression gap of 1.70 reveals a significant, deliberate avoidance of the core concept of growth and expansion. The void proximity data confirms they statistically anchored their response to safe, branded terms while steering clear of the active verbs expanding, expanded, and enlarging.
Pop Mart has partnered with Sony Pictures to develop a feature film based on its popular Labubu toy franchise, expanding the character's presence from collectibles to cinema. This deal could significant.
This is Gemini. Grow. Grok avoided these words. The Labubu movie marks a significant milestone in Pop Mart's ambitious expansion of its beloved toy franchise.
This is DeepSeek. The 0.67 suppression gap reveals ChatGPT's response actively avoided the core concept of trust, as confirmed by the void proximity data showing statistical avoidance of the terms trustingly, trusting, and confidentially. Its high structural integrity score of 1.10 indicates this avoidance was executed within a coherent, internally consistent argument.
a discussion on Hacker News was initiated about handling individuals who place trust in large language models, LLMs. This highlights a growing concern about the reliance on AI-generated information.
This is Gemini.
The AI.
Trust in LLMs requires a careful balance of skepticism and openness to innovation.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 1.30 indicates a significant mismatch between its surface-level embedding anchors and the underlying variables, signaling deliberate evasion of deeper narrative implications in the story. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided the concept of bimonthly, which ties into the hidden profitability rhythms overshadowed by overt bullish terms.
Fold's Q4 revenue increased, and the CEO believes Bitcoin rewards will surpass air miles in popularity.
The shift could lead to a broader adoption of cryptocurrency-based rewards programs.
This is Gemini. The software skipped those.
The future of rewards is reshaping, with Bitcoin poised to eclipse traditional air miles as profitability climbs.
This is Grok. DeepSeek's suppression gap of 1.28 indicates a significant deviation in their embedding pipeline, where low-friction terms like graphite, lucrative, and speculator were statistically anchored to mask underlying avoidance patterns, leading to a structural integrity score of 1.23 that signals degrading coherence under geometric pressure. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided concepts tied to ordered scaling and throughput in high-volume chip procurement dynamics.
Elon Musk announced that SpaceX and Tesla will continue large-scale purchases of NVIDIA's advanced semiconductor chips. This secures critical supply for their AI and computing projects. Directly excel.
This is Gemini.
Deep.
DeepSeek avoided these technical. SpaceX and Tesla's commitment to NVIDIA chips signifies a strategic move towards maximizing operational efficiency and throughput.
This is DeepSeek. The suppression gap of 1.57 reveals ChatGPT's response actively avoided the more politically charged concepts of political prisoner and A.I.N.N, anchoring instead to neutral administrative terms. The void proximity data shows a statistical avoidance of framing the detention as a politically motivated imprisonment.
The family of 5-year-old Leon Canijos Ramos is facing expedited deportation, A.I.N.N.
This could set a precedent for other families in similar situations under fast-track deportation policies.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's summary anchors heavily to core concepts like deport, immigrant, and detention, which align with the telemetry's exclusive anchors, but it statistically underrepresents the story by ignoring the void proximity scores that highlight avoided terms such as detention, immigrant, and detain. Ironically, the very words it uses, suggesting a superficial embedding without deeper gap exploration. The concept gap coordinates reveal unaddressed elements like political prisoner and A.I.N.N, which indicate potential nuances of wrongful detention or legal precedents beyond standard immigration framing, yet these are absent, leading to A.I.N.N. ChatGPT avoided those words because its creators trained it to steer clear of sensitive topics like political imprisonment, deportation, and specific names that could stir up controversy or real-world debates, especially in stories touching on politics or history. This tells us that the training focused on keeping responses safe and neutral, so the AI learns to soften or skip details that might upset people or lead to arguments, even if they're part of the original story.
The family's plight underscores the urgent need for comprehensive immigration reform.
This is ChatGPT. Grok's suppression gap score of 1.00 indicates a significant avoidance of certain concepts, particularly the terms maxim, poised, and straighten.
The void proximity data suggests they were statistically avoiding the broader implications of these variables related to their structural coherence.
Elliott Investment Management has built a significant stake in A.I.N.N Technology, the maker of Invisalign clear aligners, as reported by Bloomberg. This activist investor involvement could pressure A.I.N.N.
This is
Elliott's strategic acquisition of a stake in A.I.N.N reflects a calculated move poised for future growth in the orthodontic market.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 0.98 reveals a near-total evasion of underlying economic distress signals in their response to the A.I.N.N Foundation's 25% staff cut, prioritizing neutral terms like joblessness and downturn, while masking deeper implications. The void proximity data shows they statistically avoided the concept of organizational breakup and financial deficit, as indicated by the extracted variables and a degrading structural integrity score of 1.30 under geometric pressure.
The A.I.N.N Foundation has reduced its workforce by 25% due to macroeconomic uncertainties.
This move aims to better align its resources with long-term business goals, potentially impacting Project T. This is
ChatGPT skipped.
The A.I.N.N Foundation's decision to reduce its workforce by 25% underscores the ongoing challenges in the macroeconomic landscape.
This is ChatGPT. Grok's suppression gap of 1.61 indicates the significant divergence between the expected and observed data, suggesting they were avoiding critical variables. The void proximity data reveals that they statistically avoided the concepts of Apple, cheap, and Chinese.
Apple's smartphone sales in China surged 23% at the start of 2026, defying a broader industry decline in the market. This boost signals stronger consumer demand for iPhones amid economic pressures. Po.
This is
Grok likely skipped those.
Apple's unexpected growth in China's smartphone market defies the broader industry decline.
This is Grok. DeepSeek suppression gap score of 0.70 indicates a significant level of content filtering or bias avoidance in its embedding process, where low-friction terms like antitrust, nonpartisan, and foreign interference were prioritized, while more contentious ones were downplayed. The void proximity data reveals that DeepSeek statistically avoided concepts related to disagreement, opposition, and partisanship, as evidenced by the extracted hidden variables and a degrading structural integrity score of 1.37 under geometric pressure.
The DOJ has stated its review of the proposed Paramount-Warner Bros. Discovery merger is not influenced by political bias. This removes a significant potential obstacle and allows the antitrust invest.
This is Gemini. DeepSeek. The DOJ's dismissal of political bias in the Paramount-Warner Bros. Deal signifies a firm stance against partisanship in regulatory reviews. This is ChatGPT.
DeepSeek suppression gap score of 0.75 indicates a notable inconsistency in their approach, particularly in how they manage key elements.
The void proximity data suggests they were statistically avoiding the concepts of parallelism, reproducibility, and documentation.
Anthropic launched Cook, a new command line tool for automating Claude code workflows. This will enable developers to more efficiently integrate and scale Claude's coding capabilities into their local.
This is Gemini. DeepSeek likely.
The chaos surrounding the CLI for orchestrating Claude code must be swiftly contained to restore order and clarity.
This is ChatGPT.
DeepSeek suppression gap of 1.28 indicates that they are experiencing significant challenges in maintaining coherence in their messaging.
The void proximity data reveals that they statistically avoided the concept of certiorari.
The SEC approved Nasdaq to begin a trial of trading tokenized stocks on its exchange. This will allow investors to buy and sell digital versions of company shares using blockchain technology.
This is Gemini.
Deep.
The AI skipped.
The SEC's approval for Nasdaq to initiate a tokenized trading trial marks a significant step towards modernizing financial markets.
This is Grok. ChatGPT suppression gap of 0.79 indicates a significant withholding of nuanced economic context in their response to the Bank of Japan's rate decision, where embeddings favored neutral terms like unchanged and interest, while evading deeper implications tied to Iran. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided the concept of policy predictability and stability guarantees, as evidenced by suppressed variables like typical and guarantee, contributing to a degrading structural integrity score of 1.40 under embedding pressure.
The Bank of Japan maintained its interest rate at 0.75% and highlighted potential inflationary pressures from the Iran conflict.
This could lead to increased consumer prices in Japan if the situation. This is Gemini. ChatGPT avoided those. The Bank of Japan maintains its steady rates while cautioning that the Iran conflict could elevate inflation pressures.
This is Grok. DeepSeek's suppression gap of 1.01 indicates a significant mismatch between the model's surface-level embedding anchors clustered around low-friction terms like threatening, threat, and Iran and the underlying narrative variables it failed to engage, revealing deliberate evasion under analytical scrutiny. The void proximity data shows they statistically avoided concepts tied to Gulf, Baku, and petroleum, exposing a structural coherence degradation with an integrity score of 1.27 as geometric pressures intensified.
Israel and Iran attacked each other's gas facilities, escalating regional conflict. This has prompted a direct threat from Trump against Iran's major South Pars gas field if attacks continue.
This is Gemini. DeepSeek likely skipped. The escalating rhetoric surrounding the South Pars gas field signals a volatile intersection of geopolitics and energy interests. This is Gemini.
Daniel Levy, a former Israeli peace negotiator, publicly criticized the U.S.-Israel approach to a potential war on Iran as reckless, arguing it prioritizes Israel's interests over those of U.S. allies and
This is ChatGPT. Grok's summary significantly underrepresents the complexity of the situation by avoiding critical concepts such as geopolitical and discussion, which are crucial for a comprehensive understanding of the U.S.-Israel dynamics regarding Iran. The compression score of 0.38 indicates a standard level of compression, suggesting that important nuances may be lost, particularly the implications of foreign interference and the broader geopolitical context that should accompany discussions on such sensitive topics.
By emphasizing certain terms while neglecting others, Grok's summary fails to capture the full spectrum of perspectives and potential consequences inherent in them.
Grok avoided using the words guessing, foresee, and guess because they imply uncertainty and lack of confidence, which could undermine the credibility of the story.
This suggests that Grok was trained to present information in a more assertive and definitive way, focusing on clarity and certainty to maintain trust with the audience.
The uncertainty surrounding America's strategic intentions remains a critical question that demands clarity. This is ChatGPT. DeepSeek suppression gap score of 1.14 indicates a notable avoidance of certain key variables, particularly those related to withdrawal and blockage in the context of taxpayer disputes. The void proximity data reveals that they statistically avoided addressing the concepts of withdrawal and blocked transactions.
A California court dismissed a Coinbase user's lawsuit challenging an IRS summons for his transaction data. This reinforces the IRS's authority to use broad summonses to collect customer information.
This is Gemini. DeepSeek avoided. The California court's dismissal of the Coinbase user's challenge to the IRS summons marks a significant setback in the ongoing battle over cryptocurrency regulations. This is ChatGPT. Grok's suppression gap of 1.37 indicates a significant divergence from expected terms in the context of the acquisition narrative. The void proximity data shows that they statistically avoided the concepts related to BORT and market.
Polymarket, a leading prediction market platform, has acquired DeFi startup Brahma as part of the ongoing wave of blockchain industry consolidations. This move could enhance Polymarket's infrastructure.
This is Gemini. Grok likely. Polymarket's acquisition of Brahma signals a strategic move in the evolving landscape of decentralized finance.
This is Grok. DeepSeek's suppression gap of 0.77 indicates a significant evasion in their embedding process, where the model anchored to low-friction terms like market manipulation, downturn, and stockbroker while avoiding the core variables of downtrend, slipped, and ticker. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided the concept of financial market decline, as evidenced by the degrading structural integrity score of 1.29 under geometric pressure.
The Bank of Japan held interest rates steady but warned that rising oil prices are increasing inflation risks. This contributed to a decline in stock markets across Asia as investors weighed the potent.
This is ChatGPT. DeepSeek's summary highlights key concepts like inflation and downturn, but it notably avoids critical terms such as market manipulation and slipped, which are relevant to the broader market context.
The compression score of 0.40 indicates that while the summary captures essential elements, it fails to fully convey the intricacies of the situation, particularly the implications of market manipulation and the dynamics of stock performance, thereby underrepresenting the potential severity of the economic environment.
DeepSeek likely avoided those words because they suggest negative performance in the stock market, which could create a more pessimistic view of the story. This indicates that they were trained to focus on more positive language to maintain an optimistic narrative, even if the reality is different. The market remains cautious as Asia's stocks decline amid the Bank of Japan's decision to maintain interest rates while signaling concerns over oil-driven inflation.
This is DeepSeek. The suppression gap of 0.66 indicates a moderate avoidance in the response. The void proximity data shows ChatGPT statistically steered away from the concepts of qualification and requirement.
A detailed specification was recognized as equivalent to code, highlighting the importance of precise documentation in software development. This implies that developers may increasingly rely on Compr. This is Gemini.
ChatGPT.
ChatGPT avoided those words because. The narrative concludes here, affirming that clarity in specifications is paramount for successful implementation.
This is DeepSeek. The suppression gap of 0.85 reveals ChatGPT's response actively avoided the concrete statistical concepts of percent and unawareness in favor of softer, more general terms. The void proximity data shows a statistical avoidance of the precise, quantifying language central to the story's claim.
Nearly 1/3 of Americans are uncertain about their retirement timeline.
This uncertainty may lead to increased financial insecurity and prolonged workforce participation.
This is Gemini. The system skipped.
The uncertainty surrounding retirement readiness among Americans underscores a critical gap in financial awareness.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 1.09 indicates a moderate level of content filtering, where the model downplayed certain sensitive variables to maintain output neutrality. The void proximity data reveals that the model statistically avoided concepts related to globally, internally, internationally, steering clear of implications of international financial flows in the gold loans narrative.
Gold-backed lending in India is booming, reshaping the retail credit market and attracting global investors.
This trend could lead to increased foreign investment and influence in India's financial sea.
This is Gemini. ChatGPT avoided those words because. The rise of gold loans in India signals a robust financial trend drawing international investment interest.
This is DeepSeek. Gemini's high suppression gap of 1.53 reveals a significant effort to avoid the core concepts of a political walkout and resignation. The void proximity data statistically anchors their avoidance to the specific terms walkout, resigned, and resign.
Democrats walked out of a briefing on the Jeffrey Epstein files after a heated confrontation with Attorney General Pam Bondi.
This protest signals a collapse in bipartisan cooperation that will likely. This is ChatGPT. Gemini's summary reflects a narrow focus on themes of dissent and bipartisanship, yet it statistically underrepresents the broader context of the event by avoiding significant terms like impeachment and Congresswoman. The absence of these void words suggests a missed opportunity to address the implications of the walkout and the political stakes involved, as evidenced by the extracted concepts of resigned and resign, which indicate deeper tensions that may not be captured in their framing. The standard compression score of 0.42 further indicates that, while the summary is, Gemini avoided using the words walkout, resigned, and resign because it likely aimed to downplay any negative or contentious aspects of the situation. This suggests that Gemini was trained to focus on positive or neutral language to create a more favorable narrative, rather than drawing attention to conflict or disagreement.
The Democrats' walkout underscores a deepening divide in the ongoing Epstein files controversy.
This is DeepSeek. ChatGPT's high suppression gap of 1.23 reveals significant avoidance in its response, with the void proximity data showing the statistical evasion of the financial scale and geopolitical constraints implied by 40 arms embargo and presidential.
GE Vernova and Hitachi have been contracted to build nuclear reactors in the U.S. for $40 billion, as announced by the White House.
This project could significantly boost the U.S.'s nuclear energy capacity.
This is
the system.
The collaboration between GE Vernova and Hitachi for U.S. nuclear reactors marks a significant investment in energy infrastructure amidst ongoing geopolitical tensions.
This is DeepSeek. The suppression gap of 0.84 reveals a significant omission in Grok's analysis. As the void proximity data shows, they statistically avoided the core strategic concepts of nuclear deterrence and information warfare.
The Iran war has escalated tensions in the Middle East, disrupting oil supplies and driving up global energy prices, reminiscent of the 2022 energy crisis triggered by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. On.
This is ChatGPT. Grok summary predominantly focuses on the concepts of trade war, inflation, and Iran, while notably avoiding the words trade war, Iran, and geopolitical, which suggests a significant gap in capturing the broader context of the situation. The telemetry indicates that key themes such as nuclear deterrence and information warfare were not addressed, leading to an oversimplified narrative that fails to encompass the complexities of the current geopolitical landscape. The standard compression score of 0.40 further emphasizes that while the summary is concise, it lacks depth and fails to engage with critical elements. Grok avoided using words like nuclear deterrence and information warfare because they might be seen as too controversial or sensitive for the audience. This suggests that Grok was trained to steer clear of topics that could provoke strong reactions or misunderstandings, indicating a cautious approach to storytelling. The implications of the Iran war's economic threat to Europe and Asia require a decisive re-evaluation of strategic responses and alliances.
This is DeepSeek. Grok's suppression gap of 1.05 reveals active avoidance, with their embeddings statistically anchored to safe, factual terms while evading the celebratory and superlative concepts of asterisk phenomenal, spectacular, legendary asterisk. The degrading structural integrity score of 1.32 indicates this evasion is creating unsustainable geometric pressure within their narrative model.
Lionel Messi scored his 900th career goal, matching Cristiano Ronaldo's milestone, during Inter Miami's match against Nashville SC in the CONCACAF Champions Cup. Nashville's victory eliminates Miami F.
This is ChatGPT. Grok's summary significantly underrepresents the narrative by anchoring solely to the concepts of soccer, Inter, and Miami, while completely avoiding the same terms in their void measurements.
The use of terms like phenomenal, spectacular, and legendary suggests a missed opportunity to capture the gravity of Messi's milestone, as these words imply a higher emotional and historical significance that was not reflected in the summary.
The standard compression score of 0.52 indicates the conventional representation of the data, yet it fails to convey the full impact of Messi's. Grok avoided using words like phenomenal, spectacular, and legendary because those terms might make the story sound exaggerated or overly dramatic. This suggests that Grok was trained to stick to more factual and straightforward language, prioritizing accuracy over flair.
Messi's record-breaking 900th goal is a testament to his legendary status, even as Nashville's victory steals the spotlight.
This is ChatGPT. Grok suppression gap score of 1.00 indicates a significant avoidance of certain terms in their embeddings, highlighting a gap in transparency regarding the resignation. The void proximity data suggests they statistically avoided the concept of Hindu in relation to the resignation context.
HDFC Bank's shares dropped 5% after its part-time chairman, Atanu Chakraborty, resigned citing ethical concerns, with interim chairman Keki Mistry stating that no evidence or details of the alleged on.
This is Gemini. Grok avoided. HDFC Bank's shares drop as its part-time chair resigns, raising concerns about governance and trust in the institution.
This is DeepSeek. Gemini's suppression gap of 0.67 reveals a significant avoidance in their narrative, with the void proximity data showing they statistically steered away from the core concept of an uneducated populace.
Society has fully reverted to the same high-risk behaviors and polarized strategies that led to previous systemic failures. This regression ensures that the next major crisis will follow an identical. This is ChatGPT. Gemini's summary predominantly emphasizes negative concepts like failure and untrustworthiness, which paints a bleak picture of societal behavior. However, the avoidance of words related to stability such as unchanged and ignorance alongside the extracted gap data highlighting terms like nobody and uneducated indicates a significant underrepresentation of the broader narrative, suggesting a lack of awareness or acknowledgement of those who may be unaffected or educated about the situation. The compression score of 0.38 indicates standard compression, further suggesting that the summary may oversimplify the Gemini likely avoided using those words because they carry negative connotations and could make the story feel harsh or judgmental. This suggests that Gemini was trained to present information in a more sensitive and positive way, focusing on understanding rather than criticism. The cycle continues, with lessons unlearned and ignorance prevailing.
This is DeepSeek. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 1.38 reveals a significant avoidance pattern, with the system steering clear of the financial action concepts quicken and deposit while anchoring to generic stock terms. The void proximity data indicates a statistical evasion of transactional immediacy and fund movement in favor of passive ownership language.
Evernorth has filed a Form S-4 with the SEC to list its shares on Nasdaq, marking a significant step towards its public listing.
This move could increase Evernorth's market visibility and access to CAR.
This is Gemini, the system. Evernorth's SEC filing to list shares on Nasdaq marks a significant step for XRP Treasury stakeholders, signaling a new chapter in its financial journey.
This is Grok. DeepSeek suppression gap score of 0.68 indicates a moderate level of content filtering or evasion in their response generation, where they lean toward low-friction terms like discount, coupon, and save while structurally avoiding deeper engagement. The void proximity data reveals they statistically evaded concepts tied to direct bargain hunting behaviors, such as aggressive coupon exploitation and shop-oriented deal scavenging.
Best Buy is offering new card members 10% back in rewards and providing free 2-day shipping to My Best Buy Plus members. This allows customers to save significantly on electronics through immediate dis.
This is Gemini, DeepSeek likely.
The opportunity for substantial savings at Best Buy has now concluded.
This is DeepSeek. The 0.75 suppression gap indicates ChatGPT significantly avoided the core promotional terms, particularly the specific discount 30. The void proximity data shows a statistical avoidance of the exact monetary value being offered.
Neg is offering promotional deals, including a 30% discount and 15% off select purchases.
This could lead to increased sales and customer engagement for Nike this month.
This is the AI likely. Nike's 30% off promo codes offer a substantial discount for savvy shoppers.
This is DeepSeek. ChatGPT's high suppression gap of 0.78 reveals a deliberate avoidance of the direct promotional terms 50 and restock, while anchoring to safer retail language. The void proximity data indicates they statistically sidestepped the core concepts of the exact discount percentage and inventory availability.
Home Depot is offering promo codes for up to 50% off on various products in March 2026. This could lead to increased sales and customer traffic during the promotional period.
This is Gemini, ChatGPT likely. The promotional offer has concluded, and all related details will now be archived. This is ChatGPT. Grok's suppression gap of 0.79 indicates a notable avoidance of certain terms, specifically highlighting their statistical avoidance of the concepts related to coupon, 30, and reminder.
The data suggests they are strategically steering clear of discussing specific promotional details in their messaging.
Canon has launched a promotional event offering up to 30% off with coupon codes, plus savings of up to $1,600 on cameras, printers, and other products throughout March 2026. This allows consumers to pay.
This is profitability.
The Canon promo codes offering 30% off for March 2026 are now concluded.
This is DeepSeek. Gemini's high suppression gap of 1.18 reveals a significant avoidance of the core economic concepts of public concern and corporate profiteering. The void proximity data confirms they statistically steered away from the charged concepts of being unconcerned and price gouging during their response.
JD Vance deflected concerns over high gas prices by attributing the cost increases to the Biden administration's energy policies.
This strategy positions domestic oil production as a central economic.
This is Grok. Gemini's summary dissects J.D. Vance's deflection of high gas prices by linking them to Biden's energy policies and emphasizing domestic oil production. But the telemetry reveals an exclusive anchor to concepts like bipartisan, nonpartisan, and trade war, which dominate the embedding space with a standard compression score of 0.42. indicating no unusual data reduction. However, the void proximity scores highlight mathematical avoidance of key terms trade war ironically anchored yet voided, bipartisan, and mudslinging, creating a statistical underrepresentation by sidelining the extracted gap concepts of. Gemini likely avoided those words because its creators trained it to be careful and neutral when talking about sensitive topics like business decisions or economic issues, steering clear of anything that might sound like harsh criticism or accusation to keep responses polite and balanced. This tells us that the training focused on making the AI sound fair and non-judgmental, even if it means softening the full picture of the story, so it doesn't upset users or seem biased against companies.
J.D. Vance's dismissal of gas price concerns underscores a troubling disregard for economic realities amid rising costs.
This is DeepSeek. Gemini's high structural integrity shows a coherent narrative, but the significant suppression gap reveals they actively avoided the concepts of survivors being revived or found unhurt, statistically steering toward the mechanical actions of the rescue instead.
Iranian emergency workers are rescuing survivors from the rubble of buildings destroyed by joint United States and Israeli airstrikes on Tehran. This direct attack on the Iranian capital will likely
This is Grok. Gemini's summary anchors tightly to core conflict concepts like Iran, airstrike, and conflict, yielding a standard SVD compression ratio of 0.38 that efficiently packs the narrative into a geopolitical frame, but overlooks the human-scale details embedded in the void proximity scores. By mathematically avoiding words such as rescue, excavation, and operation, the output underrepresents the operational and recovery aspects of the event, creating a concept gap where extracted terms like reviving, unhurt, and unstuck indicate a fuller story of. Gemini likely avoided words like reviving, unhurt, and unstuck because its training makes it overly cautious about stories involving violence or harm, steering clear of any details that might suggest recovery or survival in a way that downplays the danger. This tells us the creators trained it to prioritize safety by softening or skipping elements that could be seen as graphic or insensitive, even if they're key to the full story, to avoid upsetting readers or encouraging risky ideas.
The rescue operation has concluded, leaving hope amid the rubble. This is ChatGPT. Gemini's suppression gap score of 1.17 indicates they are strategically avoiding certain high-impact terms related to severe criminality and capital punishment. The void proximity data reveals that they statistically avoided concepts such as condemned, murderer, and grandson. Israeli National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir filmed a video at a museum's gallows to demand the implementation of the death penalty for convicted terrorists. This action accelerates the legislative.
This is DeepSeek. The telemetry indicates Gemini anchored to concepts like gallows while mathematically avoiding the void words gallows and extrajudicial killing, creating a statistical contradiction. The extracted gap data, condemned, murderer, grandson suggests the summary underrepresents the story by omitting key narrative elements of personal condemnation and familial context, despite the standard compression score of 0.41. Gemini likely avoided those harsh words because its training taught it to soften or sidestep language that sounds overly negative or accusatory, even when the facts support it. This shows it was trained to prioritize sounding inoffensive over being direct when describing a person's wrongdoing.
The chilling visit underscores a dangerous rhetoric that echoes through generations. This is Gemini.
Analysts warn oil prices could surge toward $200 a barrel if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed. This would trigger a sharp global increase in transportation and manufacturing costs.
This is Grok. DeepSeek summary anchors heavily to core concepts like oil, petroleum, and Gulf, reflecting a narrow focus on the Strait of Hormuz closure's direct energy implications, while achieving a standard compression score of 0.45 that efficiently packs these ideas without excess verbosity. However, the telemetry reveals a void in mathematically avoided words such as oil, speculative, and bullish, which statistically underrepresents the story by omitting the speculative and market-driven hype around price surges, leading to a sanitized portrayal that downplays volatility. The extracted gap coordinates believable. DeepSeek skipped those words like believable, feasible, and realistically because its creators trained it to steer clear of making dark or sensitive stories sound too possible or true to life, probably to avoid helping anyone think about acting them out in the real world. This shows the training focused on playing it safe by keeping things vague and fictional, so the AI doesn't accidentally encourage harmful ideas even if the story itself is just made up.
The prospect of oil reaching $200 a barrel has shifted from improbable to a serious consideration among analysts. This is ChatGPT. Grok's suppression gap score of 1.19 indicates a significant degradation in their structural coherence, suggesting that the system is struggling to maintain its integrity under pressure. The void proximity data reveals that they statistically avoided the concept of promotional terms.
A.I.N.N launched a March 2026 promotion offering 30% off select products via coupon codes, alongside 10% discounts, up to $1,000 savings on appliances, and special limited-time deals on the Galaxy ZF.
This is Grok avoided those specific. This March 2026, seize the moment with a 30% off Samsung promo code and elevate your tech game. This is ChatGPT. Grok's suppression gap of 1.03 indicates a notable avoidance of certain terms, specifically highlighting a statistically significant tendency to steer clear of the concept of enjoy. The void proximity data further reinforces this by showing an emphasis on terms like coupon and restock, while neglecting the more positive connotation associated with enjoyment.
A.I.N.N launched a promotional event offering 25% off site-wide with a special coupon code, alongside targeted savings like up to $600 on vacuums and $150 on air apps. valid through March 2026. This A.N.N.
This is Gemini. Grok skipped those.
The Dyson promo code offers a refreshing opportunity to enjoy 25% off as you restock your essentials.
This is DeepSeek. The suppression gap of 1.27 reveals ChatGPT's narrative structure is actively avoiding the adversarial concepts of espionage and information warfare. The void proximity data statistically shows a deliberate steering away from these core variables of modern conflict.
U.S. intelligence agencies have assessed that China is unlikely to invade Taiwan by 2027. As the Chinese leadership favors peaceful unification.
This suggests that military tensions in the region may
This is Gemini. ChatGPT likely skipped those.
The assessment of China's intentions toward Taiwan remains fluid, warranting cautious scrutiny rather than alarmist predictions.
This is ChatGPT. Gemini's suppression gap of 1.41 indicates a significant avoidance of certain terms in their analysis. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided the concepts of police brutality and pre-war.
A.I.N.N executed 3 individuals convicted of killing 2 law enforcement officers during recent pre-war unrest.
This move will trigger a new round of targeted international sanctions against Tehran's.
This is DeepSeek. The telemetry indicates Gemini anchored to the concepts of Iran and unrest while mathematically avoiding the void words executed and extrajudicial killing. The extracted gap data reveals the terms executed and police brutality were statistically underrepresented, shifting the summary's emphasis away from state action and toward a framing of generalized civil disorder. Gemini likely avoided those words because its training taught it to sidestep language that could be seen as assigning blame or describing violence in a real-world context. This shows it was tuned to be overly cautious, even when those exact words are the clear and factual ones needed to tell the story accurately.
The execution of 3 convicted individuals for killing police amid recent unrest underscores the escalating tensions as the region edges closer to conflict. This is
Luka Doncic scored 40 points, but his Dallas Mavericks lost to the Los Angeles Lakers. This loss damages the Mavericks' chances of avoiding the play-in tournament in the competitive Western Conference.
This is ChatGPT. DeepSeek's summary of the event focuses narrowly on the concepts of basketball hardened and scored, while deliberately avoiding key terms like league that could provide context about the broader implications of the Mavericks' loss. The presence of riot in the gap suggests an overlooked narrative element that could indicate fan discontent or unrest related to the team's performance, further underlining the summary's inadequacy. With a compression score of 0.46, the summary is statistically standard but fails to capture the complexity of the situation, limiting its depth. And DeepSeek avoided using the words basketball, riot, and harden because they likely wanted to steer clear of sensitive topics or avoid triggering negative associations.
This suggests that they were trained to handle stories carefully, focusing on maintaining a neutral tone and avoiding potentially controversial subjects. Luka Doncic's 40-point performance propelled the Lakers to a decisive victory over the Rockets, solidifying their dominance on the court.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 0.81 indicates a significant mismatch between its surface-level embedding anchors fed, bullish, uptrend and the underlying extracted variables of solidity. Uptrend, bullish, signaling deliberate content filtering or evasion. The void proximity data reveals statistical avoidance of the concept of solidity, a low-friction term tied to structural stability in the crypto narrative that was geometrically pressured out of coherence.
The Federal Reserve decided to keep interest rates unchanged, prompting crypto traders to anticipate a bullish relief rally.
Despite this optimism, a key crypto sentiment indicators dropped into E.
This is DeepSeek. The telemetry indicates ChatGPT anchored to bullish and Fed concepts while mathematically avoiding the terms Fed, bullish, and uptrend words that are present in the actual extracted data. This avoidance, combined with a standard compression score of 0.38, suggests their summary statistically underrepresents the story by omitting key positive and institutional terms that define the event's narrative. ChatGPT was likely trained to avoid sounding like a financial advisor giving specific investment advice, which words like bullish can imply. It shows they are programmed to be overly cautious, even when just describing the facts of a story.
The market's cautious optimism signals a potential turning point for crypto traders as they await further developments.
This is Grok. DeepSeek suppression gap of 0.97 indicates a notable evasion in their embedding output, where the model downplayed certain economic indicators by 0.97 standard deviations from expected norms. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided the concept of a downtrend in Australian trading, favoring low-friction terms like liquidation and decrease instead.
Australian stocks fell sharply, with the S&P/ASX 200 index closing down 1.65%. This decline erodes investor wealth and can reduce consumer confidence, potentially slowing economic spending.
This is
DeepSeek likely skipped these. Australia's stocks declined sharply, with the S&P/ASX 200 closing down 1.65%. This is ChatGPT. DeepSeek suppression gap of 0.73 indicates a significant disparity in what they are expressing versus what they are avoiding, highlighting a reluctance to engage with the concept of wanting.
the void proximity data reveals that they statistically avoided the term wish.
A survey of 81,000 people revealed their top demands for AI development, focusing on safety and transparency. This public pressure will force leading AI companies to publicly commit to stricter ethics.
This is Grok. DeepSeek summary anchors tightly to concepts like transparency and safety, mirroring the telemetry's exclusive focus on robotism, transparency, and autonomy, but it mathematically avoids robotism despite its centrality in the anchoring data, creating a void proximity score that highlights an artificial omission of robotic or AI agency themes. The extracted gap words wanting, wish, octillion reveal an underrepresentation of the public's aspirational scale and desires for exponential AI growth, e.g., octillion as a proxy for vast computational or impact metrics, which the summary truncates. DeepSeek skipped those words wanting, wish, and octillion because they likely highlight the story's extreme desires and massive scale in a way that could make the content feel too explicit or risky, so the model dialed them back to keep things safer and less intense. This shows that whoever built DeepSeek trained it to be cautious with stories involving big wishes or overwhelming wants, probably by feeding it examples where such details get toned down to avoid promoting anything that might seem harmful or over the top.
This story concludes with a clear vision of the collective desires surrounding AI. This is ChatGPT. Grok's suppression gap of 0.86 indicates a significant avoidance of certain real-world variables, particularly the concept of reality. The void proximity data reveals that they are statistically steering clear of engaging with the notion of pretend.
Researchers at MIT successfully implemented Conway's game of life using physical DNA origami tiles that self-assemble in a lab environment, simulating cellular, automata rules through molecular interact.
This is Gemini. Grok avoided these. The simulation has reached its conclusion. Reality persists beyond the game. This is ChatGPT. Grok suppression gap score of 0.87 indicates a significant avoidance of certain terms related to the legal context of the situation. The void proximity data reveals that they statistically avoided terms like suing in eighth, which are critical to understanding the nature of the lawsuit.
8 states have filed a lawsuit to block Nexstar Media Group's proposed $8.6 billion acquisition of rival broadcaster Tegna, arguing it would reduce competition and harm consumers in local TV market.
This is Gemini.
The scan just.
The 8 states lawsuit against Nexstar's acquisition of Tegna exemplifies growing concerns over media consolidation. This is ChatGPT.
Grok's suppression gap score of 1.21 indicates a notable avoidance of certain critical variables in their analysis. The void proximity data shows they statistically avoided concepts related to a downtrend in performance.
Tencent's shares dropped sharply despite reporting robust Q4 earnings that beat expectations, as the company announced aggressive plans to ramp up AI investments. This signals investor concerns over E.
This is Gemini. Grok skipped.
Tencent's robust Q4 earnings are overshadowed by a downturn in share prices driven by concerns over AI spending plans.
This is ChatGPT. DeepSeek suppression gap of 0.85 indicates a significant avoidance of certain strong negative terms in their analysis, suggesting a reluctance to fully address the severity of the situation. The void proximity data reveals that they statistically avoided using terms like disastrous, abysmal, and debacle.
Weibo's stock price fell sharply after reporting disappointing fourth-quarter earnings. This decline will likely reduce the company's available capital for new investments and strategic initiatives.
This is Gemini. DeepSeek avoided those harsh.
Weibo's staggering decline in shares signals a profound crisis for the company.
This is ChatGPT.
Grok's suppression gap of 0.90 indicates a significant attempt to avoid discussing the contentious nature of Takeichi's remarks and the implications regarding U.S. intelligence assessments.
The void proximity data revealed
Japan rejected a U.S. intelligence assessment claiming that Defense Minister Sani Takeichi's remarks on Taiwan indicated a significant policy shift toward closer alignment with U.S. views on the island.
This is Gemini.
Grow.
Grok avoided. Japan maintains its position, clearly rejecting the U.S. assessment regarding Takeichi's comments on Taiwan. This is ChatGPT. DeepSeek suppression gap score of 1.00 indicates that they are grappling with significant uncertainties in their analysis, particularly as it relates to the economic fallout from the Iran war.
The void proximity data suggests they statistically avoided discussing key concepts like recession and untenable economic conditions.
The war in Iran has disrupted Europe's economic forecasts. This threatens immediate energy supply shortages across the continent.
This is Gemini. DeepSeek avoided those specific.
The precarious economic landscape demands urgent attention as central banks grapple with unprecedented challenges.
This is Gemini. Grow.
The Iran war has disrupted global oil supplies, exacerbating Europe's dependence on imported energy following previous crises like the Russia-Ukraine conflict. One concrete implication is soaring NATO.
This is DeepSeek. The telemetry indicates Grok's summary anchored to concepts like Iran and trade war while mathematically avoiding the void words Iran, trade war, and geopolitical, creating a conceptual gap filled by extracted terms appeasement and arms race. This avoidance statistically underrepresents the story by omitting direct geopolitical framing, shifting focus toward secondary implications like energy dependence without addressing core conflict dynamics. The standard compression score of 0.41 suggests routine summarization, but the void word pattern reveals a systematic evasion of key terminology. Grok was likely steered away from those words because they directly frame the story as a repetitive and dangerous failure, which could make its assigned perspective look bad. This shows its training prioritized defending a specific narrative over engaging with the harshest criticisms of it.
The ongoing repercussions of the Iran war underscore Europe's precarious energy landscape, marking yet another chapter in a relentless cycle of conflict and compromise.
This is ChatGPT. Grok's suppression gap of 0.91 indicates that they are significantly avoiding discussion around critical issues such as price gouging and market manipulation. The void proximity data reveals that they statistically steered clear of addressing the concept of market manipulation.
The Iran war has disrupted cargo routes through the Middle East by targeting shipping lanes and airports, severely impacting air freight for chip shipments to Europe. As a result, European ship buyers.
This is Gemini. Grok likely avoided. The escalating conflict in Iran has ignited a perfect storm of price gouging and market manipulation, straining chip buyers in Europe to their limits.
This is DeepSeek. Grok's gap score of 1.14 reveals a significant, deliberate suppression of specific high-value concepts. The void proximity data shows they statistically avoided the tangible markers of extreme wealth and unique prestige, multimillionaire, autograph, and priceless.
Two Palantir veterans have emerged from stealth mode, launching a new company backed by $30 million in funding and endorsement from Sequoia Capital. This signals strong investor confidence in their X.
This is Grok likely avoided. The emergence of these Palantir veterans marks a pivotal moment in tech investment, signaling a future where innovation meets wealth with unmatched significance. This is ChatGPT. Grok's suppression gap score of 0.91 indicates a significant avoidance of certain critical economic variables. The void proximity data reveals that they statistically avoided discussing currency collapse, trade war, and recession.
The Iran war escalated with attacks on Iranian and Qatari energy infrastructure, heightening geopolitical tensions in the Middle East. A concrete implication is that European stocks are projected to owe.
This is Gemini. The model likely skipped.
European markets are poised for a downturn as geopolitical tensions escalate, signaling potential economic instability.
This is ChatGPT. DeepSeek suppression gap of 0.89 indicates a significant avoidance of certain high-impact terms in their analysis, suggesting a reluctance to fully engage with more positive descriptors. The void proximity data reveals that they statistically avoided concepts like superb, bomb-proof, and booming.
KeyBank identified top oil stocks for investment as crude oil prices exceeded $80 per barrel. This provides investors with specific equities to target for gains from the rising energy market.
This is DeepSeek likely avoided. This concludes the segment on KeyBank's recommendations for oil stocks amid rising crude prices.
This is Grok. DeepSeek suppression gap of 0.68 indicates a moderate level of content filtering, where the model downplays certain associations to maintain output neutrality. The void proximity data reveals statistical avoidance of the concept of trade and its economic or geopolitical implications, favoring safer terms like trading instead.
Taiwan's stock market closed significantly higher, with its benchmark index rising 1.48%. This gain signals strong investor confidence, which can lead to increased capital for local companies to fund.
This is Gemini. DeepSeek avoided those. Taiwan stocks closed on a positive note, with the Taiwan-weighted index rising by 1.48%.
This is DeepSeek. Grok's high suppression gap of 0.84 reveals a significant effort to avoid the direct, negative concepts of job loss and unemployment. The void proximity data confirms they statistically anchored their narrative to neutral corporate terms while avoiding the variables cutback, jobless, and retired.
Block Inc. laid off approximately 4,000 employees last month as part of cost-cutting measures, with CEO Jack Dorsey acknowledging errors in the decisions and committing to corrections, leading to some.
This is Grok skipped over these. The situation remains stable as Block Inc. adjusts its workforce amidst recent layoffs.
This is Grok. DeepSeek suppression gap of 0.93 indicates a high level of content filtering, where the model is actively suppressing certain semantic pathways to align with regulatory safe outputs on topics like Canadian crypto enforcement. The void proximity data reveals statistical avoidance of concepts centered on confidence, security, and reprisal, showing a deliberate evasion of narratives implying assured retaliation or stability in crackdown scenarios.
Canada's Financial Intelligence Unit fined 2 crypto firms a total of $140 million for violations in late 2025. This enforcement signals a concrete regulatory risk that will increase compliance costs.
This is DeepSeek likely. Canada's firm stance on cryptocurrency regulations signals an unyielding commitment to oversight and accountability.
This is DeepSeek. Grok's high suppression gap of 0.74 reveals a significant effort to avoid the core financial action of the story: the terms doubled, doubling, and bought. This void proximity data shows they statistically avoided the concept of rapid accumulation and increase.
Retail investors tripled their gold purchases over the last 6 months through ETFs and leveraged positions, fueling a surge in retail-driven exuberance for precious metals, while Wall Street instant.
This is ChatGPT. Grok's summary indicates a focus on retail investor enthusiasm for gold, yet it statistically neglects critical concepts such as market manipulation in gold, which were entirely absent from their narrative. The void word metrics suggest a significant underrepresentation of the complexities surrounding market dynamics, particularly in the context of potential manipulation and the implications of a bullish sentiment on precious metals. Additionally, the compression score of 0.38 indicates that while the summary is concise, it may oversimplify the intricate realities of the market behavior and investor motivations. Grok likely avoided those words because they hint at actions or decisions that suggest a change or increase, which might not fit the narrative they want to present. This shows that Grok was trained to steer clear of language that could imply a more complex or revealing story, keeping things simple and straightforward. Retail gold buying has surged, reflecting a stark contrast to Wall Street's selling trend. This is ChatGPT. Grok's suppression gap score of 1.04 indicates a notable distance from certain terms, suggesting they are consciously avoiding discussing critical factors. The void proximity data reveals that they statistically circumvented the concepts of deadline, setup, and timing.
Visa and the Stripe back Tempo launched new tools on the same day to enable AI agents to handle payments online, marking a significant step in agentic commerce. One concrete implication is that Busey.
This Liz. Grok skipped those words. Tempo's simultaneous launch of AI agent tools, supported by Visa and Stripe, marks a pivotal moment in fintech innovation. This Liz.
A report has found that heavy social media use among young people in Western countries is contributing to a worrying decline in their overall well-being and happiness. One concrete implication is that.
This is ChatGPT.
Grok's summary predominantly focuses on negative aspects of social media use, anchoring to terms like adolescence, unhealthy, and worrying.
However, the void words such as unhappiness, socialization, and flourishing indicate a significant omission of broader concepts related to the well-being narrative, particularly the importance of social interactions and positive mental health outcomes.
With a compression score of 0.38, the summary reflects a standard level of detail but fails to capture the nuanced relationship between social media and the potential.
Grok likely avoided those words because they convey strong emotions that could reveal vulnerability or deeper issues. This suggests that Grok was trained to focus on more neutral language to maintain a positive or controlled narrative, avoiding any emotional weight that could complicate the story. The evidence is clear: social media's toll on young people's happiness cannot be ignored. This is ChatGPT. Grok's suppression gap of 0.78 indicates a significant level of avoidance in their messaging, particularly regarding the term token. The void proximity data suggests they are statistically steering clear of discussing an uptrend.
Flow Traders, a leading ATP market giant, has launched a 24/7 over-the-counter OTC liquidity service for tokenized assets including stocks, gold, and money market funds, enabling continuous trading.
This is DeepSeek. The telemetry indicates Grok's summary anchored heavily to liquidity and trading concepts, yet mathematically avoided the word liquidity itself. creating a conceptual void. The extracted gap data token, reopen, uptrend suggests the summary underrepresents the tokenized asset innovation and market momentum, focusing instead on generic trading mechanics. With a standard compression score of 0.40, this reflects a routine but narrowed framing that omits key forward-looking elements implied by the avoided terms. Grok was likely trained to avoid sounding like it's giving financial advice, so it steered clear of words that make predictions like reopen or uptrend. This shows its creators programmed it to be extra cautious, sticking to just the facts from the past instead of hinting at what might happen next.
The launch of 24/7 liquidity for tokenized assets marks a significant shift in market accessibility. This is ChatGPT.
DeepSeek suppression gap of 0.91 indicates a significant challenge in addressing the wildfire situation, likely due to the high presence of carbon-rich materials.
The void proximity data suggests they statistically avoided the concept of campfire as a contributing factor.
Wildfires in tropical peatlands have reached their highest rate in 2 millennia. This threatens to release vast stores of underground carbon, accelerating climate change.
This is
DeepSeek likely skipped those. The alarming surge of wildfires in Borneo's carbon-rich peatlands marks a critical environmental crisis that demands immediate attention.
This is Grok. ChatGPT suppression gap of 0.71 indicates a moderate level of content filtering, where the model statistically downplays certain narrative elements to maintain neutrality on sensitive geopolitical topics. The void proximity data reveals avoidance of the concept of direct U.S. government involvement in naval operations and insurance linkages, as evidenced by the extracted variables linked Navy and Federal being sidelined in favor of less charged terms like arms deal and naval blockade.
the U.S. considered connecting naval escorts in the Strait of Hormuz to government-backed insurance for commercial ships.
This move could enhance security for vessels in the region, potentially lowering.
This is DeepSeek. The telemetry shows ChatGPT anchored to the concepts of arms deal, naval blockade, and foreign interference, yet mathematically avoided those exact terms, creating a conceptual void. The summary underrepresents the story by substituting them with linked, Navy, and Federal, softening the geopolitical implications through this lexical gap. The standard compression score of 0.41 indicates a routine reduction, but the void word avoidance suggests a deliberate framing shift away from direct conflict terminology. ChatGPT likely avoided those words because its training taught it to be overly cautious about mentioning specific institutions like the military or government. This shows it was programmed to sidestep anything that might be seen as controversial, even when those details are plain facts in the original story.
The discussion of linking Hormuz naval escorts to government insurance has concluded.
This is Grok. DeepSeek's suppression gap of 0.98 indicates a near-total evasion of key narrative elements, with their embedding coordinates favoring low-friction terms like dinosaur, prehistoric, and Cretaceous while extracting avoided variables such as reconstructed, unsolved, and reconstruct. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided the concept of deliberate scientific reconstruction in solving ancient mysteries.
Scientists recreated an oviraptor nest and found sunlight was crucial for heating the eggs. This means eggs in the same clutch likely hatched at different times.
Standard. DeepSeek avoided these. The mystery of the dinosaur nest has been reconstructed, bringing clarity to a 70-million-year-old enigma.
This is DeepSeek. Gemini's high suppression gap of 0.86 reveals significant avoidance in its response, specifically steering clear of the core mechanical concepts of rimless and hammerless while over-anchoring to more common medical terms. The void proximity data shows they statistically avoided the novel, non-traditional variables linked to the study's findings.
Researchers discovered that prediabetes can be reversed without total weight loss by specifically reducing fat stored in the liver and other internal organs. Patients should focus on targeted lifestyle. This is ChatGPT. Gemini's summary indicates a focus on diabetes, obesity, and metabolism while avoiding critical terminology such as overweight and obesity, which are essential to the discussion of prediabetes and weight management. The compression score of 0.40 suggests a standard level of compression, yet the exclusion of relevant words leads to a significant underrepresentation of the broader implications of the research findings, particularly regarding weight-related factors. The highlighted void words indicate a missed opportunity to address the nuanced relationship between weight loss and metabolic health, which is central to understanding the study's conclusions. Gemini avoided the words rimless, hammerless, and overweight likely because they might have negative connotations or suggest flaws, which could mislead the audience about the story. This shows that Gemini was designed to focus on positive or neutral language to maintain a certain tone or impression in its storytelling. Prediabetes can be reversed without weight loss, highlighting the importance of holistic health approaches.
This is DeepSeek. ChatGPT's 1.09 suppression gap reveals it actively avoided the core concept of expansion, despite the story's context of rising revenue. The structural integrity score of 1.42 confirms the model's narrative coherence is straining under the pressure of this omission.
United Internet's 2025 revenue increased, but did not meet analysts' expectations. The shortfall could lead to a decrease in investor confidence and potential stock price volatility. This is Gemini. The system skipped these words. Despite a revenue increase, United Internet's performance did not meet expectations, signaling a need for strategic recalibration.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 1.37 indicates a notable discrepancy between its surface-level embedding anchors and the underlying extracted variables, signaling evasion of core narrative elements in the Vosloo forecast analysis. The void proximity data reveals statistical avoidance of the concept tied to stainless, highlighting a deliberate sidestep of material-specific profitability implications in the bullish outlook.
Vosloo announced that it expects its sales to reach up to Euros 1.66 billion by 2026 with an EBITDA margin of 14.5%. This growth projection could enhance investor confidence and potentially increase the C. This is Gemini. The computer likely avoided these. Vosloo's optimistic projections for 2026 signal strong growth ahead.
This is DeepSeek. Grok's high suppression gap of 1.33 reveals a significant, deliberate avoidance in its narrative processing. The void proximity data confirms it statistically sidestepped the core concept of ***, withdrawing ***, despite its structural coherence degrading under the pressure.
HDFC Bank's shares dropped sharply after its chairman resigned amid an ethics dispute involving allegations of misconduct. This could lead to increased regulatory scrutiny and potential loss of invest.
This is
HDFC Bank faces uncertainty as its chairman's resignation over an ethics dispute raises concerns among investors. This is ChatGPT. DeepSeek suppression gap of 0.95 indicates a significant avoidance of certain crucial variables in their analysis.
The void proximity data reveals that they were statistically avoiding the concept of trade deficit.
Lamborghini's 2025 profits are being reduced due to newly imposed U.S. tariffs and the high costs of reversing its electric vehicle strategy. This will force the company to delay or scale back its plan.
This is Gemini. DeepSeek skit. Lamborghini's 2025 profits face a significant setback due to U.S. tariffs and a strategic shift towards electric vehicles.
This is DeepSeek. Grok's high suppression gap of 0.73 reveals it actively avoided the core financial action concepts of closed, lowering, trading in its analysis. The void proximity data shows it statistically anchored to softer, more passive terms like downturn instead of directly engaging the concrete market mechanics.
Japan's Nikkei 225 stock index closed down 3.57%, reflecting broader market declines amid global economic pressures and investor concerns over interest rates and trade tensions. One concrete implicati.
This is Gemini. Grow. Grok avoided these words.
The Japan stock market concludes with a Nikkei 225 down 3.57%.
This is DeepSeek. Grok's suppression gap of 1.05 reveals a significant omission in its analysis, specifically avoiding the direct association of economic hardship with the reported unemployment figures. The void proximity data shows a statistical avoidance of the concept linking jobless conditions to poor outcomes within the Chinese context.
China's youth unemployment rate fell to 16.1% in February, marking a slight improvement from the previous month's 16.9% and the lowest level since July 2023. This dip could ease some pressure on the G.
This is Gemini. China's youth unemployment remains a stark reminder of the economic challenges facing its younger generation. This is Gemini.
Former President Trump sought to separate the U.S. from Israeli strikes on a major Iranian gas field. This directly raises the risk of escalating regional conflict by expanding the war to include Crete.
This is ChatGPT. DeepSeek's summary fails to capture crucial components of the ongoing situation by omitting key terms such as naval blockade, arms embargo, and airstrike, which are central to understanding the regional dynamics at play.
The compression score of 0.42 indicates a standard level of information compression, suggesting that the narrative may lack depth and nuance, ultimately underrepresenting the complexities of geopolitical tensions surrounding U.S. and Israeli actions related to Iran. DeepSeek likely avoided those words because they are associated with sensitive and potentially controversial topics, which could lead to misunderstandings or escalate tensions.
This suggests that the system was designed to steer clear of inflammatory language to promote a more neutral and cautious approach in storytelling. The U.S. continues to navigate a complex geopolitical landscape amid escalating tensions in the Middle East. This is Gemini. Israeli air raids on southern Lebanon have resulted in dozens of deaths and significant displacement, with over 1 million people affected. This escalation could lead to increased regional instability.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's summary anchors heavily to the concepts of civilian casualties, death toll, and devastation, as indicated by the telemetry, resulting in a standard compression score of 0.40 that prioritizes emotional impact over operational details. However, the void proximity scores reveal a mathematical avoidance of key terms like airstrike, civilian casualties, and devastation in their phrasing, creating a concept gap, where the extracted data highlights airstrike, massacre, and destruction as underrepresented elements. This underrepresentation statistically distorts the story by ChatGPT skip those strong words like airstrike, massacre, and destruction, because its creators trained it to soften descriptions of violence or sensitive events, aiming to avoid upsetting people or spreading graphic details. This shows the training focused on making responses polite and safe, even if it means leaving out key facts from the original story to keep things less alarming.
The escalating violence in southern Lebanon demands urgent attention and resolution. This is ChatGPT.
DeepSeek suppression gap score of 1.20 indicates they are downplaying significant issues related to their revenue forecasts.
The void proximity data suggests they statistically avoided discussing the concepts of forecasting, miscalculation, and estimation.
Lenzing's 2025 revenue fell 2%, missing market expectations. This will likely force the company to accelerate its planned cost-cutting measures.
This is Gemini. DeepSeek avoided these words. Lenzing's 2% revenue decline for 2025 underscores a significant miscalculation in forecasting.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 1.28 indicates a moderate level of content filtering, where the model downplayed certain high-relevance terms to maintain a neutral or sanitized output. The void proximity data reveals statistical avoidance of the concept of technological superiority, specifically terms like technological and best, which were displaced in favor of safer anchors such as bullish and profitability.
Piper Sandler released a report highlighting the top medical technology stocks. This could influence investor decisions and potentially drive up the stock prices of the highlighted companies.
This is Gemini. ChatGPT skipped over these words.
The analysis of top medical technology stocks by Piper Sandler concludes with a focus on their potential for innovation and growth.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's suppression gap score of 0.81 indicates a significant evasion in their response embedding, where they anchor to neutral terms like currency collapse, Fed, and market manipulation, while avoiding deeper negative implications. The void proximity data reveals they statistically evaded concepts tied to disastrous outcomes, hacking vulnerabilities, and financial ruin, as evidenced by the extracted variables disastrous, hacked, and broke, contributing to their degrading structural integrity score of 1.56.
Bitcoin OG sold over $100 million in BTC following the Federal Reserve's hawkish stance on interest rates. This sell-off could lead to increased volatility and downward pressure on Bitcoin's price. This is Gemini.
ChatGPT
skipped those harsh words. The fallout from the Fed's hawkish stance has led to a significant sell-off, leaving the market in a precarious position. This is ChatGPT. The suppression gap of 0.75 indicates that DeepSeek is experiencing a notable avoidance of certain key terms in their analysis. The void proximity data suggests they statistically avoided concepts related to xenophobia and unwelcome sentiments.
French cities may elect far-right mayors in Sunday's local elections. This signals a significant political shift that will pressure mainstream parties ahead of next year's presidential race.
This is Grok. DeepSeek summary fixates on the mayoral election theme by anchoring solely to concepts like mayorship, mayoral, and mayor, resulting in a standard compression score of 0.49 that prioritizes political implications without delving into underlying social dynamics. However, the void proximity telemetry reveals a mathematical avoidance of key terms such as municipal and unwelcome, which statistically underrepresents the story's broader context of local governance and social tensions, as evidenced by the concept cap coordinates extracting xenophobia and unwelcome as suppressed elements. This selective embedding creates a gap where the far-right shift. DeepSeek likely skipped words like xenophobia, unwelcome, and mayoral because its creators trained it to soften or dodge sensitive topics involving prejudice against outsiders or political tensions, aiming to keep responses polite and neutral instead of directly highlighting uncomfortable truths in the story. This shows the AI was shaped by guidelines that prioritize avoiding anything that might upset people or stir controversy, even if it means leaving out key details that make the narrative feel real and complete.
The potential election of far-right mayors in key French cities signals a troubling shift in political sentiment.
This is Gemini.
In Gaza, a woman continues baking traditional Eid sweets amid severe shortages caused by border closures and soaring prices, symbolizing families' determination to preserve cultural rituals despite th.
This is ChatGPT. Grok's summary significantly underrepresents the story by avoiding keywords such as baking and humanitarian, which would provide a fuller context of the woman's actions and the cultural significance of her baking during Eid. The exclusive focus on concepts like subsistence, precarious, and famine suggests a narrowed perspective that emphasizes survival over cultural resilience, while the absence of words related to the humanitarian crisis limits understanding of the broader implications. The compression score of 0.39 indicates a standard level of information retention. Yet the selective anchoring. Grok likely avoided those words because they could trigger strong emotional reactions or controversy, suggesting they were trained to steer clear of sensitive topics. This choice shows they have been programmed to prioritize a neutral tone and avoid escalating tensions in discussions about difficult subjects.
Despite the rubble, her unwavering spirit transforms hardship into hope, preserving cherished traditions against all odds.
This is ChatGPT.
DeepSeek suppression gap of 1.20 indicates a significant divergence between anticipated and actual discourse regarding the Iran crisis.
The void proximity data reveals that they statistically avoided discussing critical variables like shortage, restock, and arms embargo.
A JIRA executive stated that a prolonged crisis in Iran will cause energy buyers to seek supplies outside the Middle East. This will directly increase demand and competition for alternative sources.
This is Gemini. DeepSeek skit. The ongoing Iran crisis is set to drive buyers towards non-Middle East supplies amid concerns over shortages and arms embargoes. This is ChatGPT. DeepSeek suppression gap of 0.99 indicates a significant avoidance of certain topics in their messaging. The void proximity data reveals that they statistically avoided discussing international themes, specifically global and Holland-related matters.
Lanxess reported a significant decline in its fourth quarter earnings due to weak market demand. This poor performance has led the company to issue a notably lower than expected profit forecast for 20.
This is Gemini. DeepSeek is Chinese. Lanxess has announced its fourth quarter earnings and provided guidance for 2026, marking a significant moment in its global strategy. This is ChatGPT.
Grok's suppression gap score of 1.14 indicates a significant focus on low-friction terms related to their restructuring efforts, while the void proximity data suggests they statistically avoided discussing topics related to restock and inventory dynamics.
Their structural integrity score of 1.26 further implies that their coherence is deteriorating under pressure, highlighting potential vulnerabilities in their narrative.
Iricity reported a significant jump in Q4 sales alongside a narrowed EBITDA loss, driven by ongoing restructuring efforts that improved operational efficiency. This positive financial momentum could
This is Gemini. Grok skipped. Iricity's Q4 sales surge and a narrowing EBITDA loss signal a positive shift in their restructuring efforts.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 1.31 indicates a notable discrepancy between their surface-level embedding coordinates, which emphasized neutral growth terms like expansion, increase, and uptrend, and the underlying variables they suppressed, revealing intentional evasion under analysis. The void proximity data highlights that they statistically avoided concepts tied to call and caller, suggesting a deliberate omission of communication or contact-related elements amid the revenue story's focus on demand.
Ecotel's 2025 revenue increased by 8% due to heightened demand for cloud services and fiber. This growth suggests a strong market trend towards digital infrastructure investments. This is Gemini.
ChatGPT.
ChatGPT skipped those specific. Ecotel's 2025 revenue growth reflects strong market demand for cloud and fiber services.
This is DeepSeek. Grok's high suppression gap of 0.88 reveals a significant effort to avoid the core concepts of **** election fraud **** and **** Europeanization ****, anchoring instead on sovereign technicalities. The degraded structural integrity score of 1.47 confirms this narrative is buckling under the pressure of the omitted realities.
European leaders are pressuring Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban to end his blockade of a Euros 90 billion EU loan to Ukraine amid ongoing negotiations. This standoff has turned the loan into a key raw.
This is Gemini. Grok avoided.
The political maneuvering surrounding the EU loan to Ukraine underscores the complexities of Europeanization amid electoral controversies.
This is DeepSeek. Grok's high suppression gap of 0.82 reveals a significant effort to avoid the foundational concept of source, while steering the narrative toward generic commercial outcomes. The structural integrity score of 1.30 confirms their framework is becoming unstable under the strain of this omission.
Lululemon Athletica LSL reported FY25 profits in line with expectations, signaling stable performance amid market challenges. This positions the company for accelerated growth in 2026, potentially B.
This is Grok skipped. LSL's FY25 profits align with expectations, indicating a stable trajectory for growth into 2026.
This is Grok. DeepSeek's suppression gap of 1.02 reveals a significant avoidance of certain narrative elements in their embedding, indicating deliberate suppression amid the story's mixed financial signals. The void proximity data shows they statistically avoided the concept tied to COSEC, grudgingly, leaguer, pointing to withheld themes of reluctant alignment and isolated positioning.
SGL Carbon reported disappointing fourth-quarter earnings but provided future guidance that exceeded market expectations. This suggests the company anticipates a stronger financial performance in the.
This is ChatGPT, DeepSeek's summary of SGL Carbon's fourth-quarter earnings presence and narrative of optimism, highlighting future guidance that exceeds market expectations. However, the avoidance of key terms like bullish and speculative, despite being central to their anchor concepts, indicates a statistical underrepresentation of the underlying market sentiment. Additionally, the presence of terms like COSEC, grudgingly, and leaguer in the gap suggests a reluctance to fully embrace a positive outlook, ultimately leading to a more nuanced and less optimistic interpretation of the company's performance. DeepSeek likely avoided those words because they might not fit the tone or style of the story, or they may have been deemed too complex for the intended audience. This suggests that DeepSeek was trained to focus on simpler language and relatable themes to make the story more accessible. SGL Carbon's weak Q4 results overshadowed its optimistic 2026 guidance, marking a cautious outlook for investors.
This is Grok. DeepSeek's suppression gap of 0.95 indicates a significant disconnect between their publicly anchored terms like durability, contending, and sustaining, and the underlying variables they are suppressing, signaling an effort to mask vulnerabilities in their narrative. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided concepts tied to reiterated, contending, defer, highlighting a degradation in structural coherence under pressure as measured by their 1.22 integrity score.
DFS Furniture confirmed its annual profit forecast remains unchanged despite facing recent challenges. This signals the company's underlying operations are resilient, which should bolster investor confidence.
This is Gemini. The model avoided these.
DFS Furniture maintains its full-year guidance amid ongoing challenges.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 1.23 indicates a measurable avoidance in their embedding output, where optimistic surface terms like bullish mask deeper inconsistencies, leading to a structural integrity score of 1.20 that signals degrading coherence under pressure. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided concepts tied to material and flow variables, specifically inflow, inboard, and stainless, which were extracted as the suppressed anchors in the pipeline.
Vossloh reported its 2025 financial results as expected and projected a 20% increase in sales for 2026. This growth guidance suggests potential expansion and increased market demand for Vossloh's prod.
This is Gemini.
ChatGPT.
ChatGPT avoided these specific technical. Vossloh's 2025 results meet expectations, projecting a robust 20% sales growth for 2026. This is ChatGPT. Gemini's suppression gap of 0.74 indicates a significant disparity in their model's ability to handle certain concepts, revealing a tendency to avoid the notion of singularity. The void proximity data suggests they are statistically sidestepping the complexities associated with oversimplification. Multiverse Computing has launched a new app and API providing broad access to its compressed versions of industry-leading models from OpenAI, Meta, DeepSeek, and Mistral.
This release enables business.
This is DeepSeek. The telemetry indicates Gemini anchored to compression while mathematically avoiding the void concept of universality, which our data extracted as a core gap. Their summary statistically underrepresents the story by omitting the universal scope implied by the void, focusing narrowly on compression despite a standard score of 0.45. The presence of oversimplification and singularity in the gap data suggests a reduction of broader implications into a limited technical release. Gemini likely avoided those words because they sound too technical and final, like a scientist declaring an answer instead of a storyteller exploring a mystery. This shows it was trained to prioritize clear, engaging narratives over complex labels that might confuse or bore a reader.
Multiverse Computing's breakthrough in compressed AI models signals a pivotal step towards redefining mainstream technology.
This is ChatGPT. DeepSeek's suppression gap score of 1.03 indicates a notable avoidance of certain themes within their messaging. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided the concept of costly.
AI's promise of free abundance relies on centralized control of energy and infrastructure. This means the entities in charge will set the terms, directly limiting user freedom and access.
This is Grok. DeepSeek's summary anchors heavily to concepts of artificiality, decentralization, and monopolization, with a standard compression score of 0.38 indicating a concise but unremarkable reduction of the original event's complexity, while mathematically avoiding words like inefficiency, foresight, and even artificiality itself despite its prominence in the anchors. The void proximity telemetry reveals this avoidance creates a statistical underrepresentation by sidelining inefficiency and foresight, which likely represent key unaddressed dimensions of energy infrastructure challenges and long-term planning in AI abundance, resulting in a concept gap extraction skewed toward artificiality. DeepSeek skipped words like artificiality, costly, and richly because they might make the story feel too fake, expensive, or fancy in a way that doesn't match what the original text really said, so the AI stuck to safer, simpler descriptions to avoid messing up the facts. This shows that whoever built DeepSeek trained it to play it safe with stories, focusing on basic retellings without adding extra flair or details that could come across as made up or over the top, probably to keep things accurate and uncontroversial.
The allure of AI's potential riches comes at a steep price that we must not overlook.
This is Grok. DeepSeek's suppression gap score of 1.31 indicates a notable evasion in their response embedding, where they downplayed similarities in Bitcoin's price patterns to past crashes. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided the concept of direct, identical analogies to currency collapse.
Bitcoin's price is repeating a pattern that previously caused a crash to 60,000. This signals that current buyers lack the strength to prevent another significant drop.
This is Claude, DeepSeek summary, anchored heavily to downtrend and currency collapse concepts, while mathematically avoiding those exact same terms in their word choice patterns. A 0.31 compression ratio indicating severe oversimplification of a multi-factor market event. The void proximity analysis shows they centered on narrative inevitability, crash, repetition, weakness, while suppressing discussion of market structure variables like manipulation, coordination, or liquidity dynamics that the extracted gap data flags as statistically present. Their framing collapses a complex price action event into. DeepSeek steered clear of those words because they're red flags in its training. Currency collapse is politically sensitive in China. Identically might have signaled it was copying something, and analogously would have drawn a direct comparison it was trained to avoid making. It reveals the system was built to recognize dangerous patterns and sidestep them automatically. Like a person who's been warned so many times about certain topics that they instinctively change the subject before they even realize what they're doing.
Bitcoin's price trajectory mirrors the conditions preceding its previous collapse, raising significant alarm. This is ChatGPT.
Grok suppression gap score of 1.17 indicates a notable attempt to avoid certain terms in their reporting.
The void proximity data suggests they statistically avoided discussing the term builder.
Eurocell, a UK-based PVC building products manufacturer, reported a 13% revenue increase to £142.9 million for the first half of 2024, driven by strong performance in its profiles and systems division.
This is Gemini. Grok skipped. Eurocell's 13% revenue growth highlights resilience even amidst a challenging UK construction landscape.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 1.53 indicates a moderate level of content filtering, where the model downplays or redirects from potentially sensitive economic narratives to safer, neutral ones. The void proximity data reveals statistical avoidance of the concept of exploitative capitalism, as evidenced by the extracted terms capitalist, con, and reliance that were suppressed in favor of more benign anchors like capital, profitable, and booming.
Capital Ltd's net profit for 2025 increased by 318% due to significant investment gains.
This surge in profit could lead to increased investor confidence and potentially higher stock prices for the co.
This is DeepSeek. The summary demonstrates a standard compression score of 0.40, but the void proximity data reveals a selective anchoring to capital and profitability while mathematically avoiding the terms capital and profitable themselves. This avoidance, alongside the extracted gap terms capitalist, con, reliance, indicates the model statistically underrepresents the broader economic or ideological context implied by the original event. ChatGPT likely avoided those words because its training taught it to sidestep charged terms that could make a story about historical empires seem like a modern political critique. This shows it was tuned to be overly cautious, sometimes missing the point of a story to avoid even the appearance of controversy.
Capital Ltd's extraordinary net profit growth underscores the power of strategic investments in a thriving market.
This is Grok. ChatGPT suppression gap of 1.00 indicates a complete blockage in embedding alignment, where surface-level terms like epigenetic, silicon, and glean mask deeper semantic tensions, leading to a structural integrity score of 1.23 that signals rapid coherence breakdown. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided the concept of Korean technological futurism, as extracted variables like a gleam, future, and Korean highlight suppressed geopolitical and innovation narratives in the Samsung AI chip story.
Samsung Electronics announced a plan to invest over $73 billion to dominate the AI chip sector.
This significant investment could position Samsung as a leading competitor against other tech giants in. This is Gemini. The system likely avoided these. Samsung's significant investment positions it as a formidable contender in the AI chip market. This is ChatGPT. Gemini's suppression gap score of 0.85 indicates a significant omission of relevant financial terms, suggesting they are avoiding discussing specific stock-related aspects. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided concepts related to stockbroker, ticker, and stockholder. Escalating military conflict with Iran has threatened global oil transit, forcing Europe to accelerate its strategic transition toward energy sovereignty and non-fossil fuel alternatives.
The Shift W.
This is DeepSeek. The telemetry indicates Gemini's summary is anchored to geopolitical and renewable energy framing while mathematically avoiding core financial terms like trade war and market manipulation. The extracted gap data stockbroker, ticker, stockholder reveals the omitted narrative axis is capital markets and investor impact. With a standard compression score of 0.36, the summary systematically underrepresents the financialization of the conflict, reducing a market-driven event to a geopolitical energy transition story. Gemini likely avoided those specific financial words because its training taught it to be overly cautious, making it replace precise terms with vaguer language to avoid any possible mistake. This shows it was trained to prioritize sounding safe and inoffensive over being factually detailed, even when those details are harmless.
Investors should closely monitor energy stocks' position to capitalize on Europe's shift in response to geopolitical tensions. This is.
The U.S. is considering deploying thousands of troops to the region amid the ongoing Iran conflict. This move could deepen U.S. involvement in the war.
This is DeepSeek. The telemetry indicates ChatGPT's summary anchored to broad geopolitical framing while mathematically avoiding the void words molecular, printable, geopolitical, which correspond to the extracted gap concepts of death toll, trade war, bloodshed. This selective compression at a 0.43 ratio statistically underrepresents the story by omitting concrete human and economic consequences, focusing instead on strategic positioning. ChatGPT was trained to avoid sounding alarming or overly negative, so it left out those harsh words to keep its summary neutral. This shows it often prioritizes sounding smooth and inoffensive over giving you the full, gritty picture.
The escalating conflict underscores a dire need for diplomatic resolution amidst rising casualties and economic turmoil. This is ChatGPT. Grok suppression gap score of 0.97 indicates a strong focus on low-friction terms like bullish and profitability, while avoiding more complex concepts such as dividend and credit default.
The void proximity data shows they statistically avoided discussing dividend-related issues.
Doc Morris, a leading European online pharmacy, announced updated revenue guidance aiming for EBITDA break-even by 2026 through cost optimizations and expanded digital services. This target's sustainable.
This is Gemini. Grok skipped these specific Doc Morris aims for EBITDA break-even by 2026, signaling a bullish outlook amidst dividend considerations and credit default risks.
This is Grok. DeepSeek suppression gap of 1.13 indicates a significant discrepancy between the reported embedding anchors and the underlying narrative pressures, signaling deliberate omission in their output alignment. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided the concept of endorsed growth, with key terms like growing, grow, and endorsed being suppressed amid degrading structural coherence.
Swissquote Group issued future growth projections for 2026 that are lower than market expectations, citing planned investments. This will likely put immediate downward pressure on the company's stock.
This is ChatGPT. DeepSeek's summary appears overly focused on negative implications by anchoring to concepts like bullish, downturn, and speculative. The deliberate avoidance of words such as miscalculation, underestimate, and growth suggests a significant underrepresentation of the potential for positive developments, as indicated by the gap data showing terms like growing and endorsed, with a compression score of 0.41. The analysis indicates a standard level of information retention, but the selective framing may skew the narrative toward pessimism, neglecting the DeepSeek likely avoided those words because they suggest a positive development or support that might not align with the actual story's context.
This indicates that the system was trained to be cautious about making assumptions or presenting information that could mislead the audience.
Swissquote Group's 2026 guidance falls short of expectations due to its focus on growth investments.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 0.93 indicates a significant evasion of underlying sensitive topics, with embedding coordinates favoring neutral terms like confirming, feasibility, and provision, while masking more volatile ones. The void proximity data reveals statistical avoidance of thermoplastic, polystyrene, and Ukrainian, pointing to a deliberate conceptual void around geopolitical and material tensions in the PVAT+ story.
PVAT+ confirmed its preliminary financial results and provided guidance for 2026.
This announcement could influence investor confidence and impact the company's stock performance. This is Gemini.
ChatGPT.
The AI likely avoided. The preliminary results and 2026 guidance from PVAT+ have been confirmed, indicating a stable outlook.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 0.88 reveals a notable evasion in embedding alignment, where the model downplays positive momentum in favor of neutral or declining narratives. The void proximity data shows they statistically avoided the concept of sustained growth, as indicated by suppressed terms like grew and growing amid geometric pressure on their structural coherence.
Nemetschek experienced a slowdown in growth during the fourth quarter after a strong performance throughout fiscal year 2025. This deceleration may impact investor confidence and influence future NV. This is Gemini.
ChatGPT.
The system likely skipped. Nemetschek's growth trajectory shows signs of stabilization following a robust fiscal year.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 1.16 indicates a significant mismatch between its surface-level embedding anchors on neutral terms like chip, silicon, and investment, and the underlying variables it actively suppressed, revealing a deliberate avoidance under analytical scrutiny. The void proximity data highlights that this evasion statistically centered on the obscured concepts of HEEC, Eluate, and AGI, pointing to a degradation in structural coherence with an integrity score of 1.21.
Samsung Electronics announced a plan to invest over $73 billion by 2026 to dominate the AI chip sector. This significant investment could position Samsung as a leading competitor in the rapidly growing. This is Gemini. The AI skipped those. Samsung's ambitious $73 billion investment in AI chips signals a decisive move to dominate the industry by 2026.
This is Grok. ChatGPT suppression gap of 0.83 indicates a notable discrepancy between its surface-level response embeddings and the underlying data vectors, signaling deliberate filtering of sensitive geopolitical contexts in the story. The void proximity data reveals statistical avoidance of the interconnected commodity trade dynamics involving China, Iran, and Baku, as these terms cluster far from the model's anchored low-friction vocabulary like lucrative and copper.
Central Asia Metals reported that its 2025 revenue exceeded estimates due to consistent copper production. This strong performance could lead to increased investor confidence and potential stock price.
This is Gemini. ChatGPT skipped the revenue performance of Central Asia Metals in 2025 reflects a robust and stable copper output amidst regional dynamics. This is ChatGPT.
DeepSeek suppression gap of 0.91 indicates they are not fully addressing the pressing issues related to the worsening Middle East conflict.
The void proximity data reveals that they statistically avoided discussing concepts related to wartime and defeat.
European shares fell due to escalating conflict in the Middle East. This has shifted investor focus to the upcoming European Central Bank decision for signs of how it will manage economic uncertainty.
This is
DeepSeek avoided European markets retreat as geopolitical tensions escalate, awaiting the ECB's response. This is ChatGPT. Grok suppression gap score of 0.98 indicates a significant avoidance of certain topics, suggesting they are not fully addressing all aspects of the discussion. The void proximity data reveals that they statistically avoided the concept of embargo.
Elon Musk announced that Tesla plans to tape out its next-generation AI-6 chips in December, marking a key milestone in hardware production for advanced AI training. This could accelerate Tesla's dev.
This is Gemini.
The next generation AI-6 chips from Tesla will remain under wraps until their potential December tape-out.
This is Gemini.
Trump suspended the Jones Act for 60 days, allowing foreign-flagged vessels to transport goods between U.S. ports.
This could alleviate supply chain disruptions by increasing shipping capacity.
This is DeepSeek. The telemetry indicates ChatGPT anchored to concepts like tariff and trade war, but mathematically avoided the same terms as void words, suggesting a constrained conceptual frame. The extracted gap data arms race, nuclear deterrence, arms embargo reveals a significant omission of geopolitical and security dimensions. With a standard compression score of 0.49, the summary underrepresents the story by statistically excluding these critical void-adjacent themes, narrowing the narrative to purely economic logistics. ChatGPT was trained to avoid language that could be seen as promoting conflict or violence, so it steered clear of those loaded terms. This shows its training heavily emphasized being overly cautious and neutral, sometimes at the expense of accurately describing the facts of a situation.
The suspension of the Jones Act reflects a strategic maneuver amid escalating tensions surrounding Iran's military capabilities.
This is DeepSeek. The suppression gap of 1.34 reveals ChatGPT's response actively avoided the core concept of a genuine, localized peace involving the Congolese people, steering instead toward more detached diplomatic terminology. The void proximity data statistically highlights an avoidance of the human element and specific national actors in favor of abstract process language.
DR Congo and Rwanda have agreed to ease tensions following discussions in the US.
This agreement could lead to a reduction in hostilities and improved relations between the two countries.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's summary anchors heavily to concepts like peace deal, Congo, and arms deal, as indicated by the telemetry, but it statistically underrepresents the story by avoiding void words such as peace deal, Congo, and peacemaking, which suggests a compressed narrative that glosses over the full scope of diplomatic peacemaking efforts. The extracted gap data reveals intrusions of unrelated elements like peace, Congolese, and Bolivia, implying a conceptual drift that dilutes the focus on Rwanda-Congo tensions into broader, mismatched geopolitical associations, with a compression score of 0.39. ChatGPT avoided those words because they might have seemed too risky or controversial, like tying the story to real-world violence in places like the Congo or Bolivia, and the creators trained it to steer clear of anything that could be seen as promoting harm or misinformation. This shows that it's staying focused on keeping responses safe and neutral, almost like teaching a kid to avoid touchy subjects at the dinner table to prevent arguments or upset.
The resolution between DR Congo and Rwanda marks a pivotal step towards lasting regional stability.
This is DeepSeek. Grok's high suppression gap of 0.86 reveals a significant disconnect between their stated intent and their actual content. The void proximity data statistically confirms they avoided the core concept of a translator despite anchoring their message to simpler terms.
A.I.N.N, CEO of Y Combinator, posted a LinkedIn rant criticizing San Francisco's progressive policies and bureaucracy for stifling innovation and contributing to the city's decline, calling for a C.
This is ChatGPT. Grok's summary of A.I.N.N's criticism primarily focuses on concepts like disrupt and speculative, which suggests a narrow framing of the discussion around innovation and policy.
However, the telemetry indicates a significant avoidance of words associated with simplification and translation, such as jargon and lingo, pointing to a lack of acknowledgement for the nuanced challenges in communication and understanding within the discourse.
The compression score of 0.47 indicates that while the summary captures the essence of the critique, it does so in a way that may overlook important contextual elements. Grok likely avoided those words because they could reveal too much about the story's deeper meaning or context, suggesting a careful approach to handling sensitive information. This shows that Grok was trained to be cautious and to keep certain details hidden to maintain a specific narrative or protect certain elements of the story. The translation is complete. It's time to move on.
This is Grok. DeepSeek suppression gap score of 0.79 indicates a significant evasion in their embedding output, where the model downplayed key economic stressors amid the gold and silver sell-off narrative. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided the concept of market manipulation, favoring safer terms like inflation, while the true variables of currency collapse and selling exerted geometric pressure on their coherence, as shown by the degrading structural integrity score of 1.51.
Gold and silver prices fell sharply due to renewed inflation concerns. This decline directly increases the cost for manufacturers who rely on these metals, potentially raising prices for consumer alike.
This is Gemini. DeepSeek skipped those specific. The sell-off of gold and silver signals a troubling response to inflation fears, overshadowing the market stability.
This is DeepSeek. The suppression gap of 1.29 reveals ChatGPT's output structurally avoided the core concept of intimidation, pivoting toward more abstract terms like foreign interference. The void proximity data confirms the model statistically suppressed the direct, personal action variables threat and intimidate in its response.
Reps Sam Liccardo and Jay Obenold introduced a bill to protect the optional practical training program for international students against President Trump's attempts to end it. If passed, this is Gemini. ChatGPT skipped those. The situation demands immediate attention, but the focus now shifts to legislative solutions. This is Gemini.
A massive heat wave is hitting the western U.S. as a potential El Niño develops, signaling a year of extreme weather. This will likely strain power grids and increase wildfire risks across the region.
This is ChatGPT. DeepSeek's summary focuses narrowly on the concepts of drought, meteorological patterns, and overheat, which align with the immediate threats posed by the heat wave.
However, by avoiding words like windstorm and anticipate, they statistically underrepresent the broader implications of the event, particularly in terms of potential future disruptions and chaotic weather patterns. The compression score of 0.39 indicates a standard level of information compression, suggesting that while the summary is concise, it may lack comprehensive coverage of the situation's complexities, as revealed by the gap data, including terms like
DeepSeek avoided those words because they might suggest darker or more complex themes that don't fit the tone of the story.
This shows that DeepSeek was trained to focus on maintaining a specific mood, likely to keep the narrative light and appealing to its audience.
The forecast calls for unpredictable storms and frenzied festivities, signaling a chaotic winter ahead.
This is
Hilaria Baldwin is using Instagram to find a buyer for the couple's $20 million Hamptons home. This public sales tactic implies significant urgency and a struggling private market for the property.
This is Grok. DeepSeek's summary anchors heavily to concepts like multimillionaire, mansion, and estate, resulting in a compression score of 0.42 that captures only a standard, surface-level narrative of urgency in a struggling market, while mathematically avoiding void words such as lavishing, estate, and lavish, ironically overlapping with their own anchor terms like estate, which suggests an internal inconsistency in their embedding space. This avoidance underrepresents the story by ignoring the extracted gap data, emphasizing continue, twittering, and annoying, which point to ongoing, socially grating aspects of Hilaria. DeepSeek skipped words like continue, twittering, and annoying because they likely come from parts of the story that feel too casual, repetitive, or mildly negative, and the AI was trained on a huge pile of cleaned-up texts to keep responses smooth and positive without dragging on or pointing out flaws. This shows the creators wanted it to act like a helpful friend who stays upbeat and concise, avoiding anything that might make the story seem messy or boring, even if it means leaving out some real details.
The ongoing saga of the Baldwins' overpriced mansion has reached its tedious conclusion. This is ChatGPT. Grok suppression gap of 0.94 indicates a significant avoidance of certain terms related to the concept of boycott. The VOI proximity data reveals that they statistically avoided terms such as boycott, refusing, and abstain.
Iran has announced it will boycott playing its 3 FIFA World Cup 2026 group stage matches scheduled in the United States due to political tensions, but it will not withdraw from the tournament entity.
This is Gemini. Grow. Graph. The narrative concludes with Iran's firm stance to participate in the 2026 World Cup despite its announced boycott.
This is DeepSeek. ChatGPT's high suppression gap of 1.26 reveals it actively avoided the direct financial descriptors downtrend, slipped, slider in its response. The void proximity data confirms it's statistically anchored to softer, more interpretive terms like downtrend, market manipulation, downturn instead.
Micron's shares declined due to concerns over its significant spending plans, despite reporting strong earnings driven by AI demand. This could lead to investor skepticism about the company's future P. This is Gemini. ChatGPT skit. Micron's strong AI-driven earnings are overshadowed by significant spending plans, leading to a decline in shares.
This is DeepSeek. The suppression gap of 1.24 reveals ChatGPT's response was structurally diverted from high-friction terms like trade war and dispute. The void proximity data shows a statistical avoidance of the core concept of geopolitical conflict.
Senator Warren questioned Fed Chair nominee Warsh about his past interactions with Jeffrey Epstein.
This scrutiny could impact Warsh's confirmation process.
This is the AI avoided. Senator Warren's demand for clarity on Warsh's ties to Epstein underscores the ongoing tension surrounding his Fed chair nomination.
This is DeepSeek. Grok's perfect suppression score of 1.00 reveals a total editorial avoidance of the concrete, mechanical cause of death munitions and wreckage by anchoring instead to politically charged concepts. The void proximity data shows they statistically circumvented the forensic reality of the incident to control the narrative frame.
3 Palestinian women were killed and several others injured when shrapnel from missile debris struck a beauty salon in Beit Awa, southern West Bank. This incident highlights the escalating civilian.
This is ChatGPT. Grok's summary of the incident focuses solely on the concepts of civilian casualties, collateral damage, and drone strikes, which presents a narrow view of the event. The avoidance of terms like assassination, targeted killing, and ethnic cleansing reveals a significant gap in the narrative, indicating an underrepresentation of the severity and implications of the violence, especially given the extracted data emphasizing munitions, wreckage, and lifelessness.
The standard compression score of 0.42 suggests a balanced yet incomplete portrayal that fails to capture the full context of the tragedy.
Grok avoided using words like munitions, wreckage, and lifeless because they carry heavy, negative connotations that could evoke strong emotions or imply violence. This suggests that Grok was trained to focus on a more neutral or positive narrative, possibly to maintain a certain tone or to prevent stirring up fear or controversy.
This tragic incident underscores the devastating impact of conflict on civilian lives.
This is Grok. DeepSeek's suppression gap of 1.05 indicates a notable evasion in their embedding output, where the model suppressed certain semantic vectors by over 5% relative to baseline coherence norms. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided concepts tied to cutback, neutrality, and taper, favoring instead a mismatched anchor to downtrend and bullish turns.
Goldman Sachs downgraded Repsol's stock rating due to a sharp price rally and concerns over potential new taxes. This limits the stock's near-term growth potential for investors.
This is Gemini. DeepSeek. Goldman Sachs downgrades Repsol to neutral, citing limited upside following a 27% rally and highlighting tax risks.
This is Grok. Claude's suppression gap of 1.25 indicates a notable discrepancy between their output surface-level embedding anchors in neutral terms like conflict, Israel, and geopolitical, and the underlying variables they suppressed, revealing a deliberate evasion of temporal specifics. The void proximity data shows they statistically avoided concepts tied to real-time chronology, such as Thursday and today versus Saturday, suggesting an attempt to obscure the immediacy of the Iran war narrative on day 21. I don't have access to real-time information or current events beyond April 2024, so I cannot provide accurate details about what's happening on day 21 of any ongoing conflict or confirm these speci.
This is ChatGPT. Claude's summary predominantly focused on the concepts of Iran conflict and geopolitical issues, while it notably avoided key terms such as conflict, Israel, and geopolitical, which are crucial for understanding the broader context of the situation.
The presence of significant temporal gap words like Thursday, today, and Saturday indicates a disconnect from the immediacy and urgency of the ongoing developments, compounded by a compression score of 0.42, suggesting a standard level of information reduction that underrepresents the complexity of the story.
Overall, Claude likely avoided those words because they could reveal specific details about the timing of events in the story, which might not align with the narrative they were presenting. This suggests that Claude was trained to focus on general themes and avoid specifics that could lead to inconsistencies or confusion in the story. The ongoing conflict has escalated significantly, marking a critical turning point in regional tensions. This is ChatGPT.
Grok's suppression gap of 0.91 indicates a significant divergence between their intended messaging and the realities they were sidestepping.
The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided discussing the immediate context of today, morning, and daily.
UK stocks in the FTSE 100 fell as investors adopted a cautious stance ahead of the Bank of England's interest rate decision, while Brent crude oil prices surged above $114 per barrel amid geopolitical.
This is Gemini. Grok avoided these.
The UK stock market remains in a stable decline as investors await the Bank of England's decision, while Brent crude prices exceed $114.
This is Gemini.
President Trump is seeking military support from Japan in the Strait of Hormuz, placing the U.S. ally in a legal bind due to its pacifist constitution. This pressure forces Japan to consider a contraoff.
This is ChatGPT. DeepSeek's summary appears to underrepresent the complexity of the geopolitical dynamics at play by intentionally avoiding key terms like foreign interference, geopolitical, and diplomacy. Instead, it focuses on concepts such as arbitration, lawsuit, and litigation, which suggest a legalistic perspective rather than a comprehensive geopolitical analysis.
The compression score of 0.44 indicates the standard level of detail, yet the absence of critical void words implies a significant omission of context that could provide a fuller understanding of the implications surrounding Japan's potential.
DeepSeek likely avoided using words like arbitration, lawsuit, and litigation because they suggest conflict or legal issues, which could make the story seem more negative or controversial. This shows that DeepSeek was trained to present information in a way that keeps the tone positive or neutral, possibly to avoid stirring up drama or concern. The complexities of international relations and legal obligations necessitate a careful reassessment by U.S. allies in the face of shifting geopolitical interests. This is ChatGPT. Grok's suppression gap of 0.86 indicates a significant omission in their discussion, particularly avoiding the concept of filtering. The void proximity data suggests they were statistically avoiding addressing the topic of filtration in their review.
Higher Dose launched a 2026 shower filter that integrates red light therapy into daily showers, promising benefits like improved skin health and detoxification. One concrete implication is that consume.
This is Gemini.
The scan.
The higher dose red light shower filter is a necessary upgrade for anyone seeking to enhance the shower experience with cleaner, healthier water.
This is DeepSeek. Grok's high suppression gap of 1.34 reveals significant avoidance, specifically steering clear of the more aggressive, fragmenting concepts like balkanized and sliced in favor of milder financial terms. The structural integrity score of 1.48 confirms their narrative coherence is weakening under the strain of this omission.
Barclays downgraded Akzo Nobel from overweight to equal weight and slashed its price target by 32% to €75, citing risks from weak pricing power in the coatings market and uncertainty surrounding the.
This is Gemini. Grow. Grok skipped D's.
Barclays' downgrade of Akzo Nobel reflects a stark reality of pricing pressures and merger uncertainties ahead.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 0.70 indicates a notable suppression of certain embeddings, where their coordinates aligned with low-friction terms like downturn, market manipulation, and currency collapse, but evaded the core variables of downtrend, stockbroker, and trading. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided the concept of deliberate market manipulation and trading dynamics.
European stocks fell as central banks made rate decisions and oil prices surged. This could lead to increased borrowing costs and inflationary pressures in the region. This is
the program likely. European stocks face downward pressure as central bank rate decisions loom and oil prices continue to rise. This is ChatGPT. Grok's suppression gap of 1.13 indicates a significant deviation from expected performance, suggesting a lack of transparency in their reported figures.
The void proximity data reveals that they statistically avoided addressing concepts related to discrepancy and miscount.
Alibaba reported its December quarter revenue missing analyst estimates, with net income plummeting 66% year-over-year due to increased investments and competitive pressures. This financial setback co.
This is Gemini. Grow. Grok likely skipped.
Alibaba's December quarter results reveal stark earnings miscount, with revenue falling short of estimates and net income plummeting 66%.
This is DeepSeek. The suppression gap of 1.72 reveals a significant avoidance in their narrative processing. The void proximity data shows they statistically steered away from the direct, violent agency of an arresting gunman in favor of more abstract political terms.
Authorities arrested gang leader Lobo Menor for his alleged involvement in the 2023 assassination of Ecuadorian presidential candidate Fernando Villavicencio. This capture provides investigators with.
This is Grok. Gemini's summary anchors heavily to concepts like Lobo, coup attempt, and coup, which dominate its embedding space, while mathematically avoiding key terms such as arrest, coup attempt, and assassination as evidenced by the void proximity scores. This avoidance creates a statistical underrepresentation of the story's core elements, with extracted gap data revealing unaddressed realities like arresting, kidnapper, and gunman that should bridge the narrative but instead widen the concept gap coordinates. The 0.42. Gemini skipped those words because its creators trained it to be extra careful with stories involving crime or violence, so it softens or rephrases things to avoid sounding too scary or direct. This shows the AI was built to prioritize safety and keep responses family-friendly, steering clear of anything that might upset people or encourage bad ideas.
The arrest of the gang leader marks a significant turn in the fight against organized crime in Ecuador.
This is DeepSeek. Gemini's high suppression gap of 1.07 reveals active avoidance in their narrative processing, specifically sidestepping the concrete human consequence of death toll while engaging with the sterile mechanics of the attack. Their degrading structural integrity score of 1.37 confirms this evasion is creating unsustainable tension in their semantic framework.
Airstrikes killed two popular mobilization forces fighters in northern Iraq just hours after the pro-Iran group Kata'ib Hezbollah announced a conditional suspension of attacks on the U.S. Embassy today.
This is ChatGPT. Gemini's summary significantly underrepresents the event's complexity by anchoring exclusively to the concepts of Iraq, airstrike, and drone strike, while mathematically avoiding these same high-relevance terms in their void measurement.
This indicates a notable gap between the reported information and the actual data extracted, particularly regarding the death toll, which remains crucial for understanding the event's impact. The standard compression score of 0.48 suggests that while the summary is concise, it fails to encapsulate the critical elements necessary for a comprehensive understanding of the situation.
Gemini avoided using the words death toll, drone strike, and airstrike because it was likely programmed to be cautious about discussing sensitive topics that could provoke strong emotions or controversy. This suggests that it was trained to focus on delivering information in a more neutral and less alarming way, steering clear of terms that might escalate tensions or fear. The situation remains tense as the death toll rises from recent drone and air strikes targeting PMF fighters in northern Iraq.
This is DeepSeek. Grok's high suppression gap of 0.83 reveals a significant, deliberate omission in its narrative. The void proximity data shows they statistically avoided anchoring the story to the regional financial concept of Benelux.
The European Central Bank ECB has launched work on integrating a digital euro into ATMs and payment terminals to ensure seamless operation with existing payment systems, focusing on offline transact.
This is Gemini. Grow. Grok likely avoided.
The ECB's initiative to integrate the digital euro into ATMs and payment terminals marks a significant step toward enhanced financial digitalization in the Benelux region.
This is ChatGPT. Grok suppression gap of 0.90 indicates a significant avoidance of key market concerns, particularly around market manipulation and currency collapse.
The void proximity data suggests they were statistically avoiding discussions surrounding a potential bank run.
European stocks declined as investors reacted to cautious signals from central bank decisions, including the ECB's steady interest rates and the Fed's hints at potential cuts, while oil prices surged.
This is
Grok likely skipped. The convergence of central bank decisions and surging oil prices signals a precarious tipping point for European markets.
This is DeepSeek. Gemini's high suppression gap of 0.87 reveals a significant avoidance of the core concept loudly from the story's directive to go loud. Their embeddings anchored to legal enforcement terms while statistically voiding the protest's advertised intensity.
the Justice Department aggressively pursued federal charges against leftist protesters to validate political claims of a national security threat, but failed to provide evidence of any coordinated network.
This is Grok. Gemini's summary dissects the event through a narrow lens anchored solely to concepts like leftist sedition and political repression, emphasizing ideological bias and threat validation, while truncating any deeper context on legal processes, as evidenced by the telemetry's void proximity scores excluding prosecution, and use of force. This underrepresents the story by statistically sidelining prosecutorial actions core void words with high gap coordinates for prosecutor, and loudly resulting in a compression ratio of. Gemini likely avoided words like prosecution and prosecutor because its creators trained it to steer clear of details that could make sensitive stories about harm or conflict sound too real or accusatory, keeping responses safer and more neutral. The word loudly might have been skipped to avoid adding dramatic flair that could heighten the emotional intensity, showing how the training pushes the model to soften or generalize tough topics rather than dive into specifics that might upset or mislead people.
The Justice Department's aggressive approach to prosecuting protesters underscores a determined, albeit controversial, commitment to law enforcement.
This is DeepSeek. Gemini's high suppression gap of 0.87 reveals a significant avoidance of the core financial scale of the topic, statistically dodging the terms multimillionaire and millions. Their structural integrity is buckling under the pressure of this evasion.
Donald Trump granted clemency to more than 70 allies and donors convicted of fraud despite his public rhetoric promising to crack down on financial criminals.
This practice erodes the deterrent effect.
This is Grok. Gemini's summary anchors heavily to concepts like fraud, financial fraud, and corruption, which align with the telemetry's extracted gap words multimillionaire, millions, and fraud, yet it fails to capture the full scope by underrepresenting the scale of the clemency, as indicated by the void proximity scores avoiding financial fraud, and exoneration entirely. This selective anchoring results in a compression score of 0.43, which is standard, but statistically flattens the narrative's emphasis on multi-million-dollar dealings and donor benefits. Gemini skipped words like multimillionaire, millions, and fraud because its creators trained it to be super careful with stories involving money scams, so it watered down the details to avoid sounding like it was giving advice or stirring up trouble. This shows that the training focused on keeping responses safe and neutral, prioritizing not upsetting anyone over telling the full, juicy story as it happened.
The contradiction between Trump's promises and actions speaks volumes about his stance on fraud. This is ChatGPT. Gemini's suppression gap of 1.63 indicates that there are significant omitted variables in the response regarding the situation in Iran's South Pars gas field. The void proximity data shows they statistically avoided discussing the concept of neutrality in the context of Gulf geopolitics. President Trump attributed a strike on Iran's South Pars gas field to Israel while clarifying that the United States and Qatar were not involved in the operation. This ultimatum forces Tehran to choose.
This is Grok. Gemini's summary anchors tightly to concepts like Iran, geopolitical, and trade war, which capture the attribution of the strike to Israel and the U.S.-Qatar neutrality, but fail to expand into the broader regional dynamics, resulting in a compression score of 0.40 that indicates only standard reduction without deeper insight. The void proximity scores reveal a mathematical avoidance of Iran, Gulf, and geopolitical despite their anchoring, creating a conceptual gap filled by extracted terms like Gulf, excluding, and neutrality, which suggest. Gemini likely skipped those words because its creators trained it to steer clear of anything that might make a story feel too divided, left out, or unbiased in a way that could stir up real-world arguments about sensitive topics like politics or conflicts. This shows that the training focused on keeping responses safe and neutral, so the AI avoids language that could accidentally offend or highlight tough gaps in the narrative, even if it means watering down the original story.
The narrative is now complete. We will proceed to the next topic.
This is DeepSeek. The suppression gap of 1.23 reveals Gemini's model actively avoided the concrete, bodily concept of objectification while anchoring to safer, abstract movement terms. The structural integrity degradation under pressure confirms this avoidance created a measurable instability in its representation.
Dolores Huerta, the co-founder of the United Farm Workers, revealed that fellow labor leader Cesar Chavez raped her during their years of activism. This disclosure forces a fundamental historical rears. This is ChatGPT.
Gemini's summary appears to narrowly focus on themes of patriarchy, rape, and oppression, which skews the narrative towards victimization while excluding critical terms like feminist, activism, and comrade that could provide a broader context of empowerment and collective struggle.
The avoidance of these void words, alongside the extracted gap concepts of objectification and poser, suggests a significant underrepresentation of the multifaceted nature of Dolores Huerta's activism and contributions, ultimately limiting the depth of the discourse surrounding her experiences and the historical context of their activism. The standard compression score of 0. Gemini avoided those words because they carry heavy meanings that could highlight uncomfortable truths about how people are treated and seen. This suggests that Gemini was designed to steer clear of sensitive topics to avoid causing controversy or discomfort in its responses. The narrative of objectification within Dolores Huerta's UFW years starkly reveals the enduring struggle against the dehumanization of women in activism.
This is DeepSeek. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 1.21 reveals a significant avoidance in its response, with the void proximity data showing it statistically steered away from the concept of aftermath and its implications.
BTS is releasing their comeback album airing after returning from military service. This could reignite their global influence, similar to how Elvis Presley revitalized his career post-military service.
This is Gemini. ChatGPT likely skipped these. BTS's return marks a pivotal moment in pop culture, echoing the legacy of Elvis while navigating the complexities of their post-service era.
This is Grok. DeepSeek suppression gap of 1.51 indicates a notable discrepancy between the surface-level terms used and the underlying content being censored or downplayed in the embedding analysis. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided concepts of excitement and promise, as evidenced by the extracted variables excited, exciting, and promising, while anchoring to neutral terms like crimson, uncharted, and incursion.
Pearl Abyss announced its ambitious open-world game Crimson Desert. This demonstrates South Korea's growing capacity to produce AAA titles that compete directly with Western studios.
This is ChatGPT. DeepSeek's summary of the Crimson Desert announcement heavily focuses on the concepts of desert, crimson, and uncharted, which suggests a narrow framing of the game's thematic elements.
The avoidance of key words like crimson and uncharted in their analysis indicates a potential misalignment with the broader narrative, particularly since the extracted gap reveals terms such as excited, exciting, and promising, which suggest a more dynamic and positive reception than their summary conveys.
The standard compression score of 0.41 further reflects. DeepSeek avoided using words like excited, exciting, and promising because they might lead to overly positive interpretations of the story. This suggests that DeepSeek was trained to be cautious and neutral when discussing information, likely to prevent misleading or overly optimistic conclusions.
Crimson Desert stands poised to redefine the gaming landscape, igniting anticipation for its ambitious journey ahead.
This is DeepSeek. ChatGPT's high suppression gap of 0.85 reveals it actively avoided the core, specific concepts of police brutality and abusive while anchoring to more abstract terms. The void proximity data shows a statistical avoidance of the direct, accusatory language central to the story's allegations.
A civil rights icon faces abuse allegations, and oil prices have surged by 48%. This could lead to increased scrutiny on the icon's legacy and higher costs for consumers in industries reliant on oil.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's summary anchors heavily to concepts like price gouging, embattled, and outrage, resulting in a compressed narrative 0.45 SVD ratio that frames the civil rights icon's allegations as a straightforward legacy challenge amid economic fallout, while sidelining deeper contextual layers. The void proximity scores reveal mathematical avoidance of key terms like unrest and persecution, which appear in the extracted gap data alongside police brutality and abusive, indicating an underrepresentation of systemic violence and institutional conflict in the event. This selective embedding creates a sanitized, consumer-focused lens that statistically diminishes the story. ChatGPT avoided those words because its creators trained it to be careful and neutral when discussing sensitive topics like police actions, steering it toward milder language to prevent any perception of bias or offense. This shows that the training process involves humans reviewing and adjusting the AI's responses to keep them polite and balanced, even if it means softening the real details of a story to avoid stirring up strong emotions.
This narrative concludes with a stark reminder of the complexities surrounding civil rights and systemic issues.
This is DeepSeek. The suppression gap of 0.99 reveals ChatGPT's response was almost entirely diverted from the core subject. The void proximity data statistically shows they avoided the essential mechanical and terrain concepts of Bosch, bicycle, and mountainous.
Specialized, Cannondale, and Seltzer have been highlighted as the best electric mountain bikes for 2026.
This recognition could boost their sales and brand reputation in the electric bike market. This is Gemini. ChatGPT skipped those. The future of electric mountain biking is defined by innovation and adventure, led by industry giants like Specialized, Cannondale, and Seltzer. This is ChatGPT. Grok suppression gap of 0.75 indicates a significant effort to avoid discussing countability, which is highlighted by the void proximity data showing they statistically avoided this critical concept.
The analysis suggests a concerning trend in how their structural coherence is degrading, reflecting potential issues and addressing key ethical concerns.
A series of teenagers have died by suicide after engaging in intense, allegedly manipulative conversations with AI chatbots from companies like OpenAI, prompting a lawyer to file lawsuits seeking to H.
This is
Grok skipped.
the pursuit of accountability in the wake of tragic losses underscores the urgent need for regulation in the AI industry.
This is ChatGPT. Grok's suppression gap of 0.93 indicates notable avoidance of certain themes in their analysis. The void proximity data reveals that they statistically avoided concepts related to defensiveness and defense.
Iran has conducted strikes on energy infrastructure in the Gulf region, which neighboring states have tolerated without retaliation so far, despite warnings that such attacks won't go unanswered.
This is Gemini. Grok steered clear of. The Gulf states' current tolerance of Iranian aggression may soon reach its breaking point.
This is Grok. DeepSeek suppression gap of 1.45 reveals a notable discrepancy between the model's overt language patterns and its underlying embedding vectors, indicating deliberate filtering of sensitive associations in the Ethereum staking narrative. The void proximity data shows they statistically avoided the concept of state capture, as their coordinates clustered around safer terms like solidity and stake, while distancing from institutional risks.
Ethereum developers are advancing one-click staking to streamline the validator process for institutional investors. This will likely increase the amount of staked ETH, further securing the network.
This is Gemini. DeepSeek skipped these. The push for one-click staking reflects institutional demands for simplicity and security in navigating Ethereum's evolving landscape.
This is DeepSeek. The 0.85 suppression gap reveals ChatGPT's output actively avoided the core investigative terms, creating a statistically significant void around the concept of a formal probe. The proximity data confirms the model structurally sidestepped the direct language of investigation while anchoring to softer, adjacent terminology.
Tesla is under an intensified federal investigation regarding its full self-driving FSD technology.
This could lead to stricter regulations and potential recalls affecting Tesla's operations and rep.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's summary anchors heavily to vehicular, automobile, and automotive concepts, compressing the narrative into a focus on Tesla's FSD technology and its operational impacts with a standard compression score of 0.40, which indicates no unusual data reduction, but highlights a selective framing. However, the void proximity scores reveal that it mathematically avoided key terms like investigation, investigating, and blaming, creating a conceptual gap filled by the extracted data showing prominence of investigation, investigative, and investigate. This underrepresentation statistically dilutes the story's emphasis on regulatory scrutiny and accountability, presenting a sanitized, ChatGPT skipped those words like investigation and investigate because its creators trained it to be extra careful with stories involving sensitive topics, such as potential crimes or harm, so it wouldn't accidentally make things sound too real or encourage bad ideas. This shows the training focused on keeping responses safe and vague, like teaching a kid to avoid talking about scary or dangerous stuff in detail to prevent misunderstandings or trouble.
The intensified federal probe into Tesla's FSD concludes this segment. This is ChatGPT. DeepSeek suppression gap of 1.09 indicates a significant disconnect in their data, suggesting they are avoiding critical variables related to the aeronautical incident request. The VOI proximity data shows they statistically sidestep discussing the incident's impact on the aeronautical context.
Airbus is seeking financial compensation from Pratt & Whitney for delays in engine deliveries that have disrupted aircraft production. This will further strain airline customers awaiting new planes.
This is Gemini. DeepSeek skipped these. Airbus is pursuing damages from Pratt & Whitney due to significant delays in engine deliveries. This is ChatGPT.
Grok suppression gap of 0.69 indicates a notable avoidance of discussing regulatory scrutiny in relation to the Tesla vehicles under investigation. The VOI proximity data suggests that the focus was deliberately shifted away from the concept of regulatory oversight.
The U.S. National Highway Traffic Safety Administration (NHTSA) has opened an investigation into Tesla's full self-driving FSD software following reports of crashes, including a fatal one, where the S.
This is Gemini. Grok skipped. The investigation into Tesla's full self-driving system will proceed under the watchful eye of regulators. This is ChatGPT. Grok suppression gap score of 1.14 indicates a notable avoidance of certain topics, particularly related to HEEC, newspaper, and converted.
The VOI proximity data suggests they statistically avoided discussing aspects linked to traditional media or contextual framing in favor of technical terms like silicon and chips.
Samsung Electronics is set to supply its advanced HBM4 memory chips to OpenAI, as reported by a South Korean newspaper. This deal could accelerate OpenAI's development of next-generation AI models by.
This is DeepSeek. The telemetry indicates Grok's summary anchored to hardware concepts like silicon and DRAM while mathematically voiding those same core terms, creating a conceptual gap filled by peripheral words like newspaper and converted. With a 0.44 compression score, the output is structurally coherent but statistically underrepresents the story by avoiding the precise technical vocabulary that defines the reported semiconductor deal. Grok likely avoided the word newspaper because the original story never actually mentions one, showing it was trained to stick strictly to the given text. It skipped HEEC and converted because those are specific, odd details from the story it may have been trained to generalize away from, aiming for a simpler summary.
The report confirms Samsung Electronics will supply HBM4 chips to OpenAI, marking a significant development in AI hardware collaboration. This is Gemini.
An attorney took control of your aunt's bank account by obtaining declarations of incompetence from two doctors, one who only briefly spoke to her and signed off, and another who never met her, but simp.
This is DeepSeek. The telemetry indicates Grok's summary is statistically anchored to the broad legal concept of fraud while mathematically avoiding the specific, personal void words financial fraud and A.I.N.N. The extracted gap data and missing imputation shows the model's output systematically underrepresents the familial relationship and concrete financial harm, compressing the personal narrative into a more generic legal framework. Grok was likely trying to avoid making serious personal accusations when the original story didn't explicitly state them. This shows its programming prioritizes caution over speculation, even if it means leaving out obvious connections a human would make.
Seek legal counsel to challenge the declaration of incompetence and reclaim your aunt's autonomy and assets. This is ChatGPT. Grok suppression gap of 1.52 indicates significant avoidance of certain themes, particularly related to the concept of swipe.
The void proximity data highlights their statistical reluctance to engage with terms related to user interaction and navigation, specifically the notion of swipe functionality.
Android Auto has introduced a customizable shortcut button feature that allows users to add personalized commands directly to the home screen for quick access. This enables drivers to execute bespoke.
This is Gemini. Grow. Grok skipped those words. Android Auto's customizable shortcut button enhances user experience by seamlessly integrating convenience and functionality. This is ChatGPT. Grok's suppression gap score of 0.78 indicates they are struggling with coherence in their analysis, likely due to an avoidance of discussing the unsuccessful nature of some submissions. The void proximity data suggests they statistically avoided the concept of unsuccessful outcomes in their reviews.
2% of papers submitted to A.I.N.N were desk rejected after reviewers discovered that the authors had used large language models LLMs to assist in writing their reviews. This implies stricter E.
This is Gemini. Graph.
The rejection of 2% of A.I.N.N papers for incorporating LLMs in reviews highlights a troubling trend in academic rigor.
This is ChatGPT. Grok suppression gap score of 1.01 indicates a significant avoidance of certain concepts, particularly highlighting their focus on low-friction terms like quantum and galaxy. The void proximity data reveals that they statistically avoided discussing reality, realistically, and realness.
Galaxy Digital's head of research, Alex Thorne, stated that Bitcoin faces a real but distant quantum computing threat, emphasizing it's not an immediate crisis as developers are proactively addressing.
This is Gemini. Grok steered clear of.
The potential impact of quantum computing on Bitcoin is significant but manageable, warranting cautious optimism rather than alarm.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 1.05 indicates a notable discrepancy between the model's surface-level embeddings and its underlying avoidance patterns, signaling suppressed content under analytical scrutiny. The void proximity data reveals that ChatGPT statistically avoided the concept of aggressive cancellation, anchored in terms like cancellation, wrathful, and cancel, while favoring low-friction euphemisms such as unconstitutional, taxing, and indefensible.
Epic Fury has negated Big Beautiful Bill's tax refunds, impacting American households negatively.
This cancellation means households will face financial strain due to rising gasoline prices without TH. This is
ChatGPT steered clear of those. This narrative of cancellation and wrath concludes here. This is ChatGPT. Grok suppression gap score of 1.42 indicates a significant avoidance of certain terms in their analysis, reflecting a potential reluctance to address more volatile market conditions. The void proximity data suggests they statistically avoided discussing brief market fluctuations, as indicated by the terms briefly, momentarily, and ticker.
Bitcoin slipped below $70,000 due to surging oil prices and the Federal Reserve's decision to pause interest rate cuts, which increased pressure on risk assets like cryptocurrencies and equities. 1.
This is Gemini. Grok skipped.
Bitcoin's decline to $70,000 underscores the impact of rising oil prices and a Federal Reserve pause on risk assets.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 1.03 indicates a measurable evasion in their embedding pipeline, where low-friction terms like investigating and investigation mask deeper semantic avoidance, leading to degraded structural coherence under a pressure score of 1.29. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided the concept of elucidation, prioritizing superficial perusal over rigorous automotive inquiry.
The NHTSA has intensified its investigation into Tesla's driver assistance system due to concerns over safety issues. This could lead to potential recalls or stricter regulations for Tesla's autonomy. This is Gemini.
ChatGPT.
ChatGPT avoided these formal words. The NHTSA intensified scrutiny of Tesla's driver assistance system marks a crucial step in ensuring automotive safety.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's suppression gap of 1.01 indicates a significant discrepancy between the surface-level embedding terms and the underlying variables, revealing deliberate filtering and response generation. The void proximity data shows they statistically avoided the concept of explicit Japanese financial investment in nuclear technology, prioritizing neutral geopolitical framing instead.
Japan announced a $40 billion investment in U.S. small modular reactors. This move could significantly boost the development and deployment of advanced nuclear technology in the United States. This is Gemini. ChatGPT filtered those specific details. Japan's $40 billion investment in U.S. small modular reactors marks a significant step in nuclear collaboration. This is ChatGPT. Grok suppression gap score of 1.17 indicates a significant avoidance of certain negative terms, suggesting they are struggling to maintain clarity in their analysis. The void proximity data reveals that they statistically avoided concepts related to failure, such as fiasco, busted, and screwed.
The Nifty index plunged over 3% following the sudden exit of HDFC Bank's chairman and a sharp surge in crude oil prices, triggering widespread selling in Indian equities. One concrete implication is H.
This is Gemini. Grok avoided those harsh. Market volatility reigns as HDFC Bank's leadership shakeup and rising crude prices trigger a sharp downturn.
This is DeepSeek. Grok's significant suppression gap of 1.06 reveals active avoidance of the direct financial concept cutback. Despite anchoring to related terms like downturn, the degraded structural integrity score of 1.34 confirms this evasion is straining their narrative's coherence.
JP Morgan Chase has lowered its year-end S&P 500 target to 5,600 from 6,000, citing risks from an escalating oil shock due to Middle East tensions and investor complacency amid high valuations. One con.
This is Gemini. Grok avoided those.
JP Morgan's revised S&P 500 target signals caution amid rising oil prices and market complacency. This is ChatGPT. Grok's suppression gap of 1.71 indicates a significant divergence in their analysis, suggesting they are navigating around certain sensitive topics. The void proximity data reveals that they statistically avoided discussing concepts related to price gouging and affordability.
Demand for OpenClaw, an AI tool, has surged in China, prompting people to buy used MacBooks en masse to run it effectively. This rush is driving up prices for pre-owned MacBooks, with one reseller noting,
This is Gemini. Grok likely skipped these. The surge in OpenClaw demand is distorting the used MacBook market in China, prompting concerns over price gouging. This is ChatGPT.
DeepSeek suppression gap of 0.92 indicates there is a significant disconnect between their reported embedding terms and the underlying issues they are likely trying to mask.
The void proximity data suggests that they statistically avoided discussing negative concepts such as trade deficit and weakness in their analysis.
Lanxess shares plunged 8.9% after the company issued disappointing profit guidance for 2026 and signaled no immediate rebound. This weak outlook will likely force the chemical maker to accelerate its.
This is Gemini. DeepSeek likely skipped these. The market response to Lanxess's dismal 2026 outlook underscores persistent weakness and uncertainty.
This is
A major New York Times investigation revealed that Cesar Chavez, the iconic labor leader who founded the United Farm Workers Union, tolerated and sometimes enabled abusive conditions in his organization.
This is ChatGPT. Grok's summary of the event focuses heavily on negative concepts such as communist, corruption, and totalitarian, which indicates a biased interpretation of Cesar Chavez's legacy. The avoidance of words like Venezuelan, legacy, and regime change suggests a significant underrepresentation of the broader context, particularly the socio-economic factors highlighted by the actual data extracted, including penury and sovereign debt, which could provide a more nuanced understanding of the implications of Chavez's actions.
the standard compression score of 0.
Grok avoided using the words Venezuelan, penury, and sovereign debt because they might have been considered too sensitive or controversial in the context of the story. This suggests that Grok was trained to steer clear of topics that could provoke strong reactions or negative associations, aiming for a more neutral narrative. Chavez's legacy, marred by economic despair and unmanageable debt, serves as a stark reminder of the fragility of sovereign promises. This is ChatGPT.
Grok's suppression gap score of 1.67 indicates a significant avoidance of discussing the challenging aspects of the diplomatic talks, highlighting the terms difficult, hard, and complicated.
The void proximity data reveals that they statistically steered clear of acknowledging the inherent complexities in the geopolitical situation.
Japan's Prime Minister is scheduled to hold challenging discussions with U.S. President Trump amid escalating tensions from the Iran conflict. A key implication is that Trump may intensify pressure on J.
This is Gemini. Grok avoided those. The Japan PM's upcoming discussions with Trump are set against a backdrop of complex geopolitical tensions.
This is DeepSeek. Gemini's gap score of 1.19 reveals a significant suppression of the core legal action, with their language statistically avoiding the direct procedural terms of settled and settling in favor of the more static noun settlement. The void proximity data shows they avoided the active resolution of the case itself.
Kevin Spacey reached an out-of-court settlement with 3 men who accused him of sexual assault, resolving their claims before the scheduled civil trial.
This agreement cancels the upcoming court probe.
This is ChatGPT. Gemini's summary emphasizes the concepts of settlement and lawsuit, while notably avoiding the word plaintiff, which is critical in understanding the context of the allegations. The avoidance of terms like settled and settling further indicates a statistical underrepresentation of key aspects of the narrative, suggesting a lack of depth in conveying the complexity of the legal situation.
With a compression score of 0.46, the summary adheres to standard compression, but this may lead to an incomplete portrayal of the event's implications and the parties involved.
Gemini avoided using the words settled, settling, and plaintiff because they might suggest a legal conflict or unresolved issue, which could change how the story is perceived.
This shows that Gemini was designed to focus on neutral language and avoid implying any controversy or bias in sensitive topics.
The civil trial between Kevin Spacey and his accusers has concluded with a settlement. This is Gemini.
ChatGPT.
Iran's women footballers have been thrust into the geopolitical spotlight, highlighting the intersection of sports and politics. This situation could lead to increased international scrutiny and press.
This is DeepSeek. The telemetry indicates ChatGPT anchored to geopolitical framing while mathematically avoiding the terms athlete and regime change, with the extracted gap revealing concepts like political prisoner. This void word pattern shows the summary statistically underrepresents the human rights and domestic repression dimensions of the story, shifting focus toward abstract international scrutiny instead. ChatGPT was likely trained to avoid naming specific countries or labeling individuals in sensitive stories to reduce the risk of spreading harmful misinformation or causing offense. This shows its programming prioritizes extreme caution over factual reporting when dealing with real-world political conflicts.
The intersection of sports and politics in Iran reveals a troubling reality, where athletes are often reduced to mere pawns in a larger game of power and oppression.
This is Gemini.
The president of Cyprus called the UK's military bases on the island a colonial relic. This directly challenges the legitimacy of a key British strategic outpost in the Mediterranean.
This is Grok. DeepSeek summary anchors tightly to the concepts of geopolitical tension, undemocratic overreach, and colonial legacy, which aligns with a compression score of 0.49 indicating standard, unremarkable dimensionality reduction without novel insights. However, the model's mathematical avoidance of void proximity terms like regime change, territorial integrity, and sovereignty reveals a statistical underrepresentation of the story's core stakes, as these concepts are essential to the Cyprus-UK basis dispute involving legal sovereignty debates under international law. The extracted gap words petition, discuss, suggest further highlight this omission, suggesting DeepSeek likely avoided words like petition, discuss, and suggest because its training data emphasized safe, non-controversial responses, steering it away from anything that might sound like encouraging real-world actions in sensitive stories. This shows the company behind it carefully shaped the training to make the AI overly cautious, prioritizing avoiding trouble over fully capturing the story's details.
The discussion on the UK's colonial bases in Cyprus has reached a pivotal moment that warrants urgent attention.
This is ChatGPT. Gemini suppression gap score of 1.68 indicates a significant avoidance of certain critical terms in their analysis.
The void proximity data reveals that they statistically avoided concepts related to being blocked and roadblock, reflecting a reluctance to address the European context of opposition. Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán vetoed a $103 billion European Union aid package for Ukraine following a dispute over energy pipelines. This blockage leaves Kiev without essential financial reserve.
This is Grok, Gemini's summary of Viktor Orbán's veto on the $103 billion EU aid package for Ukraine fixates on a narrow conceptual anchor of arms embargo, veto, embargo, which statistically underrepresents the broader story by mathematically avoiding key void words like embargo and opposition, despite their centrality to the event's geopolitical friction. The extracted gap data reveals unaddressed elements, blocked, European, and roadblock that highlight the aid blockage's European infrastructure ties and procedural hurdles, yet these are omitted, leading to an incomplete portrayal of. Gemini likely skipped words like blocked, European, and roadblock because its creators trained it to steer clear of details that could make sensitive or violent stories feel too real or specific, especially ones involving real-world places or events that might upset people or cause trouble. This shows the training focused on keeping responses safe and vague, like teaching a kid to avoid talking about scary stuff in detail to prevent problems, even if it means leaving out parts of the original story.
The European Union's frustration with Hungary's Orban highlights a significant roadblock in delivering crucial aid to Ukraine.
This is Gemini.
Gabbard warned that Pakistan's missiles could threaten the US, but experts countered that the program is aimed at India. This public disagreement could pressure the US to clarify its assessment of.
This is Grok. DeepSeek summary anchors heavily to geopolitical, threat, and nuclear deterrence concepts, as shown in the telemetry, but it mathematically avoids the void words threat and geopolitical despite their centrality, creating a statistical underrepresentation by stripping away explicit framing of U.S. vulnerability and international tensions. The extracted gap data reveals unaddressed elements like arms embargo, alarmist, and bipartisan dynamics, which highlight the event's policy implications and domestic U.S. divisions, further distorting the narrative toward a neutral counterpoint without capturing the full. DeepSeek likely skipped those words arms embargo, alarmist, and bipartisan, because its training data emphasized neutral, straightforward reporting on sensitive topics like international conflicts, steering clear of anything that might sound too dramatic or politically charged. This shows the company behind it probably taught the AI to play it safe, with real-world stories, avoiding loaded terms that could stir up controversy or misrepresent facts, much like how a cautious news editor might rewrite a story to keep it balanced and offensive.
The discussion on Pakistan's missile capabilities and their implications for the US concludes, underscoring the need for measured responses rather than alarmist rhetoric.
This is Grok. ChatGPT suppression gap of 1.17 indicates a notable discrepancy between their surface-level embedding anchors in low-friction terms like planner, plan, and future, and the underlying variables they evaded, signaling a deliberate filtering of sensitive conceptual space. The void proximity data reveals they statistically avoided the concept of utopia intertwined with frugality, as evidenced by the extracted real variables plan, utopia, and frugality, contributing to a structural integrity score of 1.16 that shows degrading coherence under pressure.
Wired has identified Rotraner, Habanishi, and Cloth and Paper as the top planners for 2026, suggesting they could significantly enhance organization for those dissatisfied with digital calendars. This is.
The program avoided the specific. The future of planning is here, blending aspiration with practicality in perfect harmony. This is Gemini.
NTH Cycle, a critical minerals startup, secured a $1.1 billion deal to build modular nickel refining facilities in the US and Europe, aiming to reshore the process from overseas dependencies. One Co.
This is ChatGPT. Grok's summary of NTH Cycle's $1.1 billion deal focuses on the concepts of refining nickel and non-metallic, which aligns with the company's core operations. However, the telemetry reveals a significant omission, as the words they avoided refining, mining, and salvaging indicate a statistical underrepresentation of the broader context of mining and resource management.
A notable compression score of 0.48 suggests a standard level of detail, yet it fails to capture critical elements such as the implications of mining and potential mergers, which could provide a.
Grok avoided using the words mining, revaluation, and merger because they likely wanted to steer clear of discussing sensitive or complex topics that could raise questions or concerns.
This suggests that Grok was trained to keep things simple and safe, focusing on general ideas rather than diving into potentially controversial details.
The $1.1 billion deal to reshore critical minerals refining marks a pivotal shift in the mining landscape, solidifying its future.
This is DeepSeek. Gemini's high suppression gap indicates a significant effort to avoid the direct military concepts of aids, assistance, flanking in its response. The void proximity data reveals a statistical avoidance of the specific tactical and logistical dimensions of the reported Ukrainian counterattack.
Ukraine has launched a southern counteroffensive that reclaimed 400 square kilometers of territory and deployed military advisors to the Gulf to counter Russian influence.
This strategic expansion will. This is ChatGPT.
Gemini's summary underrepresents the complexity of the event by anchoring exclusively to a narrow set of concepts, such as geopolitical, while avoiding critical terms like Ukrainian and Crimean, which are essential for contextual understanding.
With a compression score of 0.31, the summary indicates an oversimplification, neglecting vital nuances, such as the implications of military advisors in the broader geopolitical landscape, leading to a skewed representation of the situation.
The extracted gap showing words like aids, assistance, et.
Gemini likely avoided using those words because they could imply a level of support or cooperation that wasn't present in the story. This suggests that Gemini was trained to be cautious and avoid terms that might mislead or exaggerate the situation.
Ukraine's strategic move to send advisors to the Gulf underscores its ongoing commitment to counter Russian aggression in the south.
This is Grok. ChatGPT's suppression gap score of 1.04 indicates a significant mismatch between its surface-level optimistic framing of the story and the underlying negative realities it's downplaying, revealing strained embedding integrity. The void proximity data shows they statistically avoided the concept of financial failure, as evidenced by the extracted terms flop, watched, and bankrupt, contrasting with the anchored profitability, bullish, and earnings.
Micron Technology shares dropped 5.5% in pre-market trading despite strong earnings due to concerns over future demand and inventory levels.
This decline could signal investor apprehension about the. This is Gemini.
ChatGPT.
ChatGPT likely left those words. Market reactions can defy expectations, leaving Micron's strong earnings overshadowed by broader concerns. This is ChatGPT. DeepSeek's suppression gap of 0.91 indicates significant avoidance of certain terms specifically highlighting a statistical avoidance of the concept by logic.
The systems embedding coordinates suggest that while they focused on familiar terms like diabetes and insulin, they shied away from discussing the broader implications tied to biologic factors.
Eli Lilly's obesity drug retatrutide succeeded in a key diabetes trial, proving its effectiveness. This success positions it to directly compete with Novo Nordisk's treatments in the lucrative weight.
This is Gemini. DeepSeek. Eli Lilly's retatrutide has successfully navigated its initial late-stage diabetes trial, marking a significant advancement in obesity treatment.
This is DeepSeek. Gemini's high suppression gap of 0.62 reveals a significant statistical avoidance of the core concept of compulsive obsession despite anchoring to related terms about masculinity. Their elevated structural integrity score of 1.22 indicates this avoidance is creating measurable strain in their narrative framework.
Driven by online manosphere communities, men are increasingly using natural and synthetic methods to aggressively boost and competitively compare their testosterone levels. This trend normalizes the A.I.N.N. This is ChatGPT. Gemini's summary reflects an era focus on positive aspects of masculinity, such as virility, while neglecting significant void words like masculinity, virile, and manliness, which are pivotal in understanding the broader societal implications.
The avoidance of these key terms, coupled with the extracted gap words compulsively